Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls.
Wow. Zoinks. Goodness gracious. Jinkies. We may be in the midst of one of the wackiest moments in internet content creation history. If these reports are accurate, and I can't speak to the authenticity myself, I haven't had my team of analysts really dive into the weeds of it and get down into the meat here, but there are reports that XQC just signed a 2-year, $100 million streaming deal with Kick, and it's not even exclusive to Kick. If that number is accurate, that would make it the 12th largest sports contract ever signed. Now, of course, you'd have to be huffing some very serious glue to try and conflate streaming with professional athletes, but it just goes to show you the value of the contract here and just how many doubloons we're talking. I came into this world as a little baby kicking, screaming, shitting my diapers, and now I'm kicking, screaming, shitting my diapers all over again because I can't believe what we're seeing here. I have been tapped into the mainframe of internet wackiness for over a decade now. I'm like Charles Xavier in this throne here, in Cerebro, just looking at all of the goofiness happening across the web. And I've been doing that for so long, and I could have never foreseen something like this happening. A 9-figure deal for a streamer to stream on a different platform. And not even exclusively, mind you. This is a non-exclusive contract for 2 years, meaning XQC gets to have his cake, eat it too, and fuck the baker. So he can stream on Kick and then still stream on Twitch all the same. He did make a Twitch stream earlier today, kind of to go over the announcement as well as the plan going forward. He's saying he's going to be streaming on Kick quite a bit, obviously, but he can still have the freedom to stream on Twitch when he wants to. I'm going to go ahead and rip the band-aid off and throw a little cold water in the face of all the juicers here that are under the impression he'll probably still be active on Twitch. I don't think he will. He legitimately has no incentive to stream on Twitch. Twitch is a platform that has banned XQC like 5 times. It is also a platform that has no real contracts for top streamers anymore, as well as the lowest sub-revenue split among any streaming platform available. Whereas Kick has the highest sub-revenue split, a 95.5. And I would swear on a stack of Bibles with a high level of confidence that XQC not only has that $100 million for 2 years, but also gets to keep 100% of the sub-revenue he earns, which is 95.5 split. So why the fuck would he stream on Twitch often at all? He'll probably use it as just a booster, a signal booster to get the juicers on Twitch over to Kick, letting them know like, hey, this was a fun stream on Twitch for the last 20 minutes. I'm going to finish the rest on Kick. I'll see you there. Just to, filter viewers over to Kick. That's my guess. But again, I'm just a dumb little fucking caveman here speculating from the armchair. Now, if you ask me, this is bad news for Twitch. This just drove a wooden stake right through the vampire's heart and then shoved garlic in its face. This is a big poach here. Now, I mentioned this a few times in the past, but Twitch is a very top-heavy site where the top 1% of streamers on the platform account for a very large chunk of the overall watch time on the platform. So when you take the biggest streamer off of the site, you do make an impact on Twitch as a whole, really. And over the last year or so, Twitch has been continuously hurting itself in confusion. It has been making horrible decision after horrible decision over and over and over again, and it's been hemorrhaging users. A lot of streamers have been going elsewhere, whether it's YouTube or Kick or even Rumble some streamers have been going to. It is taking streamers from Twitch and going elsewhere. The 50-50 sub split on Twitch isn't enough to be competitive anymore. The over-reliance on intrusive ads isn't enough to keep small streamers on there because it's ruining the experience for their communities, which makes it hard for them to continue to thrive on the platform, so they go elsewhere like YouTube. Plus, the exclusivity on Twitch makes it hard for streamers to want to stay when they could stream on other platforms non-exclusive. So they could do a stream on YouTube and then a stream on Kick or, this and that. Twitch has just been a platform that has been struggling to maintain its, dominance on the streaming space because it's been constantly losing its footing through bad decisions. Now, yesterday, Twitch did announce that it's taking the tiniest little baby step in the right direction. They announced that they're offering the Partner Plus program, where if you reach a certain threshold, which is like 350 reoccurring subs, so not gift subs or anything, that's tier 1s, 2s, and 3s. If you reach that threshold, you unlock 70-30 sub split for a year. And that's like the tiniest little step in the right direction, them walking back their hardline stance on only 50-50 forever, no more 70-30. They must be starting to panic and realizing that streamers have other options. But this covers up to 100k, then goes back to 50-50, and it only lasts for a year if you don't maintain, I believe. So it's also very strict. 350 reoccurring paid subs, no gift subs or anything like that, is not an easy number to hit. That is a lot. That is a ton. So this isn't exactly super helpful for smaller streamers. And even a lot of medium streamers don't have that level of sub engagement. That's still a ton. So it really is, once again, just like the smallest boost for the bigger streamers on the platform, only up to a certain level. It's not amazing. Like, this is like the weakest possible implementation of a decent idea you could do. Like, it is, like I said, a very, very small baby step in the right direction of a good change. Twitch is a victim of its own hubris here. It got complacent at the top and it got greedy. So it is crumbling its own empire from its greed. That's why all of these other streaming platforms are growing so quickly, and why so many people are abandoning the sinking ship of Twitch. That's just the reality of it. They are out of touch. They lost direction on what to do with the platform, so they just keep rolling out bad choices. And even when they do have a good idea, they're too afraid to actually just commit to a good idea. So yeah, it's very frustrating. Now, I've seen the obvious comparison being drawn with Mixer, because you might remember Mixer actually was able to steal away Ninja from Twitch back when Mixer still existed. And I'm sure all of you have forgotten that name. That's like an ancient relic on the internet, even though it hasn't been that long in the grand scheme of things. But it died so quickly and with such like a sad wet fart of a swan song that most people have forgotten it ever even existed. Mixer stole Ninja. They paid a ton of money. They shelled out many clams to get Ninja, as well as Shroud and King Athalion, but Ninja was the #1 streamer on Twitch, and Mixer got him. And it didn't work for them. The site still inevitably crumbled, and it never got popular. It always remained kind of this pitiful little joke of a service. However, I don't really think Kick is following that same blueprint. I don't think its fate is set in stone the same way Mixer's was. I made a video about this on my second channel talking about the streaming wars. Kick is accomplishing something that Mixer never did. It's having people organically sign up and choose to stream there as a first option. I read a report the other day, take it with a grain of salt, I don't know how accurate these numbers are, but only a week ago, Kick had an influx of 1.2 million users sign up to the platform. Mixer probably never even saw 1.2 million people go to their site across the entire time it was alive. That was 1.2 million users signing up to the platform, according to the reports. So Kick is actually just getting users to go there, which is something Mixer never had happen. That was a pipe dream for that platform. Now, Kick blew up because it kind of got the reputation of like the detention class, right? Like all of the banned streamers went to Kick. Like Aiden Ross, which immediately blasted the platform off. And a lot of other like controversial streamers went to Kick after they were banned on Twitch and shit like that. And then a lot of controversial things happened, like the whole streaming of the Super Bowl and all that shit. So it really had a very bad reputation, and still does for many reasons. But it's started to shake that a little bit because a lot of streamers that aren't banned on Twitch have decided to move over to Kick even without a contract, just because the sub split is so much better than the 50-50 you get on Twitch. You don't need as many viewers on Kick to make a living because you don't need as many subs to make a living. So a 95-5 split is very appealing to a lot of streamers. So there's recently been a lot of new creators there trying out the Kick space, which has led to a lot of new users on the site. So even when the big players on Kick aren't online, it's not a barren, empty wasteland. There's still quite a few users through quite a few different categories. So that, I do think, sets it apart from Mixer. I don't know if that necessarily means it's going to succeed or anything. I don't have a fucking crystal ball. I can't predict the future. But I will say that it does seem to be doing a lot better than Mixer did, even before the XQC signing. Now, I do want to... yucky. I do want to talk about something that a lot of people talk about, and I do think is a very important talking point. Kick is backed by Stake, which is a crypto gambling casino. It's why their pocketbook is so big. And obviously, a lot of people aren't too thrilled about gambling being so prominent on Kick. As of right now, so the slots and casinos category on Kick is their biggest, and it's really not even close. So that leaves a pretty bad taste in most people's mouths, mine included. I've been very outspoken about sponsored gambling not being great. You're just selling your audience on an addiction. You're trying to get them to sign up for crypto casinos and shit like that. And a lot of times they're not even using their own money, they're using house money. That is something I very much think is a load of dog shit. I think that is awful. Now, when it comes to Kick, I did extensive research on this out of curiosity because I kept hearing that Kick was mainly a front to get people addicted to stake gambling because Stake owns it. Through everything I've read, and from every stream that I've watched on Kick, there hasn't been a single stake advertisement or any gambling advertisement that I've seen, unless I've somehow missed them. And I haven't read reports from other users or any other publications that are reporting on gambling ads being run across any of the Kick categories outside of slots and casinos. The only place where gambling sponsors or Stake itself appear is in the slots category for Stake sponsors and shit like that. So I guess kind of like what Twitch used to be before the gambling ban last year, where all of the gambling ads and sponsors existed in that one category. That appears to be how it operates on Kick as of this moment. I haven't seen anything that pushes to Stake or any gambling site outside of Stake-sponsored streamers in the slots and casinos category. Now, again, maybe I've missed it, maybe there just hasn't been enough information about it in articles, but as of right now, that's the impression that I've been getting. And also from what I've been reading, it seems that Stake wants to separate itself from Kick. It wants to be two very separate entities that don't really feed off of each other. They want it to be completely separate. And I guess that's what they're going for here. I don't know how successful it is as of right now. Again, no matter how you spin it, pumping gambling is just bad. Now, I do think it's always worth mentioning that Twitch isn't squeaky clean either. It's backed by Amazon. Amazon is no saint of a corporation either. Amazon isn't a company of angels and high morals. That is also a pretty evil corporation that backs Twitch. So, both of the big players in streaming, and YouTube as well, being backed by Google, Google's done so much shady shit as well. None of these corporations are exactly benevolent overlords worthy of celebration. They're all bad and evil in their own right. It's just a matter of which platform you as a user or you as a streamer feel most comfortable on, I think, at the end of the day. So I just wanted to talk about that briefly because that is something that is inevitably always going to be discussed when Kick is in the conversation. And of course, it's completely understandable why. So this whole thing has been really wild to watch unfold. I actually would have never envisioned a world where Twitch would be in the position it's in today. For the last year, the writing's been on the wall. If you go back 8 months, I made a video called Twitch is Dying, and that was kind of right on the money. Twitch has been continuously going downhill, and now all of the competitors are being elevated substantially because of it. And it's all Twitch's fault. It is entirely Twitch's fault. So it's wild to watch a business sink itself when it had a complete stranglehold on the market. Twitch was the streaming platform. Now it's becoming the joke. So, just wanted to talk about this because obviously this is the biggest content creator deal I've ever seen. I think it's probably the biggest content creator deal ever, hands down, like in general. So yeah, I definitely wanted to talk about that a little bit. That's it. See ya. We're in a very perplexing pickle here because I'm the gladiator of goofiness, the savant of silly, so anytime there's a weird situation that's a bit wacky, people update me on it, and usually I'll giggle about it, maybe I'll make something covering it. But now, today, there's something that a lot of people seem to think is a really humorous, silly situation, when I don't view it that way at all. In fact, I view it as an extremely sad, distressing situation. It's everything that's been happening with FouseyTube. If you're like me with gray hairs in your beard, that name might ring a little bell in your cobweb-covered brain because it's a name that's as old as YouTube itself, really. He was around a long time ago doing pranks and all kinds of shit, and he was a big name back then. but he had a mental health meltdown that kind of caused him to step away from content creation for a while to work on himself and try and better his actual life away from the internet. And now he's come back as an IRL live streamer, broadcasting pretty much every waking moment of his life on camera. And it is probably the worst thing that could have possibly happened to him. His streams blew up. He got all of the clout he'd ever dreamed of. And he immediately became corrupted and poisoned by it. His broadcast went from the beginning being pretty wholesome and community-driven, like fun stuff from what I recall when he first came back. It was actually kind of cool to root for like an OG YouTuber stepping into a different ballpark, and he seemed like he was in a much better headspace. But then his numbers kept going up. And as those numbers kept climbing, so too did his ego, until he reached his absolute boiling point and crossed the event horizon of maximal douchebaggery. He became his own worst enemy. He would insult people if they were poor. His main insult was about people's financial status and well-being. He became completely corrupted by clout. He was like Gollum, with the One Ring ruining his mind. That was FouseyTube's precious attention. And as his mental health deteriorated, his online presence was only bolstered. People kept tuning in to see what wild thing was going to happen next. What kind of incredible, loud rant is Fousey going to go on next? Just encouraging this downward spiral as people shoved popcorn in their face gluttonously, consuming a man's mental health meltdown on stream. And it really started reaching its boiling point about 2 weeks ago. While on stream, FouseyTube was at an airport and met a woman, and she was very clearly super drunk. She was hammered. And the two got to talking, and eventually she revealed that she was actually the victim of human trafficking at one point in her life. And how did FouseyTube respond to that information? By apparently having sex with her in the airport bathroom. He came back on stream after like a 10-minute break, giddy, and he was saying about how he just joined the Mile High Club. Well, not exactly the Mile High Club because they were still at the airport, but you know, we just fucking boinked in the toilets over there. And he was so pleased, and then his community turned on him. They were like, wow, that's actually extremely fucked up. She's super drunk, and she also just confided in you that she was the victim of human trafficking. How could you have done this, Fousey? You just took advantage of this woman. This is really degenerate, unforgivable shit. So then he very quickly tried to like play it off as a joke, and he wasn't being serious. Like, haha, no, haha, not real, didn't actually happen. Ha, you guys fell for a timeless classic prank. Get pranked, epic style prank, not real, didn't actually do that. When it seems like that's exactly what happened, and this is like Twitter in a nutshell with absolute unhinged lunacy. I did see some people defending this by saying, yeah, but he also raised money for her, so he should have been allowed to have sex with her anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. What they're referring to is he asked his community to donate to her, and they raised like $2,500 for her. And that's apparently an excuse for having sex with an extremely drunk woman who also had just confided in you that she was the victim of human trafficking at some point. It's so alarming seeing people try and rationalize and justify it. That is concerning. Like, that is just downright fucking alarming. But anyway, FouseyTube did face backlash for that, but it actually only made him even more popular because it put FouseyTube's mental health on a bigger stage for more people to see. So more spectators funneled in to watch the train wreck unfold every single day, because he was broadcasting fucking 24/7 basically. A lot of people just kept coming in to point and laugh at the freak show. Look at this crazy guy doing crazy shit. Everyone come watch and laugh at this guy as he broadcasts a very serious mental illness, and as it continues to only get worse. Ha ha. And last night, he ended up getting arrested on stream. I don't even know where to begin with this stream. I actually watched like the last 2 hours of it because even before that, things were looking really bad. FouseyTube had assaulted 2 people earlier in the stream last night after they had only lightly bruised his ego over very minor things. He had been yelling and insulting a ton of people. It was looking really bad. He legitimately looked like he was a danger to not only himself, but others. There was also some unlovable, kissless virgin, loser, turbo, insufferable asshole troll that was calling and harassing FouseyTube's family and threatening their life, threatening his life, which of course only continued to push Fousey down this path. The troll was like threatening his family, threatening Fousey, which only made everything significantly worse, obviously. He ended up getting kicked out of an Airbnb and then checking into a hotel where he had a manic episode again and ended up calling the police. And he basically swatted himself.
The fucking questions, send the fucking cops. Send the cops. There's a gun to my head right now. There's a gun to my head. Help, ma'am, he left. Ma'am, he left. There's a gun to my head. Help, get them. Help, bye. Ma'am, Intercontinental, what's my room number? Help, tell me. 2020.
He spent like the last 45 minutes of the stream in a panicked, manic state where he was very afraid of that troll who was making threats against his family and himself. And he ended up calling the police, hoping that they could go arrest him and take him away to try and, fix this whole situation. And it was only made worse because the troll kept pushing him. Like earlier in the stream, Fousey had apparently fallen in love with this girl and she had broke up with him, and the troll took credit for it, claiming that he had actually planted that girl there so Fousey would fall in love with her and then she'd break his heart. So he mentions that multiple times in the last 45 minutes because he truly believed that that girl he met was a fucking plant from this troll who's controlling every aspect of his life now. Even the girl he had fallen in love with was actually on the troll's payroll working for him in order to hurt Fousey. So it was this just very, very sad thing to watch unfold. And the police respond, obviously. He called them and said that, his life was in danger. There was a fucking gun to his head. So the police do actually show up.
He's a stalker.
Okay, and who is this guy?
I don't fucking know.
So how do you want us to look for him if you don't know where he is?
I have his address.
What is his address?
I said grab my security 20 minutes ago.
Alright, listen.
You guys are dumb as fuck, man. You guys are literally dumb as fuck.
There's conflicting information on if it's an actual arrest or if they're just detaining him because he is having this mental health episode. He was yelling and screaming at them and saying a bunch of things that obviously didn't make much sense. So, because he was so irate and so deeply disturbed, it seems like the cops arrested him and detained him. And I truly believe that that was actually for the best. I think if this stream continued, he would have ended up hurting himself or somebody. He was in a very intense, very manic state that could have ended very poorly. I watched this all happen live in real time, and there was nothing entertaining about it. People were losing their mind about how entertaining it was. W-stream, this shit is amazing. Because there's such a disconnect from the internet, like the normal internet spectator live stream viewer, and reality. What you are watching is a very real person. FouseyTube is a real human being having an actual mental health breakdown. A complete collapse of mental health. And people are just celebrating it and can't wait for him to come back and are praying that he doesn't take medication. He also mentioned during his stream that he hasn't been taking any of his mental health medication for the last 2 days, and he had apparently not slept for 2 days either, and people love it. People can't wait for more of it, and I just find that so fucking sad. I really do. I don't think there's anything goofy about it. Fousey is unfortunately not only being encouraged by his audience that's treating him like some kind of circus show, he's also being encouraged by other streamers in the real world that keep patting him on the ass and pushing him to keep doing this kind of shit. He is surrounded by parasites, these fucking leeches that are latching on to Fousey's ass like a goddamn hemorrhoid in order to suckle some clout out from under him. So he's blown up from all of this. So a lot of other streamers have started trying to be all buddy-buddy with him, like, hey, we're such good pals, Fousey, you're doing great, let me in your content. So they keep forcing themselves into Fousey's life so they can broadcast themselves to promote themselves through him, without ever actually caring about him as a friend. No one is actually helping him get what he needs. He is clearly going through a legitimate mental health crisis. Fousey has been very open and honest in the past about the mental health struggles that he has. He has legitimate mental illness. And nobody around him seems to care. They only care that he keeps bringing in big numbers, which help them. There was a moment right before he was arrested where Aiden Ross called him and told him to calm down and go to sleep. And that is more than a lot of other people in his life have done for him, but that is still the bare minimum. That is very easy to do stuff, that's not help Fousey needs. What he needs is someone that's willing to do the hard stuff. Turn his fucking stream off. Take his phone away. Take his camera away. He needs to be disconnected from the internet, and he actually needs legitimate professional help. That's the hard thing that no one's willing to do, but it's what he needs. That is 100% the only thing that will help him, but no one does it. Like, again, there are a couple people, it wasn't just Aiden, that are like, hey, Fousey, just calm down, go to bed, it's not that big of a deal. But he's not going to do that. He is in a actual manic state. He's not just going to stop and go to sleep because you asked him nicely. You need someone that is actually caring about him to take all of that away and get him to where he needs to go, to a professional. And also, a lot of other people pointed this out too. The platforms can also do something. Kick could have absolutely suspended the stream. They could have, and that would have been an invaluable help to him. But they don't, because he brings in so many viewers and so much attention, and that's what the world seems to run on these days. So all the people in his life and everything and everyone around him is just a yes man that encourages this destructive behavior. And it's only going to get worse if he's allowed to keep doing this without anyone actually stepping up to help him. I think it is fucking tragic. So I don't think it's goofy. I don't think it's silly. I wanted to briefly talk about it because I keep getting asked about it because so many people seem to think that it is goofy and silly. And I just completely disagree. So I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really about it. So yeah. There's an expression, don't put all your eggs in one basket, and it's meant to impart some wisdom upon you where if you just put everything into one area and it doesn't work out, your goose is cooked. So it's better not to just go all in on one thing, but instead have it spread out a little bit just for the sake of safety. But I want to tell you the story about what happens when you do put all of your eggs into one basket and you win. You catch a huge W. And this basket's name is Claude. About a month ago, I made a video covering one of the most desperate marketing plays I've ever seen from a major studio. Pixar released a desperate Hail Mary to try and drum up public interest in seeing their new film, Elemental. Elemental had a really rough opening box office performance. It was kind of a disastrous first quarter here for the movie. It was looking like it was going to be a colossal flop because there was just really no hype and no one was really getting excited enough to go actually see the film. So it was looking rough. It was looking like me in a tall person contest. It was bad. It was hard to look at. And in their moment of weakness, they turned to the dark side. TikTok turbo cringe. To try and appeal to the Zoomers, they hatched a nefarious scheme.
Cause check it out. All grown up. And I smell good.
This was an official post on their Twitter account as well. The caption said, Claude's got the whole theater rooting for him or something like that. So Claude was more revered and cheered for than Jesus Christ himself if he was resurrected again. Everyone was losing their mind over Claude in a fucking fantasy dimension, not reality. Very clearly, this is all fake, but it's such an interestingly delusional idea because this is a brand new film, brand new character, and this is their first time ever seeing Claude. Claude is a minor character in this movie. Like, no one had ever heard of him before. Why the fuck would the theater be cheering for him like they had just witnessed their home team win the fucking Super Bowl? Now, obviously, most of that cacophony of chaos is composed of stock cheering sound effects, but there is actually some original property in there as well from people that must have been called in to just make a lot of noise. They went to the Elemental intern staff and said, look, if you guys want to keep this job, we're going to need you to pop a fucking blood vessel in your neck cheering for our character Claude for this viral video we're trying to make. Jesus Christ, we need you now. So they just reluctantly kicked their feet and said, oh my god, whatever. Oh, Claude! Ah, Claude! Woo-wee! And then it's like, alright, print it. And now we'll shake the camera around a little bit because our cameraman's also losing his fucking mind like he's getting thrown into a washing machine. It's like footage out of the Cloverfield movie. So that was the marketing campaign push they tried to make with Claude. Claude became the spearhead for the salvation operation of Elemental. And you know what's crazy? It worked. I just read the most recent report on Elemental's performance. It is the second highest grossing animated film of 2023, just behind Super Mario Bros. And above Across the Spider-Verse. That's right. It fucking out-earned Across the Spider-Verse. It just goes to show you, never underestimate Claude. Like, I guess that's the takeaway here. Claude is some kind of Cronenberg-esque deity demon of success. Like, somehow they were able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat thanks to an extremely strong international performance in the box office, especially in South Korea. Apparently it fucking crushed it there. And it was able to turn around what was destined, fated to be a flop, and turned it into a financial success. Wild. Absolutely incomprehensible. I thought this was for sure kaput. I didn't think this stood a chance. I thought it flatlined. They must have called Doctor Strange and got him on the horn and said, look, we need you to look into the multiverse and tell us which one has us making a profit off of this film. And he found the only multiverse solution. Claude. That was the answer. I'm gonna be honest, I'm starting to suspect foul play. Something smells fishy here. This movie fell between the butt cheeks. No one was going to see it. And then they somehow pushed Claude really hard with, like, marketing such as this, like POV Claude actually lobotomizing an entire auditorium because they lost their mind looking at him. And somehow it worked? Like, I just refuse to believe Claude wields that kind of power. I don't know how this happened. I feel like they have to be lying about these numbers, just because it would be extremely embarrassing if it really was a massive flop. But I feel like that'd be highly illegal, and you could probably check the numbers through third-party sources, so it's probably not fake. It's just, I don't know, it's just so shocking that it somehow turned this around. It's making me believe in miracles. Like, who knows, maybe they'll re-release Morbius for the third time, and this time, Claude will endorse it, and then all of a sudden that shit fucking explodes straight to the moon. It's just, how? It out-earned Across the Spider-Verse, which is one of the best animated films ever made. This is an example of someone that was drowning, but then drank all of the water they were drowning in, so that way they were no longer drowning, and now their belly's nice and full. Elemental squeaked it out. And I want to be clear, this is not another example of me being wrong about a prediction. In my initial video I made, laughing at the goofy marketing material, I did say, you can never count out Claude. You never know what he's truly capable of, and man did he put his best foot forward here, and he saved Elemental for them. So I wasn't wrong. I was doubtful, of course, but I never outright said this movie is, 6 feet under, doomed to fail. I don't think. Maybe I did. Actually, there's a really good chance I did. But I also did say there is a chance Claude could save it, and he did. So my little ears are hearing that I wasn't wrong. I really pinned the tail on the donkey here. I knew this could happen, and it did. So, yeah. I just wanted to give you that kind of report on how Elemental was salvaged, thanks to Claude, the hero. And since I'm keeping you all updated on that, I might as well update you on a couple other things. I'm doing my first ever live event on September 8th. It'll be the 8th, 9th, and 10th. It's going to be a giant party as well as like a meet and greet so you can meet myself and the team. And we're going to be watching and going crazy for our Moist Esports Apex team as they hopefully take home the World Championship. It'll be about 5 hours per day. Tickets are still for sale at strazcenter.org. It's $25 per day, or if you want to do all 3 days, it'll be $60. So just wanted to give you an update on that. There's about half of the tickets left, so just keeping everyone in the know there. And another thing I also want to update people on is Plague Seeker. The limited edition variant covers are also almost gone, so I just wanted to give you all an update there in case you wanted to check out Plague Seeker issue 0. It's a comic book series I wrote myself this time around with Jackson, and I think it is an absolute fucking banger. So in case you missed the animation we dropped to celebrate issue 0, I'll just go ahead and play the whole fucking thing here as well. The tickets to both Plague Seeker as well as the tickets to the live event are going to be in the description of the video as well.
1,000 years ago, humankind ruled the earth. Even in their failings, they prospered across the planet. But that would all change in the blink of an eye. Those who persevered beyond the impact never truly survived. The mutations made them something more than human. It drove them mad. our world. The worst of them were born where nothing had the right to survive. Terrifying beings known to us as the Great Plagues. 8 in total spread themselves across the planet, each ruling their own territory. Without mercy, they shaped our world. And yet there was one that not a soul dare speak of. Born at the very center of the impact. A plague far different than all the others. He bore the strongest curse of them all. An insatiable hunger to devour the other 8. The Plague Seeker.
I don't like talking about Twitter. I want to make that very clear. Even just saying the word Twitter burns my mouth leaving it. It feels awful, like I'm gargling sewage. But I just can't resist. The platform has become a factory of goofs. It's like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, but instead of producing candy, it produces the weirdest ideas ever. How can I resist pure, refined silliness like Twitter's decision-making process? Every time I swear I'm done talking about Twitter, they announce something that drags me back in. I'm like a drug addict that just keeps falling off the wagon again. They just keep putting the heroin in my veins. But honestly, laughing at Twitter has become a harder drug than anything currently out there. It's baffling. So, I'm sure all of you saw by now, Elon Musk has announced that Twitter is being rebranded as X. Just X. It's not short for anything, it's not part of anything, it's just the single letter, X. And I swear to God, Elon Musk has been more obsessed with the letter X than a pirate looking at a treasure map, because for at least 2 decades now, he's had that on his brain. Apparently, the original name he wanted for PayPal was X.com. And he has squatted on that, looking at it as some kind of nugget of genius for over 2 decades, and he has dusted it off. And right now, X.com currently redirects to Twitter. So I'm guessing that's going to be the new domain, since he recently did buy it back. Now, obviously, X.com looks like a porn site, but I guess that doesn't matter to him because X is just super cool in his eyes, which I think proves that he has to be one of the most uncool people on the planet. Being obsessed with the letter X is like something a 12-year-old on Xbox Live when choosing their gamer tag does. But I will say, in his other company, SpaceX, the X looks good because it's part of something. It's not just X on its own. It is part of something else. So it actually looks cool. I think SpaceX is a great name. And not only that, he even named his own baby X. Well, at least part of his name is X. It's X and then a random captcha here. I think it's supposed to be like a plane or something, I already forgot. But it's very clear Elon Musk loves the letter X, more so than Xander Cage in the XXX movies. Like, this is wild. Not only because, obviously, it's very wacky, it's very, very wacky. Like, the dial went from silly all the way to wacky and then kept going, teetering all the way on bonkers territory with this decision. Because Twitter is one of the most recognizable brand names on the planet. One of the most recognizable brands ever, really, probably. And now Elon Musk has executed the bird, getting rid of the bird. It is transitioning over to X now. Here's what the logo looks like. I think it very much looks like something out of the Call of Duty game battle scene from way back in the day. It looks like one of those really quickly put together emblems. But this is the future here. The bird has been put down. Like Elmer Fudd, but instead of hunting rabbits, he was hunting birds here. It's just so weird, because this is going to be the worst SEO ever, X. Like, searching up X is just gonna be fucking awful trying to get to where you want to go. It's also just a horrible name in general that just sounds super lame and embarrassing. And it's even weirder considering how Twitter had spawned its own terminology for when you send out short sentences on the platform. They're tweets. They're retweets when you post them back on your page from someone else's page. When you post videos on Twitter, you reference them as Twitter videos. So what a lot of people have pointed out under this change, when you're referencing videos on X, you're going to call them X videos. And those of you who know. X videos is the biggest porn site in the world, so it's going to be real confusing real quick. And also, what's the new term going to be for when you tweet? You're sending an X, or I'm going to re-X this, or did you look at my X's, which is just so fucking embarrassing to say. That's even worse than saying tweet and Twitter and retweet. It's the worst terminology imaginable, if that is the direction they go. I'm still not fully convinced that this is anything more than just a gag from Elon Musk. I feel like this is just one of his classic shitposty things where he thinks it's like enjoyable for some length of time and then he says, I'm done playing with this toy and forgets about it. I don't know if he's actually going to do this. It would be a really dumb decision too, because again, you bought one of the most recognizable brands ever, and now you're just completely changing the brand name and brand identity. What's the point? All of the hard work of brand building was done for you. You had the easiest part of the brand building process. It was already a juggernaut of a brand. Why are you going back to try and start over with a new brand and a much worse name and a much worse identity that people are already laughing at? It just doesn't make sense. So I feel like he probably won't actually go through with this if it is an idea he's toying around with. I feel like this is just going to be a short period thing that he's kicking around and maybe goofing a bit with. But I guess we'll see. He's made some inexplicably odd decisions with Twitter so far, so I guess it is possible. Clearly, I don't think this is going to kill Twitter, the platform formerly known as Twitter. I don't think everyone's just going to stop using it because the name is shitty, but it's just such a weird thing to do. It doesn't make any sense. It's such a counterintuitive decision. This isn't going to help it become profitable, which I think is like the main goal right now since it bleeds so much money and is so fucking directionless. This is only going to set it back in that direction because now you're going to have to like repitch all of the major brands on why they should work with X, which again is going to be easily confused for pornography often, which is going to make it very hard to work with other brands, I would think. Let me give you a great example because I have a first-hand account of this. Our esports team is named Moist. That's a bit of an odd word. That's a bit of a yucky word. But that's not even like something that can be conflated to porn easily. It's just one of those words that makes you feel a little icky. It's just one of those words that makes you raise an eyebrow. And just because of that, there have been many, many brands that don't really want to work with us just because of the name, and solely because of the name. Imagine now with X, a brand name that if you make one typo immediately takes you to porn, is extremely hard to find through just search engine optimization. It's just going to be a hard thing to get across. Brands are probably going to be a little apprehensive about it, I would think. Assuming, of course, the logic carries over and remains consistent, I think X is a significantly harder to sell name than Moist. But that's just me, and of course that's not exactly the most unbiased judgment there. I've definitely got a horse in this race, but it does seem like X is a much worse name for brands to work with. Just going off of basic common sense here. Now, to me, it's still not entirely clear if he's truly committed to removing Twitter and the bird from everything on the platform and really just diving in deep, cannonballing into the X pool and rebranding fully to that entirely. But according to this article, and according to a Threads post from platformer managing editor Zoe Scheifer, according to her, she says that Twitter's business was already renamed X Corp, and that he said that their email last night would be the last time he emails them from that company address. It would now be fully X Corp. I didn't know that he had renamed Twitter business on the inside to X Corp. That is so fucking lame. Like, if you're going to do this, just choose a cool name. Like, it really does feel like I'm back on Xbox Live when I was 11 years old going by the name Fast Fighter and playing with my friends that had X's in their names everywhere because they thought it was the coolest shit ever. How the fuck is this an adult man who is this obsessed with just the letter X? I don't get it. If you're going to go through all of these hoops and rebrand Twitter, whatever, choose a cooler name. Like, just choose something that sounds cool or is just better overall. X is so embarrassing. Going on Twitter right now is already shameful enough, and this is just going to make it be even more miserable. Having to say that you went on X and read a couple of X's or saw the videos posted on X or whatever. It's just, it's so dumb. Yeah, I just had to talk about it. I couldn't resist. It's just so weird. It's such a weird decision. That's really about it. See ya. How do you keep playing if it's so bad? Because I have a champion's mentality. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. And the pavement is paved with broken glass, and it's painful. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It doesn't feel good. But the destination is worth the journey. Do you think the best athletes in the world reach the top of their game easily? No, they don't. They go through turbulent journeys as well, ups and downs. Probably not as boring as exposing yourself to Lord of the Rings Gollum, but nonetheless, in order to achieve greatness, you must persevere through the garbage. And that's what I'm doing with Gollum. Let this be an inspiration to all of you out there. If I can beat Gollum, you can do anything you set your mind to. What's the reward, though? The relief that I'll never have to touch it again. And the satisfaction in knowing that I did it. That I saw those credits roll. Find a way to talk to the blind elf. We could just keep talking.
We don't talk.
She's trapped in a cell. We can just keep talking at her. Alright, I'll find a way.
Talk to us anymore.
By yelling.
Cruels, it hurts us. Can't get in.
It's speaking parcel tongue.
Good. Leave me alone.
And that does sound like Moaning Myrtle. This is some Harry Potter shit now. Okay, so by drinking the water from the shell, she basically implanted Neuralink. That's big. She's directly beaming her voice into me now.
Won't let us go.
Interesting posture. What the fuck is that? That's unique even for Gollum. Does anything happen in this game, or is it just a walking simulator? This is a different kind of level. Usually it's, you know, non-stop, action-packed platforming and chores, but this time it's mainly just dialogue to dialogue.
What? There you are.
Uh-oh.
Let me handle it.
Ah, they can't get under the table. They know I'm here, but they're too stiff to bend down and drag me out. Outsmarted yet again. What is this, a half pipe? Was Gwendil a huge skater or something? Where is the attic? How do I get up to it? That up there is worthless. If I hit my head on that fucking thing one more time, I'm gonna scream. Well, actually, I'm gonna have a conniption. Why didn't you jump? Why? Why would it even give me the option to come back later? What else would I possibly do? That's insulting that it would even let me go back and think about it. There was nothing to do.
No, thank you.
What do we do?
Throttle Gandalf. That would be huge if I could throttle Gandalf.
No more ill.
Oh my god.
Oh, yes, I've seen him too.
Okay, the other guy saw me. I'm stuck. If I have to go through that whole conversation, I'm actually gonna fucking scream. I'm actually gonna... Oh, thank God. Oh, Gandalf. What did... didn't he just get kicked out? Why is he just walking around?
Oh, I will see clearly.
Oh, that spawned me, like, right by the door. How convenient. Cool mask. Am I not supposed... Like, it's pointing me up there, but there's no... What? How do I get up there? Do I have to, like, go even further around? There's no way this somehow leads to the marker back there. There's no fucking shot. Oh, okay. Well, it changed anyway, so...
We're at the gate.
What? Nothing.
Why did it lead me here? I can't do anything here. What am I doing? I can't swim upstream. There's actually nothing here. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? You need to restart the level. I watched this glitch happen to Dan's game. Like, restart the whole level? No shot. No shot. There's absolutely no fucking shot. There must have been like a cutscene or something that's supposed to play. You missed some invisible checkpoints, so it won't trigger. I just don't believe that. Okay, what's supposed to happen here? Oh, that's very concerning. So there's supposed to be a cutscene that plays here that I am not getting. Okay, let me try backtracking. Well, maybe this game will never be speedrun viable if you can't sequence break.
Look,
Which I did unintentionally.
Don't go near them, precious.
Alright, here's hoping I fixed the game. We'll see. I'm going to be extremely upset if this cutscene doesn't activate. Oh! Just grab it!
Look, it glows. Don't go.
I understand the level broke, but I'm trying to fix it. I went back, I did the objective. So the cutscene should load. There's no reason why it won't now, or shouldn't now. I hit the checkpoint. No way they saw me. No way they saw me. Don't fucking do it. Don't you dare shoot me. I'll scream. Thank you. Please fucking work. Oh my god, please work. Where does restart level take me? I'm pretty confident restart level is going to take me back to the beginning of chapter 8. So over about an hour and a half. But what if I just believe in a little bit of that Middle-earth magic? Maybe it'll start me over from the Gandalf conversation.
Our eyes.
Oh, that's huge. Oh, thank God. Okay, this isn't nearly as catastrophic as I thought. Oh, that's so big. Thanks for some picky and Faust. Okay. That's actually wonderful. This isn't far at all. Oh, I don't think she said that last time.
No, and we did.
We will find you anyway.
They don't know we're here.
They definitely know we're here, Gollum. I have a very strong suspicion that they know we're here.
I've like that before.
They're already looking for you.
Oh, let's go. Okay, we're good. We're good. I don't know what broke it the first time around, but we did it. We're fixed. We're back on track.
Come, take our hand.
Don't touch me. I can follow your breath.
Man, even she knows Gollum's ugly as shit.
How does it move? Memories are nice. We don't want them, do we, love?
Why? Memories are all I have.
I didn't ask. Can you just open the door? Oh my god, thank you.
Smeagol, my friend. We've made...
What do you mean, my friend? You just keep insulting me. You just keep insulting me. And you are using me. Oh, don't, Smeagol. Oh god, no. Oh god. Now he's about to subscribe to the OnlyFans and start sending DMs. Okay. I really don't want to go on this little scavenger hunt to get Mel food. Can we just focus on the mission, please, Smeagol? Found an egg. You can believe that. Here's your food. One egg.
Very well. This one's easy.
How hungry is she? I gave her an egg. All this for some goddamn eggs. The chores never end. Mel, please. So is it that way? Must be. Hello, Io. I know, I'm playing the Lord of the Rings Gollum game again. I know. I just want to beat it. I know. It's embarrassing. I have to beat it. I know. It's unhealthy. But if someone's got to do it, it might as well be me. What? I don't know what even happened, man. He must have twisted his ankle, I guess? A fatal ankle sprain? Poison ivy. Oh yeah, must have hit some poison ivy. Insta-killed him.
I believe somehow he saw me. Protected me. Come, the gate is not far now.
Didn't protect us.
Why would he protect us, Gollum? We're not a fucking elf, and we don't even believe in him. He's like Santa Claus to us. What are you talking about?
Tricks on Mel.
Dear?
Yeah, elf with the staff.
The elf with the staff must have fled from this stone.
Well, this is gonna be
So
tedious.
This is where Aristo stood.
I'd have to do this all 6
I
times.
think that's right. 3 were men and 3 were maidens.
Can't wait for the sequel where we have to do something similar.
Helen and Dondofer.
63 elves stood around here, and now I don't remember their order. Listen to their memories and put
If
each
I
one
could
in place.
remember how it all happened. The round first. Maybe now focus. Can you follow their echoes?
Yeah, I already found it.
Just guess, precious. Look around.
Oh my god, I found it. It's the goofball with the knife goes here.
More broken things. Looks like a knife.
I'm not. Oh my god. This is the worst one by far. It's actually just wandering around aimlessly, collecting fucking clues. I have explored every goddamn inch of this place. There are 6 stones. I have collected 6 clues, but for some reason 3 of them are not usable. Like, she doesn't like those. Where are the other 3 clues? Just don't understand. Why is this even in the game? This is the fucking worst possible objective. It is actual just aimlessly wandering, looking for fucking clues, and then when you find them, she's like, we all carried a knife, that doesn't mean anything. Arrows? Yeah, we all had arrows. Oh, blood? That could be anybody. There's the boots again. Oh, you're ignoring the main mechanic that the cavern had. The echoes, if you follow the voice, look around to match them to their stone, it'll be easy. No, man! They don't identify the actual items. The reason these echoes are here is because I've already fucking found the items. Look, they don't glow. The important stuff doesn't glow. You still have to randomly fucking stumble upon it, and then you get to use this. That's it. Everything you see here is the ones I've already done. I'm literally looking at one of the important clues that I've already done. And it doesn't glow. Don't you hear whispers in some places? In the water, yeah. But you keep saying not to go in the water. Plus, why would there be clues in the water? I have not once been able to interact with anything in the water in this entire game. Until right now. Amazing. Until right fucking now. What? Oh, he's going for it. Don't let him. He's got the cheese touch. So I don't want her to stay here, right? Because she dies. I don't care one way or the other. Just, it's raining. It's a bad day for rain. Cursed water. The water's no good. They've been putting fluoride in it.
Mel doesn't need the Riddle Master
Oh, he's making his move.
Maybe Riddle Master is gone. Forever.
I heard his voice.
A ghost, perhaps. A voice in the wind. But Smeagol is here now. So lucky she met Smeagol.
Oh, Jesus. Immediately going for a toe suckle?
We can describe gardens to her.
Jesus.
Gardens with flowers. And looked up into the sky.
Oh, he's having a real big flashback.
No, wake up. We didn't do it. It wasn't us. We did nothing. Nothing.
You are mad.
He tried to...
Oh man, she really fucking zoomed out of there. I don't even understand why that was the straw that broke the camel's back for Mel. He's actually been this way the entire time.
Mel.
What? I don't know why that scared her so much. Uh-oh. Now he's battling with a big revelation. Please just be chapter 9. Thank you. Okay, we're making good progress. I just want to be done. I just want to be done.
Voices.
I just want to be done with it. I'm about to have my own little fucking Gollum episode here in a second. Trying to convince me to just stop playing. I just want to be done.
Children love to take my light stones up to the gardens to play. Would you not help me find them?
No.
They look like shining marbles,
No.
as big as your eyes.
No. I am not your goddamn errand boy, please. Don't make me do it. That's cruel and unusual. Oh no. Oh no. Just don't.
To us, you know. Like friends.
Friends trust each other.
Yes, friends do not.
We must know what he asked.
Let's just lie. Let's just lie. If you're not comfortable with it. Oh, actually, no, even better. The truth. That'll save us so many problems. Here. Go.
Your birthday.
That you help her with her lanterns.
That's very thoughtful of you. You know.
Why does she just keep staring at this guy?
In the King's Garden.
Are they falling in love?
I had to shoo them from the old tower.
Why aren't you looking at
I'm
Smeagol?
almost
You are
sure
talking
they
to
left
him.
the light up there.
What is happening?
You know,
Because our feasts are not for strangers, and because your breath would gag our singers. That's just 2 of the many reasons why you're not invited.
keep
What
your
ha-
voice down. This is a
We
solemn
were
occasion.
you were just pretending to be my friend, and now you're calling me stinky. And laying out why I'm not invited to anything with you guys. What? Brother, you can't even keep up the facade for a minute? Watch out, he threw a grenade! A truth grenade!
The King's Grove.
Our feast will be there tonight. I could take you there if you promised to behave. Then again, you always end up disappointing me.
What are you talking about?
If you can do what
All
I
I
shall
do is your fucking chores. I just got you 2 of your stupid fucking lights. How do I only disappoint you? I have only talked to you like 3 times and have done 3 different chores for you, all of which I have done to perfection. Jesus Christ. What is happening? All this just to look at the moon a little better. Oh no! We brought the orcs to the peaceful elves. That guy's so afraid he's hitting some kind of like Irish river dance or something down there. Man's getting him with the jerk. No! He fucking boogied too hard. Damn it. Sometimes wall running and wall climbing just decide not to work.
Yes. Throw a stone, distract them.
Drop your weapon, alright? Let's talk this out.
None of these people have been nice to me.
Which one of them?
What?
Nice. We helped with a murder. Hey, you're welcome. Oh, you two are nothing but fucking mean to me. What am I trying to make here?
Right.
I'm trying to make a deer?
That doesn't look like anything. Yes.
Stay close to me and cover your eyes. Karandil.
Thanks to Tier 1 Joey, and the Prime Kermit, and the resub Dirty Wolf, Mary, and Tier 1 Finest, and the resub Eggnog and Majesty. Solar Flare, no! Bested yet again. They heard the words though, they can just go up and say it, right?
Elvish cursed, is it? Orcs will find another way soon.
Stay away from me.
Smeagol never meant to hurt her. Mel must believe me.
Stay back.
What? You didn't have to take me in here, you know? Why are you acting like this? What? If you're afraid of me, why did you grab my hand and pull me in? You could have actually just left me out there and came in by yourself then. If you want to be so stubborn. This doesn't make any sense. The only reason I am here is because you dragged me in here. Now you're trying to like shoo me away like a dog.
Is it lost?
I had an open door prompt, but the door was already open. Even the game was confused.
Mel.
It blinded me.
Just immediately whining? Come on now. It's been so many years. Is this gonna be a love triangle situation? That'd be so hype.
They changed.
I didn't change you.
You guys hold my hands and lift me up.
Still wear my ring.
I do.
Smeagol, I'm sorry. I was listening for Gwendole's voice. What's wrong?
Don't trust him. He posted cringe on Reddit once.
Shouldn't trust the Riddle Master.
Leave with me instead.
Don't be scared of him. He's my friend. You can trust him. Good luck.
Oh, damn it. Well, she did say friend. That bodes well. Gwendol, no!
Snake, what's happened?
I tried to take the stairs.
There's some Coopers.
Exactly. I can't move it.
What? What is that answer?
Mel.
I tried to take the stairs. There are no stairs, exactly. So how did you hurt your leg?
The gate. Be alone again, will he? No, never. I wish the Riddle Master was dead.
That's so cute. Nice. We could also just be friends with the Riddle Master too, and then we'll have, like, 2 friends. Because he doesn't seem romantically interested in Mel, I don't think. He keeps using her like a mom figure to, like, protect him. So why not have, like, 2 parents here? Gwendol, I solved everything, but I'm going to have to throttle you. How did he not see Gwendol? Oh, he's going to alert the orc with the rock. And have Gwendol executed.
Scared little orc, hmm? But this is our riddle master.
Oh. Damn. So far, like, these are the only choices that make any level of difference. I wonder which will be the more entertaining outcome if I kill the orc and get cucked, or kill the elf and get friend-zoned. Let's see what the cuck ending looks like. Nice. We came out on top.
Wait.
Mel! I did it! Oh, who's this? No fucking way, they just killed the daughter off screen? What the fuck? She was like an important character throughout like the entire 6 hours in the Mordor. And now she's just here dead somehow, I guess. Maybe a pot fell on her, I don't really know. Why? Wow. They couldn't even be bothered? She was like the major antagonist for the first like however many hours in Mordor. Shocking. That's shocking.
No, we don't.
Oh! Mel's using levitation magic.
Destroy it.
Only one question left to answer.
No more riddles. The answer is time.
Where does the sun go up?
Where does he linger? What does a storm illume with glistening rays?
Oh my god, it's a battle of riddles.
The night.
What is happening? What? Why doesn't he just kill her? Take this! That's so big. So what is this? What am I doing? So I'm just stabbing this giant golden snitch or something, and this stops Sauron for some reason.
Very well.
Okay.
I'm calm now. See? I have no bolts left.
Liar!
It wasn't your fault. I was angry. Let us talk.
Okay, well if you apologize, that's all that matters. But I've got one last brain-busting riddle for you. What's lighter than a feather, yet the strongest man in the world can't hold it for very long? Your breath! Yeah! Throttle him. Jesus Christ, Colin, just fucking throttle him. No! My bird! Oh, my bird saved me! Thanks, bird. Yeah! We're doing it! Oh, we don't get the satisfaction of seeing it. Alright, we don't feel like animating it. Just do some shadows. Call it a day. That was epic. That was huge. Now give him a wet willy. Make sure he's really dead. Hey, Mel. It's me, Gwendol. You can tell by the way my lips feel. Uh-oh. What? I actually just don't get it. What would even be the thought process? The whole reason we even did this was for their protection. To help us. Killing them would serve no purpose.
Smeagol?
Oh, okay, we decided against it. What a game. What an experience. What an experience. Oh my god, it's still good. This is actually like the 20th ending cutscene in a row. What is going on? Man, that feels good to be done with. If you've got a full belly, prepare yourself because you might just puke upon seeing and listening to this unbelievable, embarrassing cringe. This is the worst flirting, the worst attempt at wooing a potential romantic interest I have ever seen. This is like playing a visual novel and then scaring away all of your potential love interests at once and getting the worst ending. Now, I'd like to give a bit of context here to the situation before we really dive into the meatballs from our spaghetti entree of cringe. A user on Twitter posted screenshots as well as videos from a random guy who had reached out to her on Facebook because he had seen her on a dating app. The two didn't even match, and I guess he must have assumed that it was some kind of glitch because they were destined to be lovers. It was fate that was pulling them together, but unfortunately technology had a malfunction, so he took matters into his own hands, tracked her down on Facebook, of which she had no connection to the dating app. She didn't connect any of her socials to the dating app, so he did some super sleuthing to find her on Facebook and reach out to her there to try and win her heart. And let's see how that went. Kelsey! I love that intro right there. It's straight out of Scary Movie, like that old commercial. What's up? He's coming at her like they're best friends from way back in the day. He then executes Order 66 and kills all potential for romance. He goes, I mean, okay, shit. Mayhaps that was a tad overly enthusiastic for a stranger danger message on a sunny Friday morning. There is so much quirk to the way that he texts that I'm getting uncomfortable. I can say with a high level of confidence that he is definitely in some kind of theater troupe because he is typing like he's acting out some kind of skit for a play. It's a little much here. My bad. Let's go with, I can explain. Fuck yeah, that works. Then drops a couple of emojis and then one of these bad boys. How she didn't immediately fall in love with this man is beyond me. This is aggressive. And it's already creepy because it's a complete stranger who saw her on a dating app and then tracked her down in order to, really directly communicate with her. So, let's go over where things went wrong here. I'll go ahead and get the playbook out like John Madden and say where everything fell apart for the offense. From the start, basically. There is nothing that's even remotely salvageable from what he tried to do here. There is nothing more annoying than texting like you're talking to yourself during the texts. Like when you say something like, Kelsey, oh wait, shit, mayhaps that was a tad too far on a stranger danger sunny Friday afternoon. Goodness gracious, how do I save this? Like that is so fucking lame. That is shameful. That is just downright shameful. I am shocked he didn't drop like an asterisk nuzzles you, and then an asterisk, you there? Yeah, and then one of those emojis. So she said, sorry, do I know you? And then it reactivates this cringe protocol. He says, oh hey, no we don't know each other. Sincere apologies for the subterfuge. Oh brother, this guy stinks. Dropping subterfuge here in your creepy approach to a stranger. If you give me the tiniest bit of room, I'd be happy to explain. I reckon that said explanation will bring laughs and smiles. P.S. Not trying to rope you into a pyramid scheme to sell fancy Tupperware. Yet. He's trying very hard to be self-aware, and when he starts sending his voice memos to her, he reiterates 1,000 times like, this is weird, you're probably gonna think I'm weird, and then just keeps doing it. He sends so many voice messages that go for a long, long time. It's making my voice crack because of how fucking embarrassing it is. And you want to know the wildest part? I'm getting ahead of myself, and it's a spoiler. He has done this to multiple women, apparently. Other women have come forward after this tweet and all of this, the receipts here and all that went viral, with other women showing their interactions with him, and he even uses like the exact same lines on other women, which is really odd considering that has to be a 0% success rate. These can't be working well at all. It's so weird. So she decides to play ball here and open Pandora's box to see what comes out. She says, explain away. And he gives a brief, cool guy thing. Oh god, I just spent 60 minutes singing to seniors and man am I drained. But fuck it, I can do this. He's hyping himself up in the text messages he is sending to this girl. It is so embarrassing, and he keeps doing it, but it gets worse because right after that, he sends a voice message.
Hey, Kelsey, how's it going? Don't mind me, I fucking hate texting. I think we're all better without it, so I usually use one of these when I can. Also, I don't know if you've ever seen that Key and Peele skit, but that's how I feel about texting. I could go on. Anyway, I just want you to know right off the bat, I fully accept how fucking weird this is. I'm sorry, but like I said, I think if you give me a second, you'll probably end up laughing. And not that you need my permission, but feel free to just laugh directly at me for being a fucking idiot, for I am surely about to embarrass myself right now.
I do appreciate your stamp of approval. I and everyone else will be laughing directly at you for this, and I appreciate that you recognize what an unbelievably weird thing it is to do. I don't know why you keep doing it. This is the first of many voice messages he sends, even after recognizing this immutable fact that it is weird and embarrassing.
And sorry for the delay. I was going to get back to you, but someone called about a gig tomorrow and I'm trying to help them find a musician. Also, I'm not sure if I'm fucking funny anymore. I just spent 60 minutes, like I said, playing guitar and singing to a room full of senior citizens, but the room was stuffy and hot. I had to do it with a surgical mask on, and I'm not sure if I have any funny or social energy left, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try and fake it right now. So thank you for your understanding and patience, and here goes nothing. I'm a fucking idiot. Enjoy.
He's actually treating this like it's some kind of movie audition. What are you talking about? I also I love that he immediately makes himself seem like super busy, like, hey, sorry for the delay. I know you were waiting on bated breath for my explanation, but I had to help very big musicians find a gig. You may have heard of them before. Bring Me the Horizon. Yeah, I'm the lead singer. So I had a lot going on. I was double booked, so I had to give them a different band. You may have heard of them, Metallica. But anyway, let me go ahead and explain what's going on. I just finished one of my own gigs, in fact, so I'm a little drained, but don't be perturbed because I'm gonna do my best to fake it. So stay tuned for part 2. It's coming right up. Like he's about to go through his stand-up comedy routine, which you don't want to miss.
In the trenches of online dating for a couple of years, so I definitely know how to identify the kind of person I'm like, if nothing else, the world would be better if we were friends. So hear me out. First of all, I never fucking see that shrug emoji. No one else uses it. It's typed into my phone. If I type shrug with 2 G's, it just shows up. Same thing on my laptop. Like I'll use it in work emails. Fuck it. So right away I'm like, interesting. I don't get it though. She's cute. For how pretty she is, she should be boring. Why does she seem kind of strange in a good way?
That's a spectacular start right there. I was like, she's kind of pretty, so why isn't she like a fucking lobotomite boring dumbass? Like, she used an emoji that I really like, and she's pretty. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Pretty women can't have a personality, but you're like defying all of science right now. He just keeps going on about this fucking shrug emoji. He's talking about her bio on the dating site, and he just really fixates on that. That shrug emoji is like Cupid's arrow to this guy. He fell in love instantly when he saw it in her bio. I don't know why he thought it was a compliment to say that she's like strange and different in a good way because pretty women are like boring or whatever, insinuates that a pretty girl can't have a personality. I don't know what the thought process was with that approach, but it's definitely a bold play.
I think you said something about live music. My job is actually live music. I play guitar and sing. I do about 25 shows a month. I know it sounds made up. I feel like I invented the job. It's redonkulous, but I live very comfortably. Life is good. I do play at a lot of retirement homes, and it's great for my self-esteem, Kels, as I am a big hit with women over 80.
Time out. Technical foul here. He just dropped a redonkulous. He just said redonkulous. And then not only that, in his only second voice message here, he's already just calling her Kels. They're not even on like a first name basis. They're not acquaintances. These are 2 complete strangers, and he's already giving her like a nickname. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, and just the night before, I'd been talking to one of my best friends in the world, Roxy. Just people that like match you and they just write hey. So if someone writes hey, I just write hi. And if someone writes sup, I go nothing much, you. And like people that match me and clearly haven't read my fucking bio, folks will match and be like, so what do you do for a living? I'm like, come on, Chelsea. Like, yeah, you're kind of cute, but I'm pretty damn sweet. Try harder.
Why are you even talking about this? You're like trauma dumping on this complete stranger right now that you've tracked down from a dating app to try and communicate directly with because you didn't match with her. What the fuck is this? Now you're just going on about like, dating apps are so weird. People just say like, hey. So then I'm like, hi. You don't know how to have a conversation. You didn't read the bio that I painstakingly typed up. I spent a long time on that bio and now I'm offended. Ridiculous. Redonkulous.
I don't know. It's just to see someone mention that in a bio, I'm like, thank you. I can see that you feel the same as me. Yeah, if people, I always think that effort should match interest in dating. So if you're curious if someone's interested or not, remember that scene with Justin Long and What's-Her-Face in that movie about dating? Is it he's just not that into you? And he's like, if the guy's interested, he will call. And it's true. So I found a line a couple of years ago and it's like, effort will always match interest. It will show you how interested someone is. And like, I'm pretty goddamn sweet and I am not that lonely, bored, or horny. I'm not going to take breadcrumbs from someone if I want a sandwich. So if someone hits me with a hey or hi, you can go fuck yourself.
He's just sounding like a complete unhinged asshole here. It's not that deep. What do you mean they can just go fuck themselves? No one's even, like, what does this have to do with anything in this situation? This isn't even flirting. This is just blurting. He's just blurting out all of the most nonsensical shit in his head right now to a complete stranger. And not only that, this is probably not even his first take. I bet he recorded this like 10 times until he had one that was like, this is the one. This was smooth. And that's what we got here. We got the final product. This isn't even like the first draft, I doubt. That's mind-blowing.
I'm worth more. Damn it. This is where the Kelly Clarkson song comes in. Yeah, no, your bio is just, there was so much intentional effort put in, and honestly, the more I scroll down in the pics, I'm like, this does not match up. I don't want to sound like an asshole. Like, attractive people can also be interesting and funny, but it's just incredibly rare. I speak for myself, because I'd like to consider myself one of those.
That's the end of Chapter 2 from the voice memos, but don't worry, there's still a finale, and it's the extended director's cut. The next one's over 5 minutes long. Also, he doubles down in this whole, like, yeah, you're, like, pretty, but you have a personality, which that just does not happen. I don't know why he thinks that that's some kind of, like, grand compliment. It's very odd. Now, before playing the 5-minute, 30-second monologue here, he must have seen that she listened to it. He's like, gotcha! Yeah, I gotcha! Red-handed, you listen to it. Curiosity got the better of you. And then she says, dude, so you saw me on Bumble and found me on Facebook? How? Clearly very creeped out by it, understandably. And then he goes, oh, I honestly just typed in Kelsey and I guess I got lucky. I figured because you put live music we might have some friends in common or something. I blame Zuckerberg, and then laughing emoji. Which contradicts everything that he's said here because he's constantly talking and referencing her bio, which I think is referring to her dating profile bio. Especially because he does mention, like, online dating with hays and highs and shit. So I don't even know why he thought that would somehow save the situation. Like, she'd be fooled by it.
For the love of fuck. I was like 2 minutes into one, and it was awesome and funny, and I was so proud of it, and then someone called me again about a gig this evening, and it's like, you know that thing where your friends know you're busy or you're on a date or something, and then that's when they decide to call? Jesus Christ.
Excellent. Chef's kiss. This is how you start a romantic message. Oh, for the love of fuck. I was in the middle of something spectacular. You were gonna love it, Kels. You were gonna love it. Trust me. But then one of my fucking asshole friends called me about a gig because I'm so busy being a successful live musician. Can you believe that, Kels? Can you believe that? It's like those things, you know, where like we both go on dates, right? I go on dates. Clearly, you go on dates, and sometimes when you're just busy, people call. It's Jesus Christ.
But yeah, no, your bio was just the fucking bee's knees. I mean, listen, top 3 in like the hundreds or thousands I've seen. It was just, I don't know. I'm a very good judge of character, and you just seem like my kind of person. And I'm not saying we're star-crossed lovers. I don't know you, and you don't know me.
That's 100% correct. You don't know each other. So why are you doing this? This is not how you get to know someone. This is concerning. Also, you should never admit to seeing hundreds or thousands of dating profile bios. That makes you sound very desperate, that you spend all of your time on these dating apps, perusing it, cruising around, and if you don't match with someone you found attractive or interesting based on their bio, you go out of your way to find them elsewhere to try and talk to them, which is very scary behavior.
I fully accept how strange and unconventional this is. I got a vibe and I figured I gotta go with it. I was like in a really good mood that day. I don't know. I'm totally winging it. But yeah, a lot of my close friends are women, and everyone, unfortunately, has a couple stories of having to block someone's number, or an ex just won't leave them alone, or going to the cops. Fuck, dude, I've had to block a few numbers of crazy people that didn't know they were crazy. So I really, really apologize sincerely if this in any way like triggered that, or it was weird or whatever. Kelsey, that's the furthest thing from my intention. I just wanted to say howdy, and I figured if I talk like an idiot, you'd probably feel like I did after I looked at your bio.
It's so close. He's teetering on the edge of self-awareness. Him saying all of this out loud should have led to this eureka moment where he was overcome with immense shame, and he just presses the eject button and deletes the voice memo and doesn't continue this conversation. Like, he's clearly pointing out just how weird all of this is. He's even going into all of his friends are women who, you know, have stories about having to block crazy people who didn't know they were crazy. Like, case in point, what you're doing here, but you keep trying to, like, make it seem like it's not weird, even though you do keep acknowledging how weird it is. So, like, you're fighting, like, a battle against yourself in your own messages. You are calling yourself out in front of the person that you're talking to as well. It's really weird.
Oh, okay. It's not fair. You've seen mine, or sorry, I've seen yours and you have not seen mine. If you want, I will screenshot my Bumble bio. I'm quite proud of it. I think it's pretty fucking good. It represents me well. And what else would I want to know if I was you? Gee, I'm like 6 feet tall, pretty damn handsome. I'd give me like a 7. No, like a 7.5 out of 10 looks-wise. I mean, to my knowledge, no one has dated me for my abs or my hair. I'm guessing it's because I'm funny and honest and clearly very humble and go to therapy and emotionally intelligent.
It's not a job interview, bro. You don't need to be giving your resume here. Brother, just stop. Please, goodness gracious.
7.5, maybe even an 8. I'm feeling really fucking good lately. I got a tan. I'm up to like 80-second side planks. I hate them, but they're totally worth it for the core. And big feet. So you know what that means, baby doll. Big socks.
You're scaring me. You are scaring me. Why would you do that? What? From way downtown here, he's throwing up a crazy jump shot. He immediately goes into, I've got big feet. You know what that means, baby girl. Oh my lord, please. Have mercy. Have mercy. Why? Why?
What else? I feel like I didn't tell you enough about the bio too. That shrug emoji was just, if nothing else, the fact that like you look like a Disney princess and you use that, I'm like, fuck it, I gotta talk to her. So, oh, I was definitely getting strong Kirsten Bell vibes too, and she's awesome. I don't know if you listen to her husband's podcast, Armchair Expert with Dax Shepard. I know it's quite the reference, but I have a feeling you might know what that is. One of my favorite episodes, actually, is it Lauren Graham that plays Lorelai? She was on there. Anyway, I am all over the fucking place, as is my job.
You're also all over the place in this one-sided conversation. Now you're shouting out podcasts, talking about fucking shrug emoji again. It's hurting me listening to this. Let this be a lesson to everyone out there watching this. Just don't do anything even remotely like this. Never engage in a one-sided conversation where you have to be the one filling in blanks in a conversation that doesn't really exist.
But I'm sitting here, a middle-aged guy in his car with the AC on and a SpongeBob shirt, and I would call this like the technological version of, you know, when like Noah stops Allie in The Notebook and he's like, I had to talk to you when I see something I want. Yes, I just made a Notebook reference. I don't know. I'm being a total idiot right now. So if nothing else, I figured you'd have a laugh and a smile and you can fucking make fun of me to your friends. I don't know. Now you have a solo podcast for a guy that makes like $6,000 a month on a microphone being an idiot.
He was right. This is something that everyone can laugh about and have a big smile on their face, making fun of this whole situation. And then out of nowhere, he drops like his salary from his job, like to flex. He just like slides that in there, which, I mean, it's an interesting strategy yet again. This guy's got a wild book of tricks.
I'm sorry, I don't normally bring up money, but I feel like I created my job out of thin air, and like I just submitted my 2022 taxes, and shit's been getting so much better the last few years, so I'm quite proud of it. That wasn't me trying to impress you though with money. I've got way more impressive shit than that. It just slipped out. I hope we can still be friends. Anyway,
Why leave it in there then? You saying that clearly made you uncomfortable. You could have just deleted this and just tried again. Though I don't think you should have tried again regardless. This shouldn't have happened to begin with. But you yourself just made yourself puke in your mouth when you said your $6,000 a month out loud like that as like a flex, and you still let it ride. You still let this Beyblade rip. Why?
You look like a goddamn Disney princess. The bio completely floored me. I felt like it was written by a friend or something. I just got like strong, like fellow neurodivergent, super cool, gregarious, happy person vibes. And yeah, so listen, I'm an open book. You probably figured that out like 6 overshares ago. If you have any questions for me, please hit me. Don't be shy. If you want, I'll share my bio. I feel like it's unfair that, I've seen yours and you haven't seen mine. I'm quite proud of my bio.
This entire situation has been nothing but overshares from you. She's not going to ask you any questions. No sane person would. It's not going to happen. This whole thing was a complete catastrophe. And once again, hung up on this fucking bio thing. They're just bios. Most people write them in 10 seconds. I don't know how long he spent, like, finally crafting his, but that is not the norm. I'm sure she didn't spend days coming up with her bio on here. I don't know how it resonated so strongly with this guy, but I bet after this whole song and dance, the woman here immediately just deleted her whole account, or at the very least removed the bio entirely.
Yeah, for the 80th time, I apologize if this was weird, or like gave you any bad vibes. That's not my intention. Yeah, I gotta drive home now because I gotta go sing at a bar in Mississauga, and I have 4 more gigs this weekend, and it hurts to talk. So I'm sitting here in my car like a jackass, and yeah, I hope that all made some kind of sense. And if nothing else, please take the sincere compliment. I've seen hundreds of shitty bios, probably thousands, and yours was easily top 3. The only reason I'm not giving you number 1 is because then it would seem like I'm lying. But I'm a very genuine, honest person, and yeah. Actually, on my way home, I'm going to go to the park and feed the ducks. My favorite swan couple, Mr. Plump and Mrs. Plumfett, they just had babies a couple weeks ago. So, like, I'll run up and they recognize me and the babies are squeaking. The hierarchy of, like, waterfowl cute babies, it goes swan babies, then ducklings, and then goslings. But, yes, I may or may not do that 4 to 7 times a week. I'm a huge animal lover. Dogs are better than cats. Cats suck. Sorry if you have cats, but I'm sure your cat is cool.
That was one of the most peculiar lies I've ever heard. You're going to stop at the park on the way home so you can visit your favorite swan couple, Mr. Plumph and Mrs. Plumfett, because they just had babies a couple weeks ago, and they recognize you and get excited and start squeaking when you come by, like you're part of the family, part of the crew, part of the ship. What universe? What the fuck? That's not even something Dr. Seuss would write as like a little goofy side plot in a story. That is the biggest lie I've ever heard, for no reason, for no reason. The quirkiness is overloading. Like the cup runneth over on quirk. Wow.
And yeah, take the compliment. Anyway, apologies if this totally like intruded on your day, opposite of my intention. And yeah, your bio was fucking awesome. I mean, there's a couple other assets I noticed too, but I cannot mention them without sounding like a fuckboy, so I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm sure you've worked very hard to be in the shape you're in, but goddamn, lady. God damn, I would not kick you out of bed for eating crackers. So I figured if you are half as funny as you seem to be and half as cool as I got from that bio, I would say howdy. Yeah, all right. Hope this made you laugh and smile, and you have a fantastical day, Kelsey. Cheers.
And that's the grand finale of this whole situation, and what a journey it was. I find this to be probably the best example of the worst approach to romance imaginable. And like I said, this was not an isolated incident. He's done this before. He's even used the same lines before. Which is it's so wild. It's so wild. I had to talk about it. I had to. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Good evening. I was feeling rather sophisticated, so I threw on a pair of these spectacles. They're not like a prescription or anything, unless that prescription is an ass beating on blue light, because these are just some blue light blocking glasses, I think. The main purpose is they're supposed to help you sleep better, and I've been having a hard time going night-night recently, so I'm giving them a whirl to see if they help at all. This isn't like a hashtag ad or anything, it's just I know most of you haven't seen me in glasses, so I wanted to explain the jump scare here, because I've learned it's always an alarming situation when I don't look exactly the same like a goddamn cartoon character. So anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to make fun of some losers, some turbo douchebags that just recently embarrassed themselves. I'm sure a lot of you have already seen the clip. I don't know if I can show the clip, so I'm just going to show an image from it and explain what happened. Yesterday was Gamescom, which is a huge gaming showcase where a lot of trailers and a lot of information come out about games that are coming up, and it's something a lot of people tune into. It's hosted by Jeff Keighley, and pretty much right off rip for the presentation, a rowdy little rascal in the audience went up on stage with his goofy, glue-sniffing sidekick and did a little unholy fusion dance of cringe, just interrupting the whole thing for this.
Don't be jealous. I'm not allowed to say anything about it. Yes, exactly. All right. Well, guys. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Really disappointed. They're disappointed. That's just so disappointing. This is such a special night for so many developers.
Goober really tried to emulate Matan. I'm sure most of you remember the Bill Clinton kid from last year. After the Game of the Year award was given out, he went on to the mic and said that he wants to dedicate the award to his reformed rabbi, Bill Clinton. And it actually, blew up his online presence as a result of that. And this absolute goofball thought he could get the same thing happen to him. So he went up on stage, tried the same thing basically, and got zero clout, and nobody laughed. It was just met with sighs and boos. Oh brother, this guy stinks. And he wasn't alone. Most people don't even realize that there was a friend of his that went up there with him. So if you freeze frame right here, and I feel like I'm getting in a fucking some kind of film Easter egg here where I have to break it down in order for you to see the hidden messages. There is another guy on stage who is not supposed to be there. He's the guy doing this pose, are you not entertained? And the answer was a resounding no. Nobody was. This is lame as fuck. He had the gall to put his online handles on his shirt, thinking that people would flock to it and be like, wow, that was such a good troll. But what's so good is no one even realized he was there. This man was basically invisible. I had to catch him like some kind of ghost in a photograph. I had to freeze frame because I thought I caught a glimpse of something, and it was this dumb asshole. So he tried to get, clout out of it even more desperately than his friend who just went up there with the Bill Clinton wants GTA 6 line. He actually put his handles here, and nobody saw it. The camera cut away too quick to see it, and even if you do pause it, it's too blurry because he was moving too fast for it to actually pick up what the words say. And just when you thought the L couldn't get any bigger here, what if I told you this isn't that one guy's first time doing it? A couple years ago, he went on a different show in Germany and basically did the same routine but without Bill Clinton. He just said, GTA 6, where's GTA 6? And got water thrown on him and kicked out. It's just so pathetic. Extraordinarily desperate for just an ounce of attention. And he doesn't even get that. People just boo and move on, completely forgetting about this guy. It already happened to him once a couple years ago, so he said, you know what? What about second breakfast? And tries it again. This time he tried to follow the recipe that Matan laid down, but he was unable to get in the kitchen and get the same result here. He tried to copy his homework but failed. So he got no clout, no attention, nothing out of it. Just a complete waste. Legitimately just a massive waste. And his friend, even bigger waste. They need to be stricter with security here. This has to be a wake-up call. Last year was bad enough because Matan was on stage for the entire acceptance speech. He was on stage for 15 minutes and no one did shit. No one recognized he wasn't supposed to be there. This guy walked right up, no problem, no questions asked, and also lingered for quite some time, him and his friend. That's just dangerous. That is just dangerous. The security has got to be improved at these kind of events. Otherwise, people are going to stop going to them from the industry because it's just downright not safe. You could have an absolute fucking lunatic in the crowd that goes up that's doing more than just saying Bill Clinton. It's pretty crazy that they haven't taken those steps to ensure this doesn't happen again. Because now it's happened twice. Also, I just wish Jeff Keighley was a little bit more mean in a situation like this. Him telling them that it's disappointing, like he's right, it definitely is disappointing and pathetic stuff, but go a little harder. This is that kind of special, embarrassing moment that will haunt you for the rest of your life, and I just wish Jeff Keighley put that little cherry on top of the cake. Like, I would have laughed my little tookus off if Jeff Keighley just hit them with like a sarcastic, haha, good one. Just something. Because this was a flop. And just imagine Jeff Keighley driving the nail even deeper. Just in the moment, making sure that he rubs their nose in it. Like, damn, you know, I got paid a visit by the doofus committee here. You came on stage, you stunk it up with this cringe. What a waste of time. Like, I just wish he had done something to, like, really highlight to their face how embarrassing this should be for them. Now, obviously, I think these two didn't get, like, thrown in the slammer or anything. They probably just got trespassed from the venue or something, maybe. I don't even really know. But no doubt they went home super giddy to see the response, hoping that their follower numbers got pumped up or something, and this stirred a big controversy. And I can only imagine the shock and disgust that washed over them when they realized nobody fucking cared. Nobody knew who they were. People quickly made fun of them and moved on. It didn't even trend. There were just like 2 posts about it, one from Zexerto. It was just like 500 comments in total across both posts, and people couldn't even be bothered to throw tomatoes. They'd either just leave a picture of Matan and saying like, the worst copycat attempt I've ever seen, or not even that much, just something like weak and moving on. This was probably one of the worst plays for attention I've ever seen. It's got me talking about it though, but that's only because I love to roll around in the mud of silliness, and this is quite silly. They tried so fucking hard to get some kind of attention from this. One of them tried twice, and both attempts fell right on their fucking face. It just, nothing, less than nothing out of this for them. Just now, a little Boy Scout badge of shame that they can both remember fondly, I guess. I'm really hoping this doesn't become some new trend. This is the second time it's happened, and hopefully the last one. I think it should be buried after this last awful attempt here. I'm hoping this Bill Clinton, charging the stage meme doesn't continue past this. And I really do hope they start upping the security and actually taking security seriously at the upcoming events. That way this kind of shit doesn't even have a chance of happening at like the upcoming Game Awards or anything. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really about it. So yeah. This is an embarrassing thing to admit out loud, but I've recently found a great guilty pleasure that I've been consuming like junk food. It's those ridiculously cringe podcasts where a few dudes, pseudo-intellectuals, bring on a bunch of women and have the worst debates of all time. It's a forsaken wasteland where normal thinking goes to die. A thunderdome of delusion. It is brain-melting. It reminds me of those old PSAs for the dangers of smoking cigarettes, and they'll like open up someone's chest and be like, this is what your lungs look like when you smoke, and it's like yellow and oozing, covered in this like disgusting slime, and it's very fucking yucky. This is like that, but instead of showing you your lungs on cigarettes, it's your brain when watching this content, and it's fucking revolting. Like, it is actual brain rot, and I can't look away.
And goes into a marriage and has kids when they're like 18, 19, 20, and then a year into the relationship, it gets really, really abusive.
From who?
From both.
This is so rare.
Anyone
So
really.
rare.
I mean, it happens.
Go on.
My point is, I'm just, even though it might be rare from what you guys think.
It is.
I already just find this painful. She's asking a very simple question and setting it up, talking about abuse. And already the dudes here are like, this is ridiculous. This is exceptionally rare. This is damn near science fiction. Abuse? Never even heard of it. That's like winning the lottery twice level of astronomical odds. Abuse is, it is very uncommon, very rare. As a way of trying to like kind of shut it down already, like, you're choosing something very fringe and outlandish. Abuse is, it's like a unicorn. It almost doesn't exist. But anyway, crazy lady, go on with your hypothetical abuse thing or whatever you called it. It's just trying to downplay it, which I think is just cringe.
If it would happen, what would you recommend for those people to do? Would they divorce, or do you want them to keep going in the relationship?
Keep going. You can't divorce. I mean, that's not a real thing. You can like separate. See, his Catholic background shines through. He knows. You can't divorce. You can separate, but you can't actually divorce. That's not a real thing.
Even though it might be like physically abusive.
You got to endure. People are too.
You want to stick in the relationship.
People are just.
See, I mean, look,
people
I'm gonna be
nowadays
honest.
are just. Everybody quits. Everybody gives up. It's too hard. I'm this XYZ. This is why I'm special, so I can fuck up this entire situation based upon me being special.
The clown puts himself front and center here. You're looking at the chief entertainment for this episode. Fucking discount Walmart brand Sal from Impractical Jokers here. His name's Jonathan, and let me just tell you, he's got some opinions, and man, oh man, are they a stinker. So, the question is very simple. If there's an abusive relationship, an abusive marriage, should the marriage end? You know, if the woman is being abused, or even if the man is being abused. The woman who asked the question, her name is Melina, and she doesn't just make it exclusive to women getting abused. Men can also be victims of abuse, something that Jonathan heavily disagrees with. We'll get to that later on. But he is saying that, if it's an abusive relationship, you have to endure. This is the problem with snowflake society now. Everyone's such a pussy, so they'll ruin a marriage because they think they're so special. You absolute fucking troglodyte. It's not about being special, it's about not getting beat the fuck up in a marriage. There's no excuse for abusing your spouse, whether it's physical or mental. Like, there is a right answer to this question. And the answer is yes, the marriage should end if it's abusive. 100%. Whether it's the woman or the man being abused, it should straight up end. There's no enduring. This isn't one of those situations where it's like, there's greener pastures once you get through a couple of the black eyes and broken bones. You know, my husband may have beat the fuck out of me a couple nights ago, but he also took me to a really fancy steakhouse and I had an absolute bangin' filet. So, all of the abuse was worth it, and I'm a little happier today. It's ridiculous. This is honestly making me concerned. My heart is breaking for whatever woman he's in a relationship with. I'm imagining this guy treating relationships like it's Fight Club. If my partner can't roll with my knuckle sandwiches without crying about it and she wants to leave for it, well then good riddance to her toots. Jesus Christ, special snowflakes can't handle a few of my right hooks. Ridiculous. That's frightening. That is a frightening mentality. That you're telling someone to just endure physical or even mental abuse in a relationship and calling them like a special snowflake or a pussy if they don't. That's crazy. And also his cohort there, the goofball he's in cahoots with, who's like, man, divorce isn't real. Divorce is make-believe. It's hocus pocus. There's no such thing as divorce. Yes, if you're getting abused, you can't divorce, obviously. This is a wild episode.
And the reality is people just haven't learned to endure. There have been hard times in relationship. I'm sure you guys had hard times in relationship. Any relationship has hard times. Okay. And it is what it is. You need to push through and you need to endure because we're in this abused? Hold on. Because we're in this situation now, like where everybody's just creating this like super nuanced, like 1% example of like, well, what if the kid's transgender, black, and abused, and he's a Black Lives Matter supporter? Like, cool. Okay, yeah. I get like that one minute
but I'm asking
situation.
For anyone that might be in that situation, what would you recommend?
Okay,
endure.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
Endure.
I don't. That's. I'll tell you what.
Endure.
I'll tell you what I would do.
A lot of diarrhea fell out of his mouth on this one here, so there's a lot to break down. He had an actual episode of psychosis there. He just started spitting shit that never even came up. It's a very simple question. It really wasn't nuanced. She just said, in an abusive relationship, should the marriage end? It really doesn't get more simple than that. A fucking child could understand the question. There wasn't anything about, like, all these nuance that you bring up. But anyway, Smash Mouth has his meltdown there for a second, but his message is still the same. No matter what, you gotta endure. You gotta endure the abuse. He even has the chutzpah to equate abuse to just a hard time in a relationship, as if it's just some little obstacle, little hiccup that every relationship goes through. Brother, abuse is not a hard time in a relationship. That is a fucking crime. That is when a relationship ends, should end.
I wouldn't want my daughter in that situation, quite frankly. And I understand the argument to endure because I have people close to me who grew up in abusive households and it lasted for periods of time and it was a phase and they endured through it. and they ended up raising healthy, successful families.
Their faces really tell the whole story here. This reaction's pretty on par with that statement. Abuse is not a phase. It shouldn't be a phase. This isn't a normal thing. There's no reason to start normalizing abusive relationships as something every couple needs to go through or will go through. Abuse isn't acceptable. Full stop. Like, that's where... This was a really easy slam dunk for these dudes to answer. Should a marriage end when it gets abusive, whether for the woman or the man? And the answer is easy. It's yes. A relationship isn't something where there should be an abusive phase. If there is an abusive partner, that partner needs to seek legitimate help and get help for controlling whatever violent urges or impulses they have. But that doesn't mean that the other partner needs to stay in the relationship while they're getting that help. Especially not if there's children in the household, because not only is it dangerous for the partner, it's dangerous for the kid to be around as well. I think it's very simple. I don't think it's that nuanced. Abuse just isn't acceptable. Like, that's a super easy thing for a normal person to answer, but we've cultivated this culture online where everything needs to be like a debate, even on the simplest topics. Like, you just saw Smash Mouth have that meltdown, like, oh, you're getting into all this crazy 0.1% example nuance of abuse and then all of these other factors, like, out of nowhere, when that wasn't even what was discussed. It is the easiest black and white question.
To an extent.
So you would say that to stick in those relationships that might be abusive to everyone involved and a child, if there's a child.
I'm not saying like, hey, stick in the relationship and get the shit beat out of you by a husband.
I'm just asking you what you believe.
I'm just telling you.
Even if it's a small extreme thing, I'm just asking you what you think if you should stick in that relationship or not.
It is such an extreme example that I can't give a prescription for what other people should do. There is an element.
God damn it, it's not even an extreme example. If you just Google it for like 15 seconds, there's so many different studies conducted on the topic, and according to a lot of the different numbers, all of which are a little different, but most of them agree that at least 20% of all marriages are abusive at some point in time. And that's just in reported cases. Like, it's not an extreme example. It's really not. But even if it was, it doesn't even change the question. Like, even in the extreme example here, it's still a very easy answer that, yes, that marriage should end. There is a problem. Now, this guy here is trying to play nice with everybody, so he's like, oh, yes, even this goober over here talking about endure. I mean, there's almost an element of something salvageable of his point, when there's not. Like, there's no excuse. Like, you shouldn't be enduring abuse, like, under any circumstance, but he's really trying to give an olive branch over there for some fucking reason. But this guy is at least admitting, like, he wouldn't want his daughter in that. So he does outright say, like, yes, a woman shouldn't be getting the shit beat out of her in a marriage or relationship, and she should leave. He at least will concede that, whereas the other two guys still, for some reason, fight tooth and nail that, nah, there's really no reason to be leaving.
Like that.
Do you have opinions about third trimester abortion?
It's
terrible.
Listen,
it's
terrible.
Okay. Look at how quickly you can debate it. Do you know how rare third trimester abortions are? They're also really rare, but you immediately had a visceral reaction to that, right? There are households where parents are abusive to children. Like, that's not like an unfathomable thing. But for you to have that immediate visceral reaction to a type of abortion that's so incredibly rare. But then when it's
I mean, we're talking about like a guy like getting drunk and like, you know, beating his wife occasionally versus like.
I actually think that was a really good point from Destiny there. Like, you have a very quick reaction to another extreme example. Why do you not have that same energy when it comes to abusive households? And then the guy starts making some shit up like, we're talking about a guy getting drunk and maybe putting his hands on his wife. Where is that coming from? The question was so simple. They're making up like a whole fanfic plotline in their head about what was asked when it was really super simple. Abusive household. Should the marriage end? Like, I actually wonder if she had even just said something even more simple and broad, what the response would have been. If she had asked, do you guys think abuse is bad? I wonder what they would have said. I wager that they would have been like, okay, we need to define what abuse is because all of these special snowflakes have weird definitions for abuse. So let's start really getting into the nitty-gritty of what is abuse. Even though it's so easy, abuse is just bad. And an abusive relationship is bad. I don't know what's so hard about it. I don't know what's so hard about them just admitting that.
Could there
But
possibly
well,
be
okay,
a
so
parent
so
to the
so
child?
so
Yeah.
let me ask you guys. In the Catholic Church, I know that there's like annulments for marriages and stuff. Are there
That
no,
was a mistake.
Are there no exceptions for like if a guy is beating his wife constantly?
No, there are, but now
Or a woman could as well, right?
Hold on.
Well, there's
Yeah,
also
yes,
a
she could, but-
distinction drawn between.
If a woman's beating a dude,
legal
that guy-
Hold on, guys.
Oh man, blubbery ass Jonathan there just got saved big time by the guy in the middle. He wanted so badly to say that if a man's getting beat by his girl, then he's a pussy or he's like a weak bitch or something. He wanted so badly to try and get that kind of bravado out there. Sad to see that this mentality still exists somehow, that men can't be the victims of abuse. I thought we got rid of that stigma years ago. Jonathan's supposed to be a men's self-help guru. How? Actually, how?
Divorces that are initiated by women, Brian?
78.
80%.
78.
80%.
80%. And what percentage of those women have college degrees?
Well, it jumps to 90% if they're college educated.
Real.
Brian, please present the stats to the class. What percentage of divorces are initiated by women? 80%? Thank you, Poindexter, that's sickening. 90% if they're college educated? I rest my case. That's why I only marry 18-year-olds now. They're too young to have a college degree, thus they can't divorce me. What does this have to do with anything? Okay, so you don't want to marry college-educated women? You want to marry dumb women? Like, I don't know. What, you want to just marry a lobotomite sex doll? Cool, like, who cares? It doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with the core question anymore. It's gone fully off the rails and unhinged. They're so focused on picking apart divorce itself. So now they're spouting these stats and making each other mad. So one of the dudes is like, real. And then the other guy is taking a huge deep breath. Why, I oughta. Just hearing that number's making me mad enough to put hands on my spouse because she might have considered a divorce at some point. Like, it's ridiculous. This has nothing to do with what was asked.
They
Can
are
I ask-
extreme.
I wanna
I
ask
agree. I
another-
agree with that.
I want to ask
but-
like one more scenario, okay?
Please. Oh,
What about if
I was giggling so fucking hard because you can hear, I'm pretty sure it's Jonathan go, oh, Jesus. When she says she wants to ask another scenario. Why are you even here? The whole point is to communicate with the women, your guests, right? To ask them stupid questions and shit. Like, if you're so bothered with them talking, what the fuck are you even doing there?
two people get married, they have a kid, and then the wife starts cheating? Do you think they should divorce?
Absolutely.
They should divorce then?
Jesus himself
You don't
said.
think but it wasn't
Jesus,
an
hold on.
adultery?
Jesus
And you
himself
could like
said,
work things through, right?
Jesus himself said in cases of adultery, divorce is
So you think that
permissible.
divorce is worse than physical abuse?
For the children?
Or cheating, sorry. You think
Cheating
that
is
cheating is
worse
worse
than
than
physical
physical
abuse.
abuse?
For the
Sorry.
children, yes.
I actually let out a full belly laugh. So she brings up cheating and unanimously like, yes, obviously you have to divorce when the woman's being a whore. Well, if you've got a slut for a wife, you gotta fucking divorce that harlot. That harpy. Duh. Are you stupid, lady? Absolutely you have to divorce there. After they spent like 6 minutes about, well, actually divorce is one of the most evil things that can ever happen. Divorce is unacceptable. Physical abuse, okay, abuse, you have to endure because you can't divorce. But then when it's cheating, it's like, yeah, you gotta divorce. Jonathan even says crucifixion is warranted. I'm sure he's just being exaggeratory, but he does point blank say that cheating is worse than abuse for the kids, which is a wild take. Both are awful. Your father beating your mother or your mother beating your father in front of your kid is just as damaging as one of them being unfaithful. These are both horrible things, both of which should end in divorce. But for some reason, they seem to only have a real visceral response when it comes to cheating. And then the guy in the middle even gets immediately religious, like, well, in the Bible it says, you know, when cheating's on the table, that's when divorce is absolutely necessary. Well, what the fuck? The Bible also doesn't preach for beating the fuck out of your spouse either. I'm sure you can also divorce in a case like that, so why didn't we get biblical when abuse was brought up? Why did we start trying to justify different levels of abuse and it might be a phase where it's going to get better after and this and that? Dude even wove a whole fanfic about like, we're talking about a man who gets drunk and maybe occasionally hits his wife. Like, what the fuck? Like, why are you making excuses for abuse and not for cheating all of a sudden, right? Like, and Melina even calls that out. She's like, oh, well, what about, like, working through it or, you know, maybe the cheating's a phase. And like, no, absolutely not. Cheating is the end-all, be-all. This is just crazy. Like, I was absolutely howling with laughter when we got to this segment in the podcast.
Absolutely
I think I'm not going to say this is worse.
Divorce
I mean,
is worse for the children.
I already
Cheating worse
said
than physical
that
abuse.
if a
Cheating,
woman's
yeah.
getting abused, yeah, I think she should leave. Like, I mean, if it's a brief temporary thing, like,
What if it's mental abuse?
Okay, now
Do you
It's
think
less
if
cut and
it's-
dry.
if it's
You're
cheating
setting
mental
your
abuse?
child up.
I think there's a small chance that Jonathan may have misunderstood the question. He may have thought he heard, is divorce worse than abuse? And that's what he was saying, that divorce is worse than abuse for the kids. Which is still a fucking stupid take, so I'm gonna tackle that one as well. What the fuck, man? You think that somehow kids witnessing their parents beating the shit out of each other is somehow less damaging than if they had just gotten divorced? You've got some issues you need to work through. My goodness. And then also that lady that's behind them is saying that it's less cut and dry when it comes to mental abuse. Why? Abuse is abuse. What are you talking about? So far up until this point in the episode, she hasn't said too much. She mainly just kind of agrees with everything the guys say. But she says it's less cut and dry when it comes to mental abuse, which leads me to believe that she thinks it should be cut and dry when it comes to divorce for physical abuse. But she didn't say anything. She didn't chime up and say like, hey, I agree, the marriage should end then. She just stayed silent because I guess she was just looking for things to fight them on as opposed to agree with, which I think is always such a weird component of these debates where if you agree with your opponent, you're apparently losing, or you lose points by doing so, which is so fucking backwards. And that's why I think debates in general are kind of worthless, because it's never about changing someone's mind. It's always about just cementing your own beliefs and never faltering and never changing perspective on anything. So nothing good ever really comes from it, except for just general entertainment as a spectator. And this one had me giggling. So I wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. When it comes to making predictions, I'm wrong more often than a March Madness bracket. If I was a meteorologist, they would have me publicly executed at the town square while people throw tomatoes at me because I would legitimately never predict the weather correctly. And I almost think that that's more impressive, the fact that I can't even accidentally get a prediction right. But that doesn't mean that I don't like to keep trying, so that's what I'm doing today. I may be 0 for 100 on predictions, but we're about to change that. The curse will be lifted. Statistically, you gotta get one right eventually, and this is my one. I know for a fact Elon Musk will never fight Mark Zuckerberg in a real fight. Now, maybe they get together in the octagon and play a game of patty cake or a little slap boxing with headgear like it's straight out of SpongeBob karate episode or something, but they will never actually have a fight. For those that don't know, for the last couple months, Elon Musk and Zuckerberg has been posturing that they're going to fight each other, like in a legitimate fight. But I just don't think that's going to happen. I think this is all just publicity and attention because Elon Musk loves attention. He feeds on that more than a plant feeds on sunlight. Elon Musk photosynthesizes attention the same way plants do. It's how he lives. So I think that's the actual motivation here, is just to keep his name in people's mouths. Because there is no way he has ever thrown a punch in his life. His body is built like a tub of mayonnaise. It looks like he's smuggling 6 bowling balls in his torso. I don't think his confusing body geometry would even allow for him to throw a punch. It'd be like trying to stretch a wet spaghetti noodle. There's no way he's ever trained, nor ever even thrown a punch at a punching bag, I don't think. So this would just be a ridiculous fight to take because Mark Zuckerberg, the fucking goofy soulless android straight out of Skynet, actively trains in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and actually just won a gold and silver medal in a Jiu-Jitsu tournament a month ago. Which initially that headline didn't impress me because I just assumed Zuckerbot went in there, opened his wallet and paid everyone to just throw against him so he could feel good about himself. But there's footage of the event and he is pretty solid. He is actually pretty talented. It's clear he takes it seriously. He's also just been training with experts as well to become better at it. So this is something that he's serious about. Meanwhile, the only thing Elon Musk is serious about is shit tier memes. Like the crustiest, dankest memes ever that no one can even ironically laugh at. If this was a fighting game, Elon Musk would be in the unusable below F tier ranking. Meanwhile, Zuckerberg would be like C tier. So there's just no chance. Like, there's literally no chance Elon Musk would win this fight, and he knows it. Mark Zuckerberg would smoke his meat. Mark Zuckerberg would rip his fucking tongue out and lick his ass with it. Like, Elon Musk would truly get brutalized, I think. Even though Elon Musk definitely has some size on him, it doesn't matter, because there's no way Elon Musk can use his size unless he tries to do some kind of weird forbidden jutsu where he like oils himself up to get real slippery and like slides around and attacks him like that. Like, I don't know what else he could possibly do because he doesn't train. He hasn't trained and he won't train. So he's already planted the seeds of doubt. He made a tweet not too long ago talking about how he might need back surgery
So he's already like alluding to some excuses he could use to get out of this fight to weasel his way out. So I just don't see this fight happening. I really don't see this fight happening at all. But it hasn't stopped the hype train. Elon Musk keeps talking about how it's definitely going to happen, and he even makes like these bold claims about where it's happening and when. Meanwhile, Zuck on Threads, and also, God rest the soul of Threads, that didn't make it more than a month before it died. What a tragically fast demise that platform had. I don't know anyone that still uses Threads except for Zuck now. That's just like his quarantine zone, his containment unit. He just goes in there and speaks, and that's the only thing left on Threads. But anyway, Zuck made this post in response to all of the posts Elon had made about how the fight's, coming up pretty soon. Zuck said, "I love this sport and I've been ready to fight since the day Elon challenged me. If he ever agrees on an actual date, you'll hear it from me. Until then, please assume anything he says has not been agreed on." Which I 100% believe Mark Zuckerberg here, because Elon Musk does nothing but make false promises and just make shit up. Like the way Elon Musk talks about it, you'd think the fight's happening this weekend. But meanwhile, there's not a single date that's been agreed upon or anything like that. So there's nothing confirmed here. It is still just a bunch of brouhaha, but I don't think it's ever happening. But it doesn't stop Elon Musk from puffing out his grotesque chest. He keeps making statements like this. So this was in response to Mark Zuckerberg saying, just take everything he says with a grain of salt, but I'm ready to fight whenever. Elon Musk said, "If Zuck wants my tongue," I guess. I don't really know what this emoji's supposed to mean. And now it just seems like he's more flirting than anything. So I'm having a hard time deducing these hieroglyphics here. I don't know why he's using that emoji in this fight context, but whatever. "If Zuck wants my tongue, really wants a lesson in why there are weight categories in fighting so badly, I could just head over to his house next week and teach him a lesson he won't soon forget." Elon is legitimately a 14-year-old on Xbox Live trapped in the body of a 50-year-old grown man. It is incredible. Like, this is actual old Call of Duty lobby energy here. Elon would never actually fight Zuckerberg. That's what I truly believe. If he did, that would not go well, I imagine. I really do think Mark Zuckerberg would fuck him up. I really think Zuckerberg's got psychopath energy. That man's probably got so much pent-up rage from the colossal historic failure of the metaverse that this man is just looking for an excuse. And Elon Musk might be that excuse. I think he would just absolutely destroy in this billionaire beatdown against Musk. But once again, I don't think we'll ever know for sure, because it's not going to happen. That is my prediction. I wanted to put it out here because sometimes I like to get my predictions out, and so far every single time they've been wrong. Many of you may remember I made a video talking about Halo Infinite not being real. I made that video like 4 years ago or something when they first showed like the early trailer, then a year went by and they didn't show anything else, and then like 6 months went by and they showed like actual pre-alpha level footage, and I proclaimed that the game is probably not real and even close to being released. But then it came out like a year and a half later, so it looked like they did have it cooking in the oven. And unfortunately, you know how the story goes, they served it raw. It was missing like half of the game's overall content it was supposed to have, and then it remained in a completely barren wasteland of a state where they weren't adding or changing anything about it, and then they eventually just canceled a lot of the components. And well, it's actually a very sad story, the post-release of Halo Infinite. Good news though on that front, they're getting it together. Halo Infinite's made quite a few new updates that are actually pretty well received. I haven't personally tried them myself, but they do seem like quality updates. They finally got Forge in the game, like 2 years late, but they got it. Like, baby steps, damn it. They finally started adding some shit to the game, finally starting to turn it around. Maybe too little too late, but the point is, I'm way off topic now. Point is, they did at least start making improvements there. But I did make the prediction that it wasn't even real, which I was wrong about, and that to tie it all back to what I was saying. Point is, I'm bad at predictions. I usually get them wrong. This one I am very, very confident on. I don't think there is a world where Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk have a legitimate fight against each other. I do think there is a chance that they'll have some kind of really embarrassing, silly show match where it's clear that it's not a real fight, it's just some kind of scripted mess, or some kind of very haphazardly thrown together disaster where neither person is really fighting. It's just like they're toying with each other and pretending it's a fight. Like, I'm talking CW level choreography of a fight. Like, I don't think they'll ever have a real one, but I do think there's a chance they'll have a fake fight against each other just to try and capitalize off the hype. But anyway, just wanted to get that out there. That's really about it. So yeah. When was the last time you heard about the metaverse outside of it being the punchline to a joke?
It's a complete disaster, an all-around failure that only exists to be point and laughed at, ridiculed and insulted. But it really is the comedic gift that just keeps on giving. It's kind of like the Morbius of technology, where certain companies are being gaslit into thinking that it's popular and a worthwhile investment. So every now and then you have these delusional suits that try and make the metaverse work, and try and capitalize off it and monetize it for their own company. And that's what just happened, where they tried to have a fashion week in the metaverse, but nobody showed up, and it was a just downright catastrophe. Luckily, CNN just ran a story on it, so we get to see exactly what it looked like, and holy shit, it actually looks like something out of Transformers Beast Wars from the late 90s. It is repulsive. It is so awful to look at, and they're huffing this copium that it was like a success, and that the only reason it wasn't more popular is because not a lot of people have adopted the technology yet. It's too cutting edge. Our simpleton minds can't really grasp the magnitude of this technology. That's why it's not catching on like wildfire.
Bold, bespoke, and entirely digital. This is high fashion that you can't touch. Fashion Week in the metaverse as brands turn to the internet for haute couture's new horizon.
This shit looks like a fan-made event in Second Life, but this is haute couture's Fashion Week. Hopefully I didn't butcher the pronunciation of the high fashion brand, but I swear to God, the costume contests in City of Heroes back in 2005 looked better than this. And also, you can see the attendees there, all 4 of them. That's the whole crowd to look at the avatars walk through and then emote. It's so shitty. Like, even worse than I would have imagined it. This seems like they threw it together in 5 minutes and tried to capitalize off of some kind of like metaverse hype that is completely non-existent. There hasn't been hype in the metaverse for quite a long time now. Even the parent company is trying to kind of like bury the metaverse and focus more on AI these days. It's just so sad and pathetic.
We change how we dress for different things, right? It's the same in the metaverse, and it's the same in social media. We dress differently to represent these things. These are the armors of our life.
Last year, participants bought 7,000 wearables for their avatars, averaging around $10 per sale.
I love how they're not even bothering to do the bare minimum of the fashion in-game. It's the fucking digital landscape. You can make anything happen there. You can have fucking 5 laser titties on the dresses going fucking wild if you wanted to, but instead they're just making boring, normal dresses. Like, take a page out of Left 4 Dead Modders playbook where you can have, like, Shrek teaming up with 5 T-Rexes or something and then have them walk across the metaverse runway. Like, they're just barely doing anything at all in there, calling it the armors of their life, which is super cringe. So they sold a few thousand wearables, and I guarantee every customer right now is spitting and shitting in rage at how worthless of an investment that was. Luckily at $10 each, it wasn't life-ruining unless you bought a ton of them, which hopefully no weirdos thought was a good idea. But yeah, I guarantee all those wearables have done nothing but collect dust and have seen no use at all.
An e-outfit can easily cost as much as a real-world dress, even if it's still far less than the price of haute couture. But this year, unique visitors and sales were down nearly 50%.
That's probably being generous. It's probably a lot more than 50%. There is nobody left in the metaverse. That shit looks like the Fallout 3 wasteland. Like, there is absolutely no signs of life in the metaverse anymore. It is completely flatlined. I also love how, even in this segment here, they can't get the fucking thing to run at more than 3 frames per second. It looks like they're playing the metaverse on the Nintendo Switch right now. Like, they can't even bother to get it to be a smooth video here to showcase the haute couture fashion.
Organisers blamed the lackluster turnout on the relative newness of this online world. In only its second iteration, the virtual event faced criticism about its user experience, its value, and whether digital fashion is really necessary.
I'll go ahead and quickly rapid-fire answer all of those questions for this soulless, stupid company here. There is no value. It's completely worthless. It's not relatively new. This actually looks like something out of Roblox, but significantly worse, and runs far worse at fucking 2 frames per second. And then that final wacky question and criticism about if digital fashion is even necessary, the answer is a resounding no. To extend that topic to a broader point,
there is obviously a place in the digital landscape for cosmetics. Take, for example, CSGO skins. I always use this as an example. The skins are purely cosmetic. They are there. They are expensive because they look cool and they are rare. But they're part of a larger ecosystem. They're part of a game, an incredible, timeless game. So when you're playing that game and you have these cosmetics you spend a lot of time opening cases for, or if you saved up and bought on the marketplace, you can use them. You get value out of them for your own user experience. However, in Haute Couture's runway wasteland, you get nothing. You buy a fucking dress, then what? You can't do anything with it. It's not a game. There's nothing to do with it. You are actually just flushing money down a toilet. That's it. Except it's far less embarrassing to just flush money down a toilet as opposed to spend it on a fucking worthless Victorian-era dress in a dead game, in a dead universe.
Even Mark Zuckerberg's Meta has recently shifted its attention from virtual social spaces to artificial intelligence. But some brands and content creators are continuing to experiment regardless, alongside some of fashion's biggest names.
I don't know what content creators are doubling down on the metaverse. Even the ones that were really on board with it initially are no longer, at least not from what I've seen, but maybe I'm completely ignorant to a blossoming community of metaverse fashion enthusiasts somewhere out there. But even still, there's clearly not that many of them, considering what a flop the fashion week was in the metaverse.
I think it's about bringing some utility to what they have been creating in the crypto virtual space. So for example, BNG, they are not presenting their own creations, they are presenting the result of a creators competition. So I think it's like really reversing the discussion about, okay, what you guys are creating, how we can take that as our food for creativity.
So you're making furry fashion here with this showcase. This is the opposite of utility. It's the absence of utility. It's actual just greed to make a fast buck off people that are buying into this fantasy of the metaverse being popular or the future. They're basically just trying to capitalize on fear of missing out, constantly driving home the idea like it's really new and it's really early, you might want to get in here and get some of these cat dresses or whatever the fuck all of that was. Space cat line. I have no fucking clue. It's all literally just there to be a predatory monetization model for an idea that didn't pan out.
So I think everybody became more comfortable saying, well, maybe this is the way we communicate. So definitely from a customer adoption, we saw that. People trying on filters, be more comfortable, testing NFTs.
This poor lady's brain must be trapped in some kind of time dilation. She's perpetually locked mentally in 2021. She just dropped NFTs unironically in a positive light. Like, it has nothing to do with people being comfortable in the metaverse or wanting NFTs. NFTs are pretty dead and buried for the most part as well. That whole trend is 6 feet under for the most part. The metaverse has already come and gone, and it never even came in the first place. It never even got there. Like, there isn't this world, this ecosystem that she thinks there is there. Clearly, like, they didn't have incredible sales off rip, and then they experienced a 50% drop at least in the following year. Like, that should be a very clear sign that this was not the direction the industry or humanity is going right now.
For designers too, more at home working with silks than lines of code, it's been a new arena, some reimagining old designs digitally.
One of the things that we were encountered with was that the train, for example, couldn't be longer than proportionately four or 5 feet or something like this. And that's the dress right behind us being brought out.
The story then interviews some of the fashion designers who have taken the plunge into the hellscape of the metaverse. Some of them are taking old designs and pumping them into the metaverse, and then some of them are making designs in the metaverse and then trying to recreate them in the real world. Either way, it's still fucking worthless. Like, the metaverse dresses and all of that, they don't have any value because there's no game, there's no anything to do with it, there's no world there. There's nothing. So it's just completely pointless.
Powered by blockchain technologies, metaverse fashion in spaces like Decentraland still require a huge amount of energy to run. Neither will the metaverse likely eradicate our demand for fast fashion, but some hope it will bring about positive change.
This is just a horrifying segment here. Not only does the game look like a PowerPoint moving in like an actual flipbook speed, but it is just horrifying to look at. If someone recreated me in the metaverse and I looked like that, I'd be shaking my fist in anger and researching how to send a cease and desist notice. Because good lord, that is criminal how fucking unappealing the game looks. I don't even know how you make a game run this shitty or look this bad in the modern age. That takes a special level of incompetence.
I think that it will become a space where people will be able to buy and wear clothes that they may not be able to afford in real life, and I think that's one way of bringing our fashion to the masses.
I've heard that sentiment a few times from a few different places. I just don't see that happening because, again, you don't have anything there besides just buying that dress and having no reason to ever equip it or any use for it, because there is at its core no game and no world and no people. So what is the point in spending the money on that dress? If it's a lower price point than the real world equivalent, it doesn't matter when there's nothing to use the dress for. The reason people buy the expensive dresses in the real world is a status symbol for their friends or people in public and people around them. Like, they buy those items because they want to be seen in those items. Whereas in this game, no one will ever see it, thus why would anyone ever want to purchase them? The whole thing is so nonsensical. It's once again just desperate clinging to this idea that the metaverse isn't dog shit, but unfortunately the reality is it's very shitty, and there is no value in the metaverse currently. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because I saw the story today on Twitter. That's about it. So yeah. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Marvel has become synonymous with forgettable. Marvel movies have really kind of lost their luster and haven't found their footing for a little while, at least for me, and I know superhero fatigue is something that's kind of been hitting for a lot of people, so I honestly didn't have huge expectations of Guardians of the Galaxy 3 going into it, especially because I didn't really like Volume 2. And considering this is James Gunn's last rodeo with Marvel, I thought he might have just phoned it in just to finish off the contract, but I'm happy to say it's not the case. I was pleasantly surprised by this movie. It was very good. For the first time in a long time, I actually cared about what I was watching from Marvel. It didn't just feel like throwaway schlock from the same tired old formula done a million times. Now that's not to say that this thing pushes new ground, breaks boundaries, and transcends Marvel and superheroes. It very much does play into a lot of the same tropey shit that we're used to, but it does it with a lot of heart, and it does it in a pretty unapologetic, self-aware way. And I appreciated that. Even though, like I said, it doesn't do anything super new, it does all of the stuff that you kind of expect it to do well. Now, I want to get a complaint that's going to sound really petty out of the way immediately, because I actually just talked about this in a movie not even a month ago. Every fucking AAA big budget production now needs a Beastie Boys moment. Why? It makes a little more sense in Guardians of the Galaxy since it's already built itself up to be very big on like the classic music, 80s in particular. I get it there, but even still, why always the Beastie Boys? Fucking the Mario movie had a Beastie Boys moment. Every movie ever made, whether it's their trailer or in the actual movie itself, has a Beastie Boys moment. I'm tired of it. Like, the Beastie Boys are fine, but fuck, stop. Use other music. Christ. I guess spoilers, but yeah, and Guardians of the Galaxy has a Beastie Boys montage moment. God damn it, just choose anything else. I'm so tired of hearing Sabotage, No Sleep Till Brooklyn fucking a million times in every goddamn movie. There's so many other songs out there. There has to be a reason for it, and it can't just be because they're huge Beastie Boys fans. There has to be a deeper conspiracy. I haven't fully connected all the dots to paint the whole picture on exactly what that conspiracy might be, but how the fuck does every blockbuster movie all have a Beastie Boys montage moment? There's got to be a reason for it, an explanation. Anyway, with that out of the way, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is good. So, I went into this expecting little but getting a lot out of it by the time the credits rolled, and that's thanks to the heavy lifting done to the Rocket Raccoon backstory. The entire backstory was fantastic. I actually thought they did a great job fleshing out the character. It was sad, it was dark, but not in like a, stupid, edgy way or anything. It was like really well written. I really liked what they did with Rocket Raccoon's backstory, and it really helps that for the first time in a long time, Marvel finally just made a hateable villain. A villain that you can't really make any arguments for redeeming qualities, and I think that's nice. It's refreshing. They've been trying so hard to capture the magic of Thanos that they keep making these villains that have, like, sympathetic motives and all that, which I think is important a lot of times, but at this point in the Marvel game, it's nice to just have a villain that is just irredeemably evil. In the quest of perfection, in the pursuit of perfection, he has become a monster. And that's it. He's just a fucking monster. And he does a lot of crazy, awful shit, and you're constantly pulling for his demise. He's basically Dr. Frankenstein, he's creating monsters, and it's very sad. It's very sad to see his creations because there is a lot of time given to showing a very human side of them, and it makes you feel for those creatures and makes you hate the villain even more, which is good. Another thing that's good is it subverted my expectations with how it handles Gamora. I don't want to spoil anything, but I actually think everything they did with Gamora and the Guardians team was really well done, without cop-outs and cheating here and there to try and, give a ton of fan service and I'm trying not to spoil anything, and it's kind of tough. I will just say I like how they handled everything with Gamora. It wasn't what I was expecting them to do, but I'm glad they went the direction they did. Now, one thing I often critique in Marvel movies heavily is its humor. The Marvel quirkiness that every fucking character has. It's a plague that's swept through not only Marvel movies, but infected every other movie around it because everything is using quirky Marvel humor now. Guardians of the Galaxy, of course, that's alive and well. You would expect that. They established that very early on with Guardians Volume 1, which I liked back then, but now it just feels exhausting. In Guardians 3, I still think most of the humor doesn't really land except for Drax. I like Drax. I know a lot of people like Drax. It's kind of a basic bitch type take, but Drax actually does make me giggle. Dave Bautista is just so fucking charming. He's so fun to watch, and I think Drax is a lot of fun. But his jokes are really the only ones that land for me, even in this movie, save for a couple of rare instances where they used humor, more physical humor than I expected them to, that I wasn't expecting. Instead of just relying on a quirky one-liner or stupid throwaway joke, they did some kind of slapstick shit that caught me off guard and made me giggle a bit. So I do think the humor was better here, though even still it didn't really resonate a lot with me if Drax wasn't there. Now here's something I felt they really dropped the ball on, and that's Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock is a really interesting character. I think he's a really cool character that has nothing to do in this movie. It felt like he was just a genuine afterthought that someone must have reminded James Gunn of somewhere along the way of when he was almost done writing this fucking movie, so then he had to ham-fist him in here for some kind of purpose because he'd already been teased. Adam Warlock he doesn't have a place in here. When he shows up, it's he's just another useless, stupid bounty hunter. He's kind of dumb. He's just a dumb, naive guy, and he's very powerful, and he'll show up for little bursts of 2 to 3 minutes on screen, and then they shoo him away. And then he shows up maybe 45 minutes later for another 2 or 3 minutes, and then poof him away once again. Which is a shame because I really think there's so much potential with Adam Warlock, and I'm sure it will be explored in the future, but in this movie, they did not make him interesting, compelling, or anything at all, really. And everything that kind of involved his storyline, because it's more than just him, Adam Warlock's mom is also in this, everything between the two of them felt like such an afterthought, like a yawn. Don't really understand why. Maybe they should have just held off on Adam Warlock here and just teased him one more time before really bringing him into the fold so they could focus on him a bit more, but I'll just say, his role in this film is pretty meaningless. So I feel like that was wasted opportunity and wasted potential. And I did mention the villain. The villain is the High Evolutionary. He is just a hateable villain. He's not exactly the most interesting character or anything. He's very 2D. He's just hateable. And while I like that because it's nice just to see a villain that is just cartoonishly evil, I think a lot of people might have an issue with it because he is so flat. Everything evil that he can do, he does. There's no justification even attempted for his actions. He's just a bad guy. And he's not really powerful either. He has some powers, but they're not very cool or strong. And he never actually does anything himself either, which is pretty underwhelming. So when it does come time for him to fight, it's over really quickly.
That's not to say like the action in this movie's bad. Like there's a really cool action scene that takes place in a hallway, and it's just it's a nice scene where everyone gets a moment to shine on the Guardians team. But I'll tell you right now, the High Evolutionary is not in that moment. He doesn't really have any cool fight moments or anything that showcases his abilities. But overall, I did enjoy the movie. By far the best part is Rocket's backstory. Everything with Rocket's storyline, I think they absolutely nailed. It does have a bit of messiness to its overall plot just because there's so many moving parts to it with the Guardians. Like, they have some Guardians that are still on another planet because there's so fucking many of them, so they have to split up as well. Like, there's just so many things, and then they have Adam Warlock that they're trying to get in the game here, in the ball game. So there are moments that I do think that it really loses its footing, but overall, I enjoyed it. It doesn't do anything new with superhero movies. It doesn't do anything new for Marvel, but it does what you expect, and it does it well, and I think it's a really nice departure from James Gunn here. I think he left it off on a really positive note, which I'm happy about. So, plugging Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 into the Moist Meter, I'm giving it an 80%. I enjoyed it, and yeah, that's about it. So, yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. Right now, there's a pretty ridiculous trend going on where if something flops, be it movie, game, or show, the immediate response from those behind the production is to get mad at the audience and blame them for it, saying that either they were too stupid to appreciate it, or they weren't real fans willing to support it, or they just told a story that was too hot to handle and people weren't ready for it. Thus, once again, we didn't fail. Our product's not bad. You guys are just turbo idiots that prevented us from the success that we deserved. And I'm just getting so tired of reading this. Every time something flops, this seems to be the go-to dialogue tree on the NPC quest line here. And it's just really, really starting to grind my ass. It just happened with The Witcher because Season 3 was a disaster. Full disclosure, I haven't watched Season 3. I just couldn't even pretend to be interested, so I haven't bothered with Season 3. But there was recently a statement made that the reason Season 3 hasn't done well is because they had to simplify everything because American audiences are too dumb, basically. And something very similar just happened with Marvel's Secret Invasion like a week ago, where the finale aired, and pretty much everyone said, "Oh brother, this stinks." They were just saying, "Boo! Boo!" and throwing tomatoes. It wasn't well received. Most people hated it. On a show that already didn't have many eyes on it to begin with, so It was just kind of a catastrophe, and the director behind it came out and once again just kind of blamed the audience and started pointing his finger, even having the gall to say that it's not his job to fulfill any expectations, and he doesn't read any of the reviews, so he doesn't really care if people didn't like it. Which I guess is fine. It's not exactly like the, puffed out chest alpha male thing that he thinks it is. It just kind of reads like, you definitely did see the negative reviews and you're in defense mode. No one's forcing you to read any criticism of your show if you don't want to see what the fans are saying about it. No one's gonna peel open your eyes and sit you down strapped to a chair to watch all of the reviews come in. So it's fine if you don't read them, but why then just say that it's not your job to fulfill expectations and you don't care? I think you're pretending that you don't care. I think you definitely do, and if you don't, you should to some extent, at the very least. I don't expect any director to come forward and be totally honest, hey guys, look, this shit sucks.
I really blew it, huh? Yikes. Yucko. This was no good, huh? Like, I don't expect that. You should still have pride in your work, but you can at least take some level of responsibility and be like, hey guys, look, there was a story I really wanted to tell here, and I see that it's not resonating with a lot of the audience, and I'm sorry if I let some fans down with this, but this is my vision for the project, and this is where I wanted to take it. I think that's far more respectful than saying, like, you guys are all dumb and I didn't listen to you, don't care. Like, I'm just really tired of seeing this attitude where the director or the team behind a production gets mad at the audience for not liking it, or not going out there to support it if it didn't capture their interest beforehand. This isn't just, you know, The Witcher and Marvel Secret Invasion. This has been happening quite a bit. You see the director's Secret Invasion said about the negative reception? He actually said, is it our job to fulfill their expectations? No, I didn't see that. I'll look it up real quick, but directors are just getting really bold with how they handle bad reception. Like, I can't remember who it was recently, but another flop had their director come out and say, like, yeah, we wanted this. In fact, this is what we were hoping for. I was like, what do you mean? You wanted it to fail? Like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? Secret Invasion director doesn't care if you like the show or not. That headline goes so hard. You see, when it comes to Marvel shows, it's not about liking it. It's about just watching it because you're too deep already. Just consume for the sake of consume. You don't need to like it. Despite the resoundingly negative response to the scroll-based series, Marvel Secret Invasion director Ali Salim has admitted that he does not feel bad about the show's poor reception, particularly as he believes the devoted, even rabid nature of the franchise's fanbase does not lend itself to productive discussion around its various entries. So because they're devoted, they can't have a real discussion around it? I think there's merit to saying that a fan base can be way too brainwashed and hive mind for a real discussion to take place. But that's not even what this is about. It's just like people, like everybody, unanimously did not like the finale. Oh, I don't read reviews. With all due respect, for me, I view all the storytelling work I do as a dialogue with an audience. When the show is finished and put up on screen, that's my half of the dialogue, and the audience then starts their half of their response to it. I think that's valuable, but I don't know. I don't know how to answer the question. What the fuck? This is like a direct contradiction. So if you don't read the reviews, then you're not even listening to their part of their response of the dialogue. So you give half the dialogue and then plug your ears to their half? What the fuck are you talking about, man? How is that productive discussion? That's like the exact opposite of a conversation at that point. All you want to do is give your half and walk away. And then, I guess, get upset. I don't feel bad about mixed reviews. If you had unanimously good reviews, every movie would gross $10 billion trillion, right? Projects resonate with different people at different times for different reasons, and Marvel has a very devoted, even rabid fan base who have expectations. When their expectations aren't fulfilled, they move in the other direction. They give it a thumbs down. I don't know. Is it our job to fulfill their expectations, or to tell the story that we're telling? So it's a tricky thing. I would love if everyone loved it, but I also don't have that expectation of myself, so I feel great about the response to it. What are you saying? What are you saying? The expectation would be to make something good. Like, yeah, you don't have to, like, follow the most predictable shit ever, but at least make good on the expectation that you'll try. And then at least listen to feedback, instead of say, I don't read the reviews, and then say they can't have a productive discussion. I think the best thing you could have done is just been like, you guys didn't like it? Whatever. It's the story I wanted to tell. And be like, okay, that's totally fair. If this is the story you wanted to tell, by all means. I just don't understand the point of getting, like, combative and condescending about it. Like, yeah, you guys, it's not my job to fulfill your expectations. So what? I don't read your reviews. I gave you my half of the dialogue, you gave me a response, and I didn't listen. That was the transaction. I just don't find this response from the director to be sensible at all. Like, it just doesn't compute in my little noodle up here. You gain nothing from being this combative and aggressive with the audience. And there's certainly nothing to be proud of with not listening to them or reading any feedback or anything like that. Why do you want to exist in like an echo chamber or some kind of sensory deprivation unit where you don't get any outside stimulation or input on the thing that you would supposedly be very proud of making? I just really don't get it. There's nothing to be patted on the back for. Fuck all of you, I don't listen to anyone. Woo! Wow! Yahoo! Wee! that's so strong. He doesn't listen to anybody. Whoa. Like, it's just, again, I don't get it. That's not something to be proud of, that you only, like, take in shit from yes men and yourself alone. But anyway, I won't linger on this for too much longer. Let's talk about The Witcher now, because like I said, a very similar situation just happened. A producer on The Witcher came forward and explained why the plot was simplified. And their explanation is once again just kind of the blame game. So they said, a series is made for a huge mass of viewers with different experiences from different parts of the world, and a large part of them are Americans. In fact, he said they are necessary. When referring to plot simplifications, that was the whole thing. He's trying to give insight on why the narrative of The Witcher is significantly more watered down and less complex than it is in the books. And his argument is basically, you have to boil it down to the bare necessities, only the essentials, pure emotions, because Americans are probably watching, and those are some absolute fucking idiots, I suppose. He mainly points to things like TikTok and short-form content as kind of deteriorating the attention span of viewers, so he needs to make it more simple for them and more digestible, baby the audience, because the Americans are so used to just jumping from video to video. And to a certain extent, I understand what he's saying. I do agree that the attention span of the average person has deteriorated to a level I don't think the Lord could have ever predicted. We have the shortest attention span ever right now, shorter than it's ever been because of things like TikTok and YouTube Shorts and stuff like that, I imagine. But I completely disagree that this means you need to dumb everything down. In fact, I think most of the evidence points to the contrary, that the more complex you make something, the more successful it can become. The best example I can think of is Game of Thrones, because this actually did both. It had very complex narrative, very complex characters, and then it dumbed itself down, and the dumb part, seasons 8 and 7, were horribly received. So bad, in fact, that it ruined the entire legacy of the show. Seasons 1 through 6, where it focused on a complex story, world, and characters, people loved and cherished, and it was the biggest show at the time, and still one of the biggest shows ever made, because of that foundation it built. But in seasons 7 and 8, the entire team got hit by the orb of confusion and just went, fuck it. We'll make everything super dumb and super simple so we can wash our hands with this and move on. And the rest is history. Everybody hated it. Point is, I disagree that you have to boil everything down to appeal to the dummies in the world, and that's like the only way for success. I think the opposite is true. The more nuanced and complex you make a show, the better chance it has of succeeding, because I think that's what the majority of people want to watch. They're not here looking for someone to just collide action figures together and make loud noises. I don't think those are the most popular productions. So to me, this feels like cope from the Witcher producer here, like saying that you find it painful to have to simplify the plot and that showrunners have to make these decisions and accept them because the higher level of nuance and complexity will have a smaller range and it won't reach people, is just wrong. Like, I don't think you're correct in that assumption there. I think most of the evidence points to the contrary, that the more nuanced and more complex you make a show, the more successful and more appreciated it is. Some of the best shows of all time and most successful shows of all time are the ones that are complex and nuanced with really interesting, deep characters and a narrative that is very intriguing and complex. So I don't understand exactly why he thought that this was a necessary and painful decision that they had to make for the success of the show, when clearly it didn't work and wasn't working anyway. Like, you could have still just stuck with the complex narrative of the book, and I think you would have stood a much better chance. I don't understand why we've reached this point where all of it's everyone else's fault. You ultimately were the ones that made the decision to say, let's simplify this and make it silly. That's on you. You made a gamble that people would prefer something really simple. Good guy, good. Bad guy, bad. Nothing else? Okay, I clap now. You made that decision expecting that possible response, and you didn't get it. It's not anyone else's fault but your own. I don't know why you're putting the blame on Americans and their attention span not being conducive to a significant narrative full of nuance and complexity. It's just a matter of just taking responsibility. Just be like, hey guys, look, honestly, we thought by simplifying this we'd reach a broader audience, and it didn't work. It seems like we simplified it too much, and it didn't convey the artistic vision that we were hoping for.
Like, I just don't think you need to then say things like, it's those damn Americans and their lack of ability to comprehend complexity, which is why we were forced to make the painful decision, the necessary evil, to dumb everything down. Like, it's just silly. It's just silly to once again start pointing the finger at the audience. Like, you guys are dumb, you made us do this. And now we failed because you guys are so dumb. Again, not anyone's fault but your own. If you had just stuck with the complex narrative of the books that it's all based on, even if it didn't succeed in the biggest way that you'd imagine, you could at least hold your head up high knowing that you delivered the artistic vision that you set out to do, because the way you talk about it now makes it feel like even you dislike the final product by calling it painful that you had to simplify it and that it was necessary to make such a difficult decision. So it seems like you are also not happy with the state of The Witcher. So why not just deliver the creative vision that was set out in the books that it's based on, instead of try to play the numbers game and appeal to dumb people or whatever the thought process was with the oversimplification of everything. Again, stop pointing the finger. Just take responsibility. You made a bad call, and the product is subpar for it. It is what it is. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because this is only increasing in frequency. Again, The Witcher and Marvel Secret Invasion are not the only two that have done this recently. This is becoming pretty common for the teams behind productions to get angry at audience reception or any kind of like criticism around their products. And it's just getting kind of tiresome how aggressive that landscape has become. So I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at Oppenheimer. I've said this many times and I'll say it again. I am a huge fan of Christopher Nolan. He's among my favorite directors ever. And I think he absolutely crushed this one. I just want to dive in right away and just start going gushing grannies over this one because it's really, really good. But I want to get it off rip here that I don't think this is a movie that everyone's going to like. I can already tell there's going to be quite a few people that'll go into this movie expecting it to be about the bomb, and everything is about the bomb. And that's not exactly what the movie is. It is very clearly about Oppenheimer, as the title would suggest. But Oppenheimer, at least in like the mainstream consciousness, I feel like always gets overshadowed by the Manhattan Project and the bomb. And in this movie, he doesn't. And I really appreciate that. It is really about Oppenheimer and everything he went through, at least everything that could fit in a 3-hour movie. And by the way, this movie doesn't feel like 3 hours. It fucking flew by. Like, I wanted more. I was still salivating for more. Like, the entire last half of this movie, I wanted to be another entire movie. Like, everything here I thought fit really well. But I completely understand that this movie's not going to be a one-size-fits-all butt plug that's going to leave everybody satisfied, because it very much is a movie that focuses on the main character, Oppenheimer, played by Cillian Murphy, who fucking crushes it in the role, and it's mainly talking. It's mainly the relationships Oppenheimer had with the incredibly stacked supporting cast here, by the way. The cast in this film is unreal. There are so many big names tied to this project from out of fucking nowhere, and some of them don't even play a big role. Like, I don't even think Robert Downey Jr. had more than maybe like 15 minutes of screen time, and yet he was a scene stealer every time he was here. Everyone went all in on their performances. It was fantastic. But again, don't go into this movie expecting some kind of explosion porn or anything like that. It is a incredibly well written and extremely well acted piece, all about the very eventful, complicated life of Oppenheimer. And it is beautiful. Now, I went into this film with very limited knowledge of Oppenheimer. Like most people, I only really know him as the father of the atomic bomb and the famous quote, "Now I am become death," which isn't his quote. He was quoting something else when talking about the atomic bomb and then crying about it, recognizing the gravity of his creation and having to live with the sin of his achievement. It's a movie that tackles a very complicated person. This isn't some made-up character like a fictional mad scientist, fucking Dr. Evil threatening to destroy the world with sharks with laser beams attached to their heads. This is a real person who helped create the most deadly weapon ever invented, and it was used and led to hundreds of thousands of deaths. And it follows this character before the Manhattan Project, during and after, and dealing with the subsequent trauma from the Manhattan Project post-atomic bombing. And the movie even transitions into like a pseudo-courtroom drama, because Oppenheimer didn't exactly face
trial, but he did face something very comparable, and the movie is really, really good at delivering that courtroom drama experience as well. I don't want to get into spoilers, but that's kind of a fucking weird thing to say considering this is a real story about a real person. I mean, read a book, I guess, like Google his name and look at the Wikipedia. But I'll still refrain from just going too hard about the specifics of the film. But I will say that the entire section during like the examination of friends and family of Oppenheimer as well as people that opposed him, I thought was done extremely well. The movie is just, I think, fantastic across the board, but I do have a couple of minor complaints here, and one of them's actually become a little bit of a meme with Christopher Nolan over the last few years here. It's the audio mixing. I've seen a lot of people patting Nolan on the ass for this one, saying that he really did a great job with the audio mixing this time around, because a lot of people have noticed that oftentimes shit gets a little wacky in that department. They set the dial from goofy all the way to silly when it comes to audio mixing on some Nolan films, and people have pointed it out. And this time around, they're saying this was, like, much better. But I do have to disagree to a certain extent. I do think it's much better. But in the beginning of the film, and really only in the beginning of the film, actually, there are multiple instances where the soundtrack, the score, and make no mistake, it is fantastic. I think they did an incredible job with the score here. I think the music is absolutely outstanding, a beautiful compliment to the film. But there is multiple instances in the beginning where the soundtrack will swell, reach some kind of crescendo, and drown out everything else around it. And you can't make out what the fuck the characters are saying. They sound like Charlie Brown's parents behind the music. And not just with the score. There's a couple of other scenes in the beginning where there's other sound effects going on, and you still can't really make out what characters are saying to each other. And I know it's not just me. I can confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's not just me. I understand I'm about to turn 29, so I'm getting up there in age, and, you know, it's not just my ears getting old. It's something other people experience too. I talked to Jackson after I watched it, who said the same thing about the beginning of the film, and as I say, the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding was very viscous. The people in front of me and to the left a little bit, I saw twice in the first like 30, 45 minutes, lean over, and I heard them ask what they said, because they weren't exactly being quiet about it. I saw it in IMAX, which was a great experience, by the way. It was absolutely fucking packed. We were shoulder to shoulder, and our IMAX theater has the seats basically on top of each other, which I don't know if that's standard or not. I've only seen 2 movies in IMAX before this, but since we were so close, I could see and hear that, which made me feel a lot better knowing it's not just me that was struggling to hear things in the beginning of the film. I don't think it's a big deal. It's not a big complaint. It only was like a little bit in the beginning. But I did want to at least mention that. The audio mixing is getting a lot of praise right now, and I do think overall it is a huge improvement, but in the beginning I do think it's not perfect or anything. Which is fine, because pretty much everything else is. I fucking loved this movie, honestly. I think it is just an extraordinary film. I will mention one other thing, and this isn't a complaint by any means, but I do want to at least put it out there. There are so many characters in here, and they're all really interesting. But since there are so many characters, it's a lot of names. So by like the midpoint of the team getting together at the Manhattan Project, like assembling the fucking Avengers of scientists, there were so many names being tossed around, I legitimately didn't know who the fuck was being discussed half the time. It wasn't until I saw their face where I was like, oh yeah, that guy. And then I'd be like, oh, it's good to see you. And then he'd go do his assigned role. And there's just a ton of characters in here that have a lot to do, but they mainly tell you instead of show you. I would have liked them to show a little bit more, but I don't think that's a huge issue because it's already a 3-hour film. If they showed you more of what they were saying, this movie would be pushing like 8 hours. Like, there's just a big story to tell, and they did the best they could, and I think they did an incredible job with it. But I think it might be a little confusing for people because they introduced so many characters so rapidly. It's very fast-paced. The movie moves at like an absolutely cutthroat pace, which I appreciate. Not that I mind slow burn movies, but I actually was really surprised to see just how quickly this movie was moving through things, and I never really felt like lost. Obviously, I'm not a fucking scientist, you know, I'm not out there with a 180 IQ or anything, so a lot of like the math and science discussions that were happening and some of the breakthroughs were a little lost on me, but I don't think there's anything they could have done differently there. It's not a big deal. I didn't expect them to hold my hand through all of that and give me some kind of bachelor's degree in fucking physics or anything by the end of the film. But I do think that since it moves so quickly with so much being introduced so rapidly, I think there are a couple moments where you can get a little lost in the sauce and maybe a little bit in the dark on exactly what's happening in the overall narrative, but really not for long. I think it does an incredible job of keeping everyone in the loop on exactly what's going on, what Oppenheimer's experiencing, what other characters are experiencing, what the goal is, what's happening. I think it really does a good job overall. I think it's just a really great film. So plugging Oppenheimer into the moist meter, I'm giving this one a big crisp 90%. I do really think this movie is extraordinary. I think it is a very great film. Another Nolan hit. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this moist meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. Halt! You've just reached a smile checkpoint. And it's time to pay the fee, so put a big smile on that face. I'm here to help. I've got some amazing news that's going to tug on your heartstrings and make you go, aww. A YouTube scammer was just sentenced to over 5 years in jail for a massive fraudulent operation they've been running for the last half a decade. And boy, howdy I tell ya, it's always a great feeling watching a scammer get their comeuppance. A nice knuckle sandwich from the law. And honestly, he's getting off easy here. His name is Jose Terran, and he is like the Cobra Commander of scammers. This guy is going to go down in history as one of the largest fraudsters in not only YouTube history, but music history as well. Over the course of the last 5 years, Jose has claimed 50,000 songs, meaning that he then took the rights from these songs, and all of the money that those songs would generate online went into his bank account. And over the course of the 5 years he's been doing this, he's made roughly $23 million in royalty proceeds from the music he's fraudulently claimed. Bro straight up found a money tree and couldn't help but take a bite from the forbidden fruit, just like in the Garden of Eden. And now he is paying the price. He may have raked in 23 million bones, but now it's coming at the cost of over 5 years worth of his life spent in the slammer. And I really do think he's getting off easy here because this is an absolutely abhorrent case of fraud. But the wildest part is this is actually a very prevalent and out of control epidemic on YouTube itself. This scam is not something Jose came up with. This is very common right now and used by a lot of other shady scumbags. In fact, I'm not here to start pointing fingers here and, calling out sailors on the ship. I'm not trying to lead a mutiny. But there's even some beloved YouTubers that do pretty much exactly what Jose did on a smaller scale. We'll talk about all of that in a minute. I just want to quickly thank today's video sponsor, Opera GX. Opera GX just has so many tools that really allow you to customize it to your liking, as well as even allowing you to limit how much CPU and RAM the browser uses with GX Control. GX Control allows you to enhance your performance on PC when gaming by changing the amount of CPU and RAM you're willing to allocate to the browser, which makes it a lot less of a load on your system, unlike something like Chrome, for example, which is a resource hog. Another great feature is, of course, GX mods, and there's even a mod pack for me on there as well, if that sounds interesting, where you can change browser sounds. Yeah, baby! So yeah, all kinds of customizable wallpapers, and a lot of other interesting things that you can toy around with and adjust thanks to things like GX mods. And when you download using my link, you can see my latest 12 uploads in the Opera GX corner. So if you're interested in starting with Opera GX, you can download it for free in the description. Thanks again to Opera for sponsoring. Before diving into the bigger picture of this whole situation, let's focus on the particulars of Jose's case here. Now, he's considered a person of high risk to reoffend. They even cited that he obtained more than $6 million in personal profits and continued pocketing another $190K of stolen royalties, which he hid. And the hefty sentence was really necessary to deter him from launching future scams because he's planning to remain in the music business. I want to stop it right there. How the fuck is this even considered a hefty sentence? He stole $23 million. 23 million clams that he had no right to, he stole. Now let me walk you through how the scam works. Someone like Jose and other awful people like Jose will set up these fraudulent businesses and they'll go on a copyright claiming bender. Like, we're talking full-blown, like 10 lines of coke, stay up 24 hours programming bots in order to flag content on YouTube that they will copyright claim to take the money from. On YouTube, when you copyright claim a piece of content, you then get the ad revenue from it, even though it wasn't you who posted the video. This happens to everyone's channel at some point. At some point, someone created a piece of like music or something that plays in the background of a game you're playing or something, and it'll get flagged in the system, and when that's there, you lose all the ad revenue from the content, and it goes to the person who made that piece, or is claiming they made that piece. That's how it works. In theory, it's supposed to be there to protect copyright holders from people that are just re-uploading their shit. Instead of just like taking it down, you have the option to instead just take the money from it and it can stay up. But there's a lot of people that exploit this process, like Jose, where you don't have the rights to 50,000 songs here, but you're still claiming it because YouTube's system is fucking archaic. And there's not a whole lot of safeguards in place. A great example to highlight how unacceptably dog shit the current system is on YouTube, a community member of Destiny 2, just a person, just a, you know, red-blooded, God-fearing human being, a normal person, noticed that this is a complete oversight from the system. And in the Destiny 2 community, he got really fed up with the way Bungie was doing something. They got very upset. I don't want to go into all the details here, so I'm not going to get like too deep into the weeds. But basically, they were disgruntled, and in order to get back at not only the community, but Bungie themselves, they started copyright claiming a ton of content in the Destiny community. And they were claiming it as if it was Bungie doing it. So Bungie got a lot of flack, a lot of shit for it, and then eventually they got so bold and brazen that they copyright claimed Bungie themselves. Bungie's own content that they were posting on YouTube, their Destiny 2 content, this guy started taking the rights of. So it's very exploitable and has been exploited many times. And it's illegal, highly illegal. That guy's facing some serious life-changing repercussions from all of that. And now Jose is as well. But the point is, it is exploited often. It happened a lot and blew up in a big way a couple months back on TikTok, where people started to notice that there's these Spotify accounts set up that just play like random common sound effects like Roblox oof, or like that gong sound effect when something happens, like when you, I don't know, drink milk too fast on TikTok and it's like gong, I'm gonna shit my pants, like those sound effects. Someone had made Spotify accounts and were actually claiming those sound effects so that way they could take the ad revenue from YouTube videos that use them. It's someone that obviously didn't work on any of the sound effects or anything, but they noticed that they could claim the individual sound effects and then take the ad revenue. So the point is, this is a very common scam and it's a fucking problem. And Jose did this for half a decade, claimed over 50,000 songs that were not his, stealing money directly from those artists in order to profit himself, and he's only getting a little over 5 years in jail? I think that is a far cry from a hefty sentence. And the only reason that it's even that high is because they think he's at a high risk for reoffending, which he is, made over $20 million. You think this guy's not going to come right back into, hop onto the saddle again for another 20 million doubloons? Of course he will. So 5 years is comical. This should have been like an absolute statement. They should have made an example out of Jose here with a super serious sentence, because they got to put the kibosh on this shit. It's already out of control, and it's only going to get worse as people realize just how profitable it is to make these fraudulent copyright claims. So I totally disagree that this is hefty. This is light sentencing for this guy. And it's not just him. In fact, there is another one of his associates that is facing sentencing soon, but I imagine it's going to be roughly the same charges and the same time in jail. So it looks like there's going to be a restitution hearing soon, and right now the amount is set at $1.4 million to the victims of this scam, but they're trying to connect with more victims, but it's a little difficult because a lot of them are outside the US. A little insight into how this scam works was highlighted here in the Ars Technica article. It said that Batista, which was Jose's, teammate here, they duo queued to start this scam. They began in 2017, and they started the label known as Media Move. And the goal was to seize unearned royalties by claiming ownership of songs on YouTube that they noticed weren't actively monetized, meaning they didn't have any ads running on it, which is something you can see even as just a viewer. If you go on like a video or a song and there's no pre-roll ad, there's no banner ad or display ad somewhere, you can comfortably say that no one's making money from it. So what they would do is they would target content like that and claim it, which they didn't have the rights to. It's not theirs to do that. But that was their whole business model, finding down, hunting this content down, and putting it under their umbrella. Eventually, they even partnered with a management group called AdRev in order to give it like more credibility. So it wasn't just immediately red flagged as a huge fucking scam. Like 50,000 songs, that's a lot to be claiming ownership of. But no, wait, no, it looks like they're partnering with AdRev. This must be legit. So it was kind of deep. Deeper than a lot of the other scammers that go this route on YouTube, which is probably why they were so successful and made so much money. This is a great section here, just laying out the timeline. This wasn't exactly like a jump scare to the community. A lot of people had been tipped off about this and fighting against Media Move for quite a while, because obviously the people who made the content that was getting claimed knows that it's a bunch of baloney. Like it's straight up fish paste. They made it, and it's getting claimed by a company they've never fucking heard of before. So they did fight against Media Move for years, but it kept getting pushed aside, it seemed. But in 2019, the IRS launched an investigation after they became a little suspicious with the amount of bank accounts Media Move had that were sometimes registered under fake names. And I really like this section here, so I'm just going to read it. Everyone knows how the scam works, and it's unclear if much has been done to stop future YouTube scammers from using the same playbook and targeting more artists. Artists attempted to bring a class action lawsuit against YouTube to gain access to systems to monitor their royalties and stop royalty theft, but that case was dismissed earlier this month before going to trial. I'll answer that question. Nothing has been done to prevent this from happening again in the future, and it is still continuing to happen right now. I briefly mentioned at the beginning of the video that some YouTubers actually use this same fucking method. Unfortunately, it's become a bit of a nuclear weapon that sometimes these creators will use to either silence criticism or just out of pure greed. An amazing example that we just covered a month ago is Alex Edson of Business Casual when he tried to take down a channel he felt was competition to his. He issued fraudulent copyright strikes. So he went above a copyright claim. He wasn't just taking the ad revenue. He was straight up taking the entire channel down because he believed that that channel used an image that was somewhat similar to an image he used in his video. This just highlights just how broken the system is. So if he wanted to, he could continue to do that and copyright claim other channels and keep making that same argument about like, oh no, that's my image and you stole it from me. And he'd get away with it because the system doesn't have anything in place to stop that. Now, Alex Edson at Business Casual was unsuccessful in his nefarious evil plot. Thank God. But he's still an absolute unforgivable piece of shit for what he's done, and there's a lot of other content creators that engage in similar behavior, maybe not always motivated out of like, you know, getting rid of competition. I need to make sure there's no one left in the world except my channel, so I'm gonna take them all down. But a lot of them are just motivated by greed, where they'll start copyright claiming people's content who like maybe make a meme out of something they did, or even criticize something they did. That's happened a lot over the history of YouTube, so it is unfortunately a system that needs a drastic overhaul, and it's not getting that tender love and care that it needs to be in a good state. So squeaky wheel needs the grease. The squeaky wheel really needs the grease. Otherwise, Jose and Batista here that got 23 million from fraudulently claiming just completely innocent artist music will continue to pop up over the course of the next few years and will only continue to snowball. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this. I think it's great that they did get caught and are being punished. I just wish the punishment was more severe because I just don't think the punishment fits the crime here. They likely won't even serve their full time in jail, and they got away with so much money for quite a long period of time. So I think the sentencing needed to be harsher, and hopefully as more people are caught doing this, the sentencing will continue to increase. So that way it can finally deter people from trying it more in the future. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. Hey, yep, welcome back to the tier list. We're doing MREs today, and Matt's going loopy.
Yeah, we're going to war. What kind of?
In our own way.
Yeah. Let's just fucking run it. Start with the crackers. We've got a bunch of packs and cheeses and jalapenos.
All right. Is there any like special preparations for it, or do I just eat it?
I think we just eat it.
Well, no, like I know MREs sometimes have some like wild tech to them where you like make a fire out of it and then you eat.
He's never been in the military.
I've never had astronaut food.
Have you really not?
No, I haven't.
Wow. All right.
Cheers.
Is this what they call hardtack?
No. Wow.
That's like if you took one of those, what is it, the Toll House crackers that come in the big green tin, and you sucked the flavor out.
That's like what I eat in a dream, where I don't taste anything.
Yeah.
Like it's like the idea of a cracker.
Yeah. Wow.
It's like it's impersonating it, but not very well.
It's not bad.
It's
just,
fine.
It's just there. You want to bump it up with a little cheese spread?
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is a fascinating thing of nothing.
Yeah, it's quite literally nothing.
It's like a tangible ghost cracker.
They're fascinating.
Yeah, give me a little cheese.
It's like my brain wants to learn more. Oh.
You have an inquisitive mind.
Yes.
Excellent spread.
This just must be the same as Easy Cheese, right?
Cheese Whiz, you mean?
Cheese Whiz.
Yeah. I would think. Yeah, that's Lunchables cheese right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's government cheese.
Literally. We're off to a strong
That's
start.
pretty fucking good.
Yeah. Damn! MRE's going hard.
Oh, fuck.
You guys are aliens, like, actually.
Got me ready to enlist, I swear to God.
No, if this gets better, I'm right there with you, brother.
Yeah, I'll sign up
Cheese spread with
today.
jalapeno.
Where's my local ROTC program? Jesus
Yeah, I don't know why
Christ.
they go to the local high schools. Just come give me this bad boy.
This is how you recruit. You don't need to do any of those like Twitch stream shits where it's
No.
like join the army, be a
We
hero.
play Rocket League. Just give me the cheese spread.
Be like, we got crackers and cheese.
They got salt on them? Mm-mm. Nope. You can eat as much as you want.
Whoa!
These things, I think this is what they put in the vests because these things are like fucking bullet.
They're pretty hard.
All right, you ready for this?
Is this a different spread?
Yeah. It's cheese spread with jalapenos.
All right, give me a little dabarooski.
Yeah. Oh, it's just coming out in a different formation.
Oh yeah, that's a very odd formation.
Yeah. Oh, that one had a little chunk in there.
Woo!
Oh, that's the jalapeno chunk.
She's got some kick to her. Pretty good though.
Wow.
That's pretty fucking good.
That's like the spicier Cheez-Its. It's like they captured that flavor.
Yeah.
This is the perfect vehicle for anything that you just want to taste the thing. It's just a great foundation.
It's like
for
when you spray perfume on your wrist and you take a sniff, that way you get the actual essence.
Yeah.
That's good. That's an S tier.
Both of them are S tier, honestly.
And the cracker, the entire meal was an
That
S
whole
tier.
meal was S, I agree. Great job, Uncle Sam.
Wow. Yeah, Uncle Sam really
I
put
guess
his
the
best foot
government
forward.
doesn't actually make the MREs. This is APAC, made in the U.S. God bless.
Do they have ice cream?
I don't think they do. That's
No?
the astronauts. NASA gets that big budget.
Yeah, okay.
Inspected and passed by Department of Agriculture. So this does pass through the hands of the government.
The what?
The government. You ready for a beef patty with jalapeno?
That sounds awful.
It sure does. Why don't you open this one?
No, I'd love
Wait, do
to.
we have more plates?
Yeah, dude.
You're gonna need one.
This is wow. That actually looks like dog food. Take a peek in there. That is actually what I serve Kata from Farmer's Dog. A little beef pate. I'll jiggle her out. Show me.
I'm getting a phone call.
That looks like actual baby shit.
I'm gonna let you handle this one today, bud. The perforations don't go deep enough. Don't go.
There you go. I got
I'm
you.
speaking gibberish today. This MRE's got me acting up.
No, I can probably just cut it with the fork. No, I can't.
That didn't move at all. Look, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. They did a great job on the cracker.
I counted them out on the cracker, and they proved
Yep.
me wrong.
Is it cooked?
I don't know. Have you had this before as well, Chelsea?
You said, mm-hmm.
No.
Your dad didn't come home with like a big bucket of beef pate.
He didn't
from the
say,
MREs?
put down your cracker and eat the real food.
No.
Okay.
We did not.
That's dog food. That's dog food. Are we allowed to spit? Yeah. Cracker.
Oh,
You wouldn't be talking like this if you were on the front line.
That's true. That's so true. No, like
noodles.
if I had a bite of that when I was hungry, I'd be like, you know what, I'm just going to the bullets. I've had enough.
It's safer out there than in here with this. That is
I'm going to go
revolting.
see what they've got on the other side.
That is so bad. That is actually awful.
Oh God! You're telling me he's shooting at me from his kitchen? You can cook.
True. This is how the chef fights.
Holy shit!
The beef patés.
That was dog food.
That's an F.
One of the lowest Fs we've ever done.
That's actually shockingly bad. I would recommend everyone try this.
Yeah.
Here, come take a bite.
All right, so I'm starting to think these are a different company, and I think they're going to be worse than the Apex.
I think you're probably onto something.
Oh my fucking God. It's a brisket entree. I think based on the feel, you can pour the brisket entree out, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, Matt, you love brisket.
Ah.
That smells pretty nasty.
You're gonna look at it, Chelsea.
Chelsea, everybody has to try this today. I'm sorry.
All of you are going to look at it.
I bet you it looks better coming out my body.
That doesn't smell as bad as the last one.
Let me give her a little whiff.
That one actually smells a little better.
Sure does, Chuck.
I mean,
You're not wrong.
It does smell better than the last one.
Are you going for a chunk?
I'm gonna go for like a tiny.
All right. It's better.
That is a little better. I still don't want to swallow it.
I don't.
Mainly because I
either.
don't trust it.
I don't either.
Okay, cool. We're on the same page.
Why don't you trust it?
I just don't.
I
trust these.
Those I
don't trust these mystery. Like, she went to the dentist and they were like, you can pick one thing. Let's get another plate going for our spag with beef.
Can you guys throw this somewhere else so it doesn't sit under my nose the whole time?
This is spag with beef and science. I don't know what
And science.
It's spag with beef and SCE. Spag with beef and SCE. Oh, sauce.
Sauce. Yeah. Way to crack the code.
I like science. Man.
You said spaghetti again.
Spaghetti and spaghetti. I think the spaghetti will be good. Just a hunch.
I have the same hunch. I don't feel spaghetti noodles.
That's like a literal thing.
Solid.
That looks yummy. Here, let me just come right from the source.
I've got an idea. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You got that? Oh, here, I got you again. It's like a little dispenser. What if they stop putting meat in them?
I would agree.
Oh, I thought you meant like MRE creators, like YouTubers.
No, like
Protein. How would you get your protein?
just throw some fucking protein powder in that bad boy. I don't care.
Yeah, does protein powder
Ready?
expire?
Just whey, so it'd be like cheese left.
Oh,
They're cooking.
that's good.
Wow, that's good stuff.
That is actually good stuff.
Chef Boyardee, step aside. Really tasty.
Is there meat in here? Or?
There is, yeah. So he doesn't take a second bite.
It's not gonna be bad. It's not gonna be bad meat.
Well, this is from menu 4. I wish we could have gotten the full menus because menu 4 comes with a sweet potato grape smoothie.
Wow. Also, this is a B tier.
I agree. B.
And the whatever brisket thing was a D tier.
The dog food was F. It was. All right, moving on.
Yep.
It's probably a good one.
Wait,
hash brown potatoes.
Wait, that is the good one.
Woo! Give me another plate. Why is it liquid?
I hope this is like the McDonald's hash browns. Why does it look like that?
Get there. Yeah.
All right, now we found it. Well, I mean, I'm ravenous now.
Yeah, who wouldn't be? You really just dug into that.
It's not the worst thing I've ever had. It's not good though.
Huh. It's very, if you have those like barbecue like pinto beans, it tastes like everything around the
Your
pinto
stomach
beans.
is crying out.
Yeah, it's. I think it wants more.
Yeah, get another.
It's saying, please give me more potato squares.
Yeah, it's
that
not,
one's fine.
Yeah, it's not good, but it's
No.
not bad. I'd give it like a C.
I was gonna go under the spaghetti. That's a C.
Yeah, the spaghetti was like good. That's just like I can tolerate it.
All right.
All right.
We're done with the small fries. We're moving into the big boys, the APAC ready meals. Let's get it. Yep.
That's a lot of ingredients.
Wait, is the whole menu in here?
It might be like a full meal, yeah. Let's say what it is.
This is the spaghetti with Italian style sauce and meat. So it comes with the spaghetti, comes with the cracker, the spork that we need. Oh, sunflower butter for our cracker.
That actually sounds fire.
And, oh boy, I spoke too soon. We did get the sweet potato and grape smoothie. Who put that together? Typically, this is how you would heat your meal, but it takes a while. This spaghetti looks better.
It does.
It looks more spaghetti-like.
Does it need to be heated or no?
Can I have a paper towel? No. You can eat it without.
Okay. Oh, that tastes just like Chef Boyardee. That is going hard.
Let me scoop on in here.
I actually would like some more. That's good.
It's a little sweet for my liking.
Really?
Yeah.
I actually think that adds a lot to it.
I like the other spaghetti better.
This is fantastic. That spaghetti is...
That one's all yours.
This is... Well, I might just have it then if you insist.
Ooh.
Oh, is there meat here?
Yeah, finish it. Like, eat the meat.
No, I think I'm full now. But that's really good. I would give that a comfortable S tier. Outside of the crackers...
I was going to go D. That
Wow.
might be our biggest discrepancy ever. That one I really didn't like. It's super sweet.
Yeah, but that's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's playful.
It's goof noodles.
So are you ranking the individual pieces of the full meal, or are you ranking the meat?
We can average it together for meal 4.
Yeah, so we're gonna rank all of meal 4.
Okay. You can have that one.
Thanks. Man, there's a nice texture to it. It's almost like the shortbread cookie of the cracker world.
Mm.
I don't know why I said that specifically to you, but I hope you know that, Chelsea.
What is that? What are you using right now?
This is sunflower butter, but I didn't mix it super well, so here, I'll give you good sunflower butter. There you go.
What is this supposed to go on? Because I doubt it's a cracker.
I would
Probably
think
is the cracker.
Really?
It's like a
Yeah, it's
peanut
just
butter
butter.
replacement.
It's like just a butter and cracker.
That is some extraordinary butter.
Good stuff.
Right now, this is a meal that I would actually choose to eat for fun.
First part, not so much, but this one's it for me.
Thank you.
I know this isn't hardtack, but I just wanted to share a story that I once made hardtack in 5th grade.
I did too.
They made us spend the night in the school, and then in the morning, we made hardtack and little tinfoil stoves with a candle to cook an egg in.
It's literally
Imagine
just like
this.
a brick
It's
that you
it's
gnaw
like
on.
a brick cracker, basically.
Yeah.
You're like, it's bad.
What else do we have? Because that's another S tier.
So this, I agree. That's a strong S. This is a sweet potato grape smoothie. Do we have cups up here?
All right, grape smoothie. Sweet potato grape smoothie.
I want to know what mastermind cooked this one up.
That's not a great smoothie color, if I'm being honest.
Well, would you want sweet potato for a smoothie in general?
Nope.
Nah, not really.
I love taro.
I don't know what
It
that
is.
is.
It's a give it a good
I
ol'
legitimately
sip.
hate the smell a lot.
I'm gonna get my drinky drink ready. You went in like a champ on that.
It's pretty good. That's actually pretty good.
I don't know if you're fucking
I'm
with
not-
me or not.
I'm not
Whoa!
fucking with you.
That's like Thanksgiving came alive with grapes.
That's pretty good. Yeah, it's just it's very viscous.
It's like baby food.
Yeah, it's actually like baby mush.
Oh,
yeah.
The grape
That's pleasant.
comes in with a little punch of sweetness.
Yeah, I don't know how it's not bad, but it's
It
pretty
smells
good.
bad, but that reminds me of when the rat in Ratatouille.
Did you see everyone correcting you on that? It's
No.
not a grape. It's a strawberry.
They're watching the new version.
They've got the common
Yeah,
version.
yeah. I watched the
Snyder
original.
cut. So that whole meal is an S tier. I actually would eat everything in there again.
I was going to put it at A just because I wasn't a big fan of that. But I would have to say menu 4 came out swinging.
Yeah.
And I'm not so sure that other menus are going to be able to compete.
That's kind of what I'm feeling too.
We've got our little vegetable stew cooking over there. What?
Theoretically.
Theoretically. Yeah, don't burn yourself.
It's not getting warm.
All right, so right now, menu 4,
It's just
delicioso. Let's go to menu 6. The smoothie in this one, banana and, oh wait. Oh, they're different options. Some have banana and apple, some have sweet potato and grape. I don't know which one this has. That's the fun of MREs. It's like a Cracker Jack box. You never know what you're gonna get.
That's so exciting. What was the actual meal of this one, not just the smoothie?
Oh, sorry. Pasta with garden vegetables and tomato sauce.
No meat?
No meat.
No meat!
Meatless!
Let's go!
Yeah!
I feel
What's
safe.
this? Chocolate crisp protein and energy bar. We'll be able to get a real date off of this bad boy.
Oh, actually, that's going to be very helpful.
It's probably on the box it came from.
Yeah.
It was just inspected in July, so this was just recently
Oh.
Okay, cool.
Oh, you made a little.
I made a little
squirty
mess.
miss. Oh, there's corn in that puppy.
There is, and
That's not good. I think on the front line you
macaronis.
probably don't have great sewage systems, and your body doesn't digest corn. There's just corn. You learned it here.
Well, you don't need sewage if you're not digesting it. It's just corn again.
The fields of war are littered with corn.
You're on to something. You're getting dangerously close to something the government doesn't want you to know.
Chelsea's family is going to watch this and make her quit her job.
This looks good.
We got sweet potato and grape again. I just want a banana and apple.
Okay, that may have been a bit ambitious from me.
Let me get did you get a piece of corn?
I got a piece of everything.
There's a lot of chew to that noodle.
There is. There is. They need to do a little something to the noodles. It's not bad. It's no menu 4.
Yep. It's a menu 6.
It's a menu 6.
You know what they say out in war. It's, I guess I'll eat menu 6 if I have to.
Fuck, they gave me a menu 6.
Yeah, what did you get? A menu 4?
I'll trade you. It's okay.
Middle of the road. That alone right now? C.
Yeah. It is okay.
Yeah. All right. We already know.
Well, and to be fair, it's supposed to be hot. That would be a lot better hot.
I completely
that would
agree.
Be much
that
better
one
hot.
would do a lot with some heat added.
Yes.
The chocolate crisp replaces my cracker and almond or sunflower butter.
Well, they were cutting costs.
Yeah, that's big shoes to fill. I just want you to hear that noise one last time.
That's thunderous.
Yeah.
That's a lot of nutrients.
Well, it's in case you run out of weaponry.
Oh, that's true.
You can
Yeah.
use the bar as well, yeah.
You want to take a bite and I'll hold it?
Wow, that looks awful. Yeah.
You got not, oh, there's a snap to it. Get right into the middle. Whoa. You ever seen Jazzercise?
Yeah.
This bad boy could put him out of business. Holy shit. It's only 11 grams.
Fuck, that's bad. Wow. Yucko. How was it inspected? Like, they didn't open it.
Everything is to make sure it's not open.
Yeah,
So
true.
that way we MRE if it was bad, it wasn't function, obviously.
I would say this really would bring it up.
Yeah.
I'd give this, we gave menu 4 an S. Well, you did, I did an A. I'd say this whole menu's I don't know, this bad. It's a C or D. I'd say, I'll give it a C because it's got a sweet potato grape smoothie bringing up.
Yeah, I think it averages out for me like a B. Alright. That's horrible, though. It's actually just that and the sweet potato grape smoothie that carry.
I think this, with heat, would have been really
hard.
good.
Yeah.
Alright, so menu 6 did not live up to menu 4.
Are you sure this is working?
Look, dude.
It's the same temperature as when I pressed it, like...
I'll get to cooking it, alright?
He's just gonna go put it in the microwave.
Puts it in his pants. Alright, you want to dive into menu 1?
Oh, this is... Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about menu 1.
Menu 1 is what started it all.
Yep. This was the
What-
OG.
What is menu 1?
Menu 1 is Southwestern style beans with rice and chicken.
Oh, this is our first chicken.
Chicken! Alright, give me a plate.
Alright.
The crackers are back!
Welcome home!
Now, what smoothie did we get? It's like, here, I'll let you open this. I'm figuring out our prize. God damn it!
The tier list.
That looks bad.
Oh no,
That
I
looks
saw a
bad.
little glimpse of that square.
That just looks bad.
That one I think would do well with heat. Oh.
If you just chop it up, it looks like the other ones.
Yeah.
Yep. The gang's all here. Alright, I'm just gonna...
Man, them beans aren't playing games, I'll tell you right now.
That bean's punching. The texture leaves a little to be desired.
This would be good with heat.
Yeah. Well, heat...
With
Not
heat,
bad.
and the way it's supposed to be consumed, the way the Lord intended, that would be pretty good.
I think that one, if heated, would be my favorite.
I agree. I actually like these beans a lot.
The southwest part of that is there. That's good. I'm gonna go A because I really think that bad boy wasn't playing if he heated it up.
Yeah, I'm going to go A as well because even not heated up, these beans are saying
Those
something
beans
to
are
me.
good. That's Southwest seasoning.
Yeah.
And then what did we get with our cracker? Sunflower butter.
Well, we already know it's good. Is that the next course of the meal?
Yeah, that's all of it.
That means it's got to be an A.
That's an A.
You guys are both like, wow, this is fucking weird and doesn't taste great, but it's
No,
okay.
we said the
No,
flavor.
like if it was
this is
heated.
definitely better than this.
Yeah,
Okay.
if this was heated, this would be.
I
Very
think
His
that would-
reactions were very different.
No, the texture is off-putting.
It is.
But if you're not a connoisseur. That's a much
no,
better
that's
word.
true.
A sommelier.
Yes, a sommelier of MREs.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
See, the thing is, like, it's good, but bad.
Yeah.
Like it.
So that means A.
It flirts. Sometimes when making a masterpiece, you gotta play with a little fire.
If you give me this and you give me some Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets, it's gonna get bumped down. But I'm not rating it compared to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, it's all
I'm rating
relative
it
ratings.
in the MRE scale. And we went from shit dog food to Southwest chicken.
To Southwest beans.
So it's an A.
I'm still just kind of eating these little beans.
You're liking those beans. You're picking them out.
They're little treats.
I'm gonna move to menu 3.
Okay.
Home style vegetables in sauce with noodles and chicken.
Perfect.
And we got another shot at the elusive banana apple smoothie.
This is our last chance.
Go ahead with the vegetable with noodle chicken.
Noodle chicken vegetable coming right up.
What's happening? And here, I'll ruin our surprise. We got a cracker with sunflower butter. I would be done by day 3. I would need something else. Oh no.
I actually don't
That
mind
looked a
that.
little cat foodish from what I saw.
I don't mind
Oh.
that color.
Wait.
That's like it's not dog food color.
Good golly, Miss Molly, I'm excited to jump into this one.
At first it looked like a scab, but then as it came out I was like, you know what, actually that's not discolored, it's just it's
the color.
It's got some weird characteristics is all.
Alright, let's get in here. That sweetness is back.
Yeah.
Hey, is there sugar in it? 62 grams of sugar. Oh, that's the whole menu. Okay.
Yeah, but
I don't really like that. It's not dog food level.
no, it's definitely a little better than that.
But we put this in C, right?
Yes.
Because that means that's got to be a D in my head. Does that make this a B and that a C?
You're getting into weird quantum calculations.
Yeah.
Mine's more simple. I don't like a whole lot about it, but I don't hate it either.
That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I could eat that one.
Yeah.
Which is why I feel bad giving it a D, so I think it's a C.
Yeah,
also
I think I'm
like
gonna have to
that
give
more.
this one a C as
We'll
well.
just run C. You're not going to believe it.
We didn't get it.
We got a sweet potato grape smoothie. We are chasing our Charizard, and we're not finding it.
Well, how did it get so hot so quick?
Bro, literally, I had no idea. It's fucking heat.
All right, come plop her down then. This is our last menu item. This is menu number.
Wait, what were we ranking this overall menu? We had the
C.
sweet potato and
Didn't we
grape.
give it a C?
Well, that's C, but then you got the cracker with
Oh.
sunflower butter and the sweet potato, which I think has to bump it to
a B. Yeah, natural.
Yeah,
You
it's
use
ju-
slope intercept form.
Yeah.
Good call. Good call.
Yep. Found the hypotenuse.
Yeah, but did you go home and look at math stuff last night?
Well, no, and then we found the hypotenuse, and there it was.
You wouldn't understand. These are very advanced calculations,
No, I
Chelsea.
would not understand them, actually.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
Come-
we're good.
Come
we're
bring,
good.
bring it
So
over.
This,
here.
this is menu 5, the coveted menu 5, vegetable stew with meat.
Do you feel heat coming out of it?
Man, it's government heat right there.
She cooking. Do not overfill. Oh, you overfilled it. You actually did.
No.
Put the fire out the second,
So how's it supposed to work?
Here, you wanna plate her up?
Is it? Oh, it's okay.
Can we throw this away later tonight and it just explodes?
I'm just gonna put it on top of this, so we stop wasting so many plates.
That is just.
What?
Okay. Whatever.
Well, if you think about it, there's enough there that we can pull off the top and we won't be touching the bottom.
I'm done questioning.
You pick
guys.
off the top of the mountain because the top of the mountain hasn't muddled with the rest
It's
of it.
actually an architectural approach where you build up instead of out.
Yep. It's like ants.
Yep.
Stew? Oh, garbanzo beans?
Oh. Well, hello there.
Do you hear my stomach?
I hear this.
It's
I
not
hear this
great.
right now. It's saying some stuff. It's saying some pretty nice things to me, actually.
What is this again?
I don't know. Your stomach is really.
It's not feeling good.
It's very vocal today.
I think it's the
Vegetable stew with meat.
Wait,
That.
oh, God damn it.
What? You thought there was no meat?
Yeah.
You asked for it to be heated because it had meat.
You're right.
That was your choice.
You are right.
Yeah, get back to where you were though. Ignore your fear. That's pretty good stuff.
It is pretty good stuff. Now you eat another meat bite.
Look, with everything we do, if you die, I die. We know that by this point. Okay. All right. Jesus.
The only meat you shouldn't have been worried about is chicken, and both of you went into that with no question.
Yes, chicken.
Yeah, I never met a chicken I didn't like.
A. All right, let's dig into menu 5 some more. Oh, I'm seeing she's giving us something playful.
Oh, yikes.
We're back to these.
I don't know if we need another plate, but just in case.
This one's crammed.
I literally waited for Danny's face.
This is the highest level of irrationality I've ever seen in my life, from just on all facets.
You just don't understand the process.
That tastes like a Laffy Taffy, or not, or Now and Later.
Kind of tastes like an Airhead.
Yeah, it's like candy.
Yeah.
That really is like candy with protein.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I don't
like
know
that
why
one.
they're not selling more of these. Okay.
Come on, baby.
That was good.
Give us apple and banana. PSA 10.
Sweet potato grape smoothie.
God damn it. God damn it. Maybe they discontinued it.
They must have. It was too good. So you got stew, sweet potato grape smoothie, candy bar.
Probably an A.
Yeah, I think that all rounds out to an A.
Yeah.
We've got one more, the one I'm really not looking forward to. It's pork.
Pork?
Pork.
Pork with
That's-
sauce and rice. I mean, technically, you don't have to eat that.
We got another cracker with sunflower butter.
Mm-hmm.
Should I ruin the surprise now? Or...
Just do it now.
Please, please.
Oh boy. Well, wash it down with some good old-fashioned pork.
You ever just cut your sauce and rice like that?
That's Uncle Ben's rice in there.
You always say that anytime there's rice.
You're right. I just really like Uncle Ben's rice.
Oh, you
So
too?
when there's good rice, I'm
You
just
saw
like,
me eating when you came in? That was a big bowl of Uncle Ben's.
fuck yeah. That's good.
That is good.
That
It's
is
got a
a-
little kick to it. It's
Yeah,
nice.
That's actually really nice.
That's well seasoned.
It is well seasoned.
I don't think I got any of the pork.
I don't know if there is any pork. I didn't get any either.
Maybe it's like super fine. I mean,
Like super shredded, you mean?
yeah. Pork's a delicacy.
Yeah, that's what I've always heard too.
I don't eat pork.
I also don't eat pork.
Yeah, that was good.
It was good. That would be A.
I was gonna go A, and then we've got these, and we've got the smoothie. It's another A.
Same old routine.
Yep.
It's all an A.
A. Just we hide all the good food in the MRE bags. It's a shame, really.
I was pleasantly surprised by the quality of the food today,
I thought
actually.
I was gonna be puking. We started off slow. We started off bad, and we went up.
Whoever's making these, like the meals, is
Yeah.
doing a much better job than whoever's selling the under the table.
Yeah, just the
beef
individual
brisket.
bags. Those sucked. These were good.
Yeah,
So,
agreed. Yeah, so if you're ever in a pinch and need an MRE, now you know what the best ones are, and you're
Yeah.
welcome.
Hey, good job.
Hey, good work.
I'm not Scooby-Doo, but I'm still sniffing for clues, and I'm picking up a big whiff of something fishy. It's stinky out here. I've been smelling something foul. With all of these airplane freakouts that have been happening recently, I don't understand what is going on. It's getting wild. There have been an abnormally large amount of plane freakouts with passengers going berserk on airlines. It only has been like 2 weeks since this video hit the internet and took it by storm. This is the video of the woman who gets up out of her seat and says, "That motherfucker is not real," pointing to another passenger on the plane, and everyone turns their head to look, expecting to see like a T-1000 Terminator, but no one saw anything, and then she got off the plane. This photo here has actually become more famous than the fucking photo of the Wright brothers' first airplane. This is now one of the most well-known photos in aviation history, I'd argue. But anyway, this is not an isolated incident. When I talked about this when it first happened, there had actually already been another case of someone having a similar freak out where they got mad at a passenger they were sitting next to and then even tried to like charge the door of the plane to open it and get out. And now yet another video just came out from this year of another passenger having a very similar freak out, saying that a passenger on the plane was a robot and recharging their batteries and saying like the plane's gonna go down, and it was another like big scary moment on the airline. And this is 3 in a very short period of time when I'd never seen anything like this before. It's not like plane freakouts never happened. Of course, there's always been like irate passengers and having like meltdown moments on planes. But all of these are like sharing similar character traits with each other in terms of what they're freaking out about. And they're all over the globe, which is super odd. Not that I think there's any kind of grand conspiracy here, but it just makes me really wonder what's gone on to cause this level of panic on flights. Now, I do understand that maybe some of these are related to psychosis, which is a very serious thing, and that's definitely no laughing matter. That's very sad. But I do also wonder what else could come into play here, because it's not like all of a sudden psychosis is a new thing. So is it just we're recording more often and people are seeing it, being exposed to it more often, or if it really is increasing in frequency, and if so, why? I got really deep into this fucking rabbit hole for some reason, and it led me to something called railway madness. I don't know if anyone's familiar with this. When the railways were still pretty new, there were reported instances of completely normal people going on railroad cars and freaking out and like getting violent and aggressive and just going ballistic while the carts were in motion. And then when they stopped, they went back to normal. So for a brief period of time, there was a number of people that thought trains were causing damage to people's brains and flipping this switch that had them go wild. Kind of like the plot to the first Kingsman movie, where like a certain frequency turned them into like absolute killing machines that were just fucking attacking each other. But of course this isn't a real thing. Trains weren't causing damage to their brain and turning them into like, you know, lunatics slapping each other around or anything like that. But as I understand it, there was just a very weird case of some people just going kind of nutty on trains and getting aggressive and freaking out. And now it seems like we're having something similar happen with airplanes in the modern age here. Now, of course, this is only 3 viral instances of it happening. That's not exactly scientifically significant. It's not indicative of some kind of pandemic sweeping the globe of people going crazy on planes or anything like that. But it is just a weird thing that I wanted to talk about because it's happened so many times in such a short period of time. As you discussed the clip of the woman freaking out on the airplane. Man, you are super late to that one. But you did just remind me of something else that happened on an airplane that Matt sent me earlier. Apparently, a guy had a big freak out on a plane claiming that he is stuck in a time loop. And that he experienced this 6 times already. That the plane was gonna crash. I don't know what's going on with planes though, but look, assuming this is a correct translation, they're a hollow earth inhabitant. I don't know if we're just filming things more often and crazy plane freakouts have always been common, or if this is just a rising phenomenon. But it is happening frequently now. What do you even say to calm them down? Don't listen to the time loop guy. We gave him way too much alcohol. Sorry. Please don't listen to time loop. Like, I don't even know what you say to calm everyone down. I'd be freaking out if this happened on a plane I was on. I'd be losing my goddamn mind. Like, all rational thought would go out the window. Be like, oh my god, there's a time looper in here. We're doomed.
He's seen it all, fuck! Oh, God! I'd be running up and down the aisle. Oh, my... Yeah, I'd lose it. I'd fucking lose it. Well, he wasn't telling the truth. The plane landed. It didn't crash. But maybe he had just broken the cycle. Maybe that was the key. Cycles 1 through 5, he tried, like, very odd ways of fixing it, like flying the plane himself, all kinds of different things, erecting a force field, perhaps. And then on the 6th cycle, he tried just going full-blown Insano style, and that was the secret. Saved their life and not even respected. Heroes often aren't. What if he's actually telling the truth and we'll never know? What if the pilot came out and said that him freaking out made them slightly look to recalibrate? That's probably what happened, and then everybody clapped. Remember the guy who aggressively wanted to shake people's hands? That guy was cool. That wasn't a time looper. That guy was just a professional handshaker. He was a grip inspector, and he was going around making sure everyone's handshake was nice and firm. So it seems like there's only one write-up here from a reputable source. Footage from Chinese social media shows an airline passenger melting down earlier this year. He said he was caught in a time loop, and this was his 6th cycle. I'll just pull it down. The flight already crashed, and everyone died, but he's returned to this point and was warning everyone. He said they were destined for the same fate as the Malaysia Airlines flight MH370. According to the passenger, one of the crew members wasn't human. She was a robot who was changing her battery, and that everyone needed a reset because their jobs are slavery and they were being paid money for dark reasons. The flight was canceled. Too many passengers were freaked out by the incident, and the passenger was arrested and sent to a medical facility. Oh, so they weren't even in the air yet. I thought this happened in the air. Also, this is so interesting. Another one of these "this motherfucker isn't real" moment. She was a robot who was changing her batteries. So yeah, maybe he really did save them. Maybe that plane would have went down if he didn't go fucking ballistic here. What's your ideal time loop scenario? I don't think there is one. A time loop is worthless. Time travel is what means the most. That's most helpful. There's no way to prove him wrong. You are correct. Clear sign of psychosis. Find it sad people are making this guy into a spectacle. Yeah, I think that's very clearly psychosis. What's interesting, though, is that this has now happened 3 times this year. Well, 3 times in the last month. What was the third one? The guy coming back from the rave, and he tried, like, opening the door after shouting at his seat sidekick. The passenger next to him started shouting and freaking out at him and then tried opening the door mid-flight. Millions of people in a time where everything gets shared seems about right. That's what I was wondering. If it's just a matter of we're all filming everything now, so the freakouts get eyes on them, and it's always happened since the history of aviation, or if there really is a big wave of mental illness coming through. COVID fucked up a lot of people. Yeah, maybe the isolation had some kind of huge effect on people's psyche. Perhaps. Today I experienced what it must have felt like for early human scholars like Aristotle when they'd sit and ponder the deep, complex issues plaguing society, as well as taking notice of things going on around them and trying to make sense of all of it. And today, my philosophical thought experiment was, why is every single new movie that's coming out flopping? With the exception of Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, most new movies that are coming out over the last few months are setting new records for how dog shit they're performing in the box office. These bad boys are flopping harder than LeBron James against the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs. It's getting rough. And I just read this headline here about a movie I didn't even know existed being DreamWorks' lowest opening for anything they've ever made, called Ruby Gillman Teenage Kraken. It brought in just $5.2 million so far on opening weekend. And this is a $70 million budget, and that doesn't account for any of the marketing costs. So this is looking like a historic bomb here. And this isn't alone. Elemental is still in theaters and is not performing well. It was Pixar's second lowest opening ever, I believe. Like, what's going on here? It was a question that I wanted an answer to, so I got deep into exploring the inner machinations of my mind in order to get an answer. I was nearly ready to draw a bath and really get after it, really exercise my noodle. And following this thought line to its natural conclusion, you reach two questions. Are movies just getting worse, which is why people don't really care to go see them? Or do people just not really have an interest in going to a movie theater anymore? Pretty much everything we do in our day-to-day lives has become extremely convenient, whether it's ordering food or just general entertainment. You can watch pretty much every show and movie from the comfort of your own home. And you don't have to pay individually for each movie you want to see because eventually they hit streaming platforms that you have a subscription to. So going to a movie theater is inconvenient. You have to drive to the theater. It's also expensive because the ticket prices just keep increasing exponentially. And God have mercy on your soul if you get a little appetite or a little thirsty and decide to buy something from the concession stand, because then you're out another $50 buster, because that shit is outrageously priced. It is downright criminal how expensive things are at a movie theater. I went to see a movie today. I saw the new Indiana Jones. I'll get to that in a moment, but it's what put this discussion top of mind for me. And I bought a water bottle. And not only did they have the gall, the fucking chutzpah, to sell me a Dasani water bottle, but they charged me $8 for the Dasani water bottle. That is sewage. Dasani is literally sewage in a bottle, and I paid $8 for the sludge. I really would have rather paid $8 for each employee there to spit into a cup and I'd drink that. Not only would it taste better than Dasani, but I'd feel less scammed. Point is, it's expensive going to a movie theater and it's inconvenient. So, is that the reason why a lot of people are choosing not to go, leading to so many box office disasters recently? It's a lot of questions that I've been looking at answers for the last few hours since coming back from the movie. And I wanted to just kind of talk about it because I find it so interesting. So let's dive into the first question. Are movies just getting worse? And is that the reason why people aren't bothering to go? Because it's not worth their time to see it? I think the answer to that is probably no. But I do think movies are getting less original. Because the budgets for films have gone up so much, like most films are like $70 million plus budgets. Most of the time even going north of 100 mil, 200 mil, and in the case of like Indiana Jones, 300 mil. These are, and it's an outrageous amount of clams in order to produce a modern blockbuster. So when you're gambling with that amount of money on a movie, most of the higher-ups like to make sure that it's the safest possible investment they can make with it. So they choose to either make sequels or reboots or remakes, something that they know has a built-in core audience. So that's why you see most of what hits theaters these days is kind of derivative of other properties or just straight up a sequel. And I think that leads to a lot of people feeling like they've just kind of already been through this song and dance before. You're not getting a ton of unique experiences from huge blockbusters anymore. And I think that does play a role in it, but I don't think that necessarily means the movies themselves are worse. They're just so much safer. They just play everything super safe and by the book. Now, that's of course not talking about every movie that hits theaters. There's still a lot of companies that are doing lower budget productions that are far more creative and original. Of course, things like A24 and production houses like that. But on the whole, most of the big blockbusters are very generic, and it's food that you've had before. You're basically just getting junk food that you know isn't exactly like the best thing there is, but it's still good enough for a lot of people, and it has been that way for a long time. But I feel like at this point, people are just losing that sweet tooth. They don't really care to just keep seeing the same shit over and over again. Like superhero movies. Superhero movies, even the worst ones, used to still turn a massive profit. It was an infinite money glitch for a while, but now it's been patched. Superhero films aren't guaranteed to make you money. Case in point, The Flash. The Flash came out, and it had a crazy marketing campaign behind it. They had all kinds of celebrities singing its praises, celebrities that you would think would hate it. Like Stephen King was going crazy about it, talking about how good it was. Tom Cruise really loved it, saying, you know, this is a certified semen siphoner. It's gonna make you nut, trust me. Kojima just posted a tweet talking about how great it was. Just so many celebrities talking about it being great, which I still believe was some kind of like paid marketing campaign that they haven't disclosed. I still find it so hard to believe after seeing the movie that all of these celebrities lost their fucking mind over it. Like, it's a fine film, but nothing that I think really changed the whole landscape. But they were talking about it like it reinvented the whole superhero genre. And it still bombed in the box office. Now, of course, there are other factors at play, like Ezra Miller and the crime spree Ezra Miller went on that went completely unpunished. There are certain things like that at play with The Flash, but I still think even if that wasn't the case, the movie probably wouldn't have been a glowing success then either. I think there is legitimately superhero fatigue because most people are assuming that they've already seen all of this kind of shit before, so probably aren't going to bother going through the inconvenience and the extreme cost of driving to a theater, paying for the tickets, when instead they could just wait for it to conveniently drop on their favorite streaming platform and watch it from home without spending a fucking dime, really, aside from the subscription cost. And to extend this a bit deeper for today's experience, like I mentioned, I saw Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. It's the 5th entry into the Indiana Jones franchise. I actually saw it with my parents. This is the first movie we've seen together since the Avengers movie, the first one, back in like 2012. So we decided to go to the theater and see it together because we all really like Indiana Jones. And it turns out the film is really struggling a bit with a $60 million debut. Now, this isn't exactly like a hard turbo flop or anything, but it's opening to less than what Kingdom of the Crystal Skull opened to back in 2008. And for a lot of people, that movie is considered a legitimate abomination in the Indiana Jones franchise, so I think there is a chance that people just wrote off the franchise after that one and maybe didn't even bother giving this a chance. I'm really not sure. But yeah, the movie is not performing nearly as well as they expected it to, despite the film's budget being like $300 million, which doesn't even account for the marketing costs, at least according to the numbers I'm seeing online. So this is a movie that needed to generate huge buzz, tons of doubloons, in order to turn any semblance of a profit, and it's not looking likely at the moment. So after watching the film, I'll give you like a little pseudo moist meter here. It's a fine movie. I don't think it's very good, but I don't think it's bad either. Like, I wouldn't say that this is an example of a movie that's so shitty that people probably just wouldn't bother going to a theater to see it. It's one of those movies where it doesn't really try to do anything interesting. It plays it very, very safe. You go there, you'll be entertained for the runtime, but it's not something that you'll really remember on the drive home. It's something that's easily forgotten. There's nothing wrong with it. I think there's a lot of goofy moments in it that don't make a whole lot of sense, as well as a couple of plot holes, but I'm not here to do a spoiler review for this. I'll just say overall, it's probably the second worst Indiana Jones movie. I still think it's probably a little bit better than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, but not by much. It doesn't even come close to the original trilogy. But again, I don't think it's like, you know, an affront to God or anything. It's not horrible. So this wouldn't really be something that I would think would be an example of movies are just getting worse and that's why no one's going to see them. But I do think this is an example of this is a very safe, generic movie that most people probably wouldn't bother to see. In movie theaters, that is. This would be something you'd flip on when you're, you know, just perusing your streaming platform of choice, and you'd throw it on for, you know, some background noise. Or if you need something to kill fucking like 3 hours. This movie is way too long. I'm not just gonna give a whole Indiana Jones review here, but point is, I don't think this is a movie that's so bad that it's scaring people away from going to see it. It's just, I do think it's not a movie that would get people excited to go. They tried to revive a beloved franchise again, and that bet is no longer working these days. Most people have seen through shameless cash grabs that just try and like piggyback off the goodwill of a great franchise that they knew and loved. And I think that's one of the big things that people are now just being kind of more conscientious of. Like, I know it's probably not going to be as good as the originals, so I'm not going to go out of my way to pay a ton of money for the tickets. And I'm certainly not going to pay a ton of money for the drinks and food. Because I swear to God, with the prices the way they are, you'd have to choose between paying for a bottle of Dasani or paying for a handful of rare earth minerals. Like, there's going to be like the same cost of a diamond at some point for a fucking bottle of Dasani at a movie theater. But yeah, I don't think that the main deterrent for people going to a theater is movies getting shittier, but I do think them refusing to take big, like, blockbuster risks on new IP or, like, more bold creative projects is definitely something that is not doing them any favors. But I think by far the biggest contributing factor is it's pricing people out, and it's just not convenient anymore, whereas everything else in the world is just getting more and more convenient, whereas going to a movie theater is going the opposite direction. It's getting less and less convenient and more expensive. So it's just one of those things where I think that's the biggest thing at play here for a lot of these flops that have been happening. Not necessarily that the projects are shittier. Like Ruby Gilman could be an absolute masterpiece. I have no fucking idea. But I don't feel like going to a theater to see it because it just doesn't really capture me as like worth the inconvenience of going there for it. Same with Elemental. Elemental just seems like a really kind of generic film. And that's not enough to get me like, in the car, and putting my ass in the seat in order to watch it just to see if it is generic or if it's like great. I don't really feel like bothering with that, and I feel like that's the way a lot of people feel because it's expensive and it's inconvenient. So that's kind of my guess for the flops. Just something I was thinking about today watching Indiana Jones and learning that it was not doing super hot in the box office, and I thought for sure Indiana Jones was going to be a shoo-in for profit, but clearly not. I think the age of being able to just kind of phone it in for movies and blockbusters and being able to make, tons of money off of very lazy writing or very generic storytelling and productions, I think that age is kind of behind us now. I think in order to stand out in the box office, it's being proven recently that you need a very strong, good movie. Like Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. That film is absolutely exploding. Another good example is Puss in Boots 2. Like, I think now we're entering an age where people are only going to go to a theater if it really seems like something special that will be worth their time and they'll get a great experience out of it. As opposed to how it used to be where people just kind of go to a theater to see anything, even if it looked kind of generic, because, they were in malls and everyone was out and about, like in malls and shit. So, I'll check out the newest superhero film just because it's there, and it'll probably just be, some mindless entertainment for a little while. And it wasn't that expensive back then compared to now. So I just think times are changing in the movie industry, and the top level execs aren't really realizing that. So they're just pouring more money into generic films, safe films, things they perceive as safe, and they're not getting the returns that they're expecting anymore, which I think is an overall good thing. I'd love more creative projects. I think everyone would. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. That's it. See ya. The most expensive game ever put up for sale is a game that you have never heard of. I am almost 100% certain of it. It's a game that does actually exist. It's not just make-believe, phony baloney nonsense. It is a real game, and it is a game that has been played by at least 16 people. And it's a game called Spooky Men, and it retails for $100,000 on Steam. Or at least it used to. But the developer must have realized the power and the beauty of Spooky Men and came to the conclusion that any sane person would. That he was actually underselling the game. The price didn't match the quality. He needed to charge more for it. This is Spooky Men we're talking about, for heaven's sake. Like, heavens to Betsy, it's Spooky Men. He was basically giving it away for free with a $100,000 price tag. So, he made the logical decision. He eventually cranked up the price of Spooky Men to $1 million to buy it. At $1 million for a video game, that shit better be coming with the goddamn One Piece. Like, that has to have some crazy treasure that's gonna change my life. If I don't fire up Spooky Men and instantly get taller, more attractive, and with a fuller beard, then what's the point? It's basically a scam. 1 million clams, these Spooky Men better come out of my computer screen and actually suck my cock. As advertised, these men are spooky. Let's go ahead and check the description of what it's about. Maybe it really is worth the price of admission here. Spooky Men is an online 1 to 8 player cooperative survival horror game. Complete tasks and exorcise the malevolent demon. Use your wits to distract the ghost and survive its attacks as you explore the haunted property. Can you make it out alive? Finally, an innovative horror game complete with everything you'll ever need. Really, you pay $1 million for Spooky Men and you will literally never need another video game in your life. This has it all. Demons, ghosts, exorcisms, 1 to 8 player cooperative survival horror experience. It's got it all. What else could you possibly want in life? You know what? Actually, I know the answer to that question. I know what else you want in life. You want a better PC. Well, I've got you covered. Because Starforge is doing a huge site-wide sale starting from today, August 8th, and going until tomorrow, August 9th at midnight, with prices up to $150 off. Starforge has the best PCs in the universe, and today's our anniversary, so we're celebrating by doing this big sale here. Of course, every PC comes with a 2-year full parts and labor warranty, and tons of options to choose from, all catered to what your needs are. So definitely go to starforgesystems.com if you want to get yourself a new, great PC. Now, some of you might be there scratching at your chin, really flexing your noodle, trying to process, what makes Spooky Men so special? And the answer is nothing. Nothing at all. This seems to be just another low effort, asset flip, piece of shit horror game that is a dime a dozen on Steam. When dumpster diving on Steam, I played a million games that look just like this. So why are they charging $100,000 or up to $1 million at one point? What is the purpose? Well, I actually had a theory that I speculated on stream, and many of you may have noticed that there's 16 reviews here, so you might be thinking that the developer made $1.6 million selling this piece of shit, but I think there's a lot more at play here. It's a lot deeper of a rabbit hole than that. I don't believe anyone actually paid $100,000 for this, except for this guy right here who just said, "I'm rich." This patriot, this absolute madman, may have actually dumped $100K on this bad boy here, because this review was posted when it was still listed at $100K, so there is a chance that he did. So I think there is a chance this dude might have just actually fucking dumped his life savings on Spookyman for the sake of a meme review, which maybe even prompted the developer to increase it to $1 million, because he's like, holy shit, I'm actually getting some fish here at $100K, what about $1 million? But yeah, I actually do think there is a real explanation here, and full disclosure, if you check the game right now, he lowered the price to $200, which is still an outrageous fucking price for a garbage, throwaway, rancid pile of puke. Like, it's still, you've got some gall, the chutzpah, the hair on that sack. To charge with a smile on your face $200 for Spookyman is still absurd. But anyway, let me go ahead and explain why I think it was listed at $100K and $1 million at one point. What the fuck, there is actually a $100,000 Steam game called Spookyman. 16 people bought this game. I don't know. Oh, it looks like it at one point cost 59 cents. And they changed it to $100,000. Maybe they changed it to this because they couldn't take it off Steam, so they just put it at a price no one could pay for. That's probably what happened then. That is a spooky man, though. Buy it. I'm definitely not doing that. I really do wonder what would happen, though, if I bought this for $100,000 and then issued a Steam refund and said I want it all in store credit. Could they process a $100,000 store credit refund? What are the limits here? Because you can charge fucking anything for games on Steam. Theory will only take you too far. Will only take you so far. I'm not doing it. I'm just saying. It is wacky to think about. Because very clearly this is not worth $100,000. It shouldn't even be an option to charge this fucking much on Steam. But Steam doesn't give a shit, so. Buy it, beat it in 10 minutes, refund, say this is ridiculous, I can't believe I paid $100,000 for this, I chose this over a car payment, or a house payment. I want my refund. They'd have to give me the refund, because I'm well within my right. Out $100K, but you also gain $100K in store credit. Yeah, that would literally last me an entire lifetime with Steam. I would never need to use credit card or anything on Steam ever again. I'd just always have fucking store credit. How much do you think every single game on Steam would cost altogether? Isn't there a site that has the answer to that? Oh, yeah, there is. How much does it cost to buy all the Steam games? Ever wonder how much it costs to buy all games from Steam? Well, at the moment it costs $980,000. How many fake high prices, though? Oh, true, since this was updated 3 hours ago, it's absolutely going to be taking this $100,000 price tag into account, won't it? Yes, this is going to be highly inflated with games like this. This and Destiny 2 make up 90%. You know, the game used to be 59 cents, and then he cranked it to $100,000, and like I said, I'm pretty sure the reason is the game's shitty. The game is probably really bad. And he doesn't want people to buy it until it's done, because it's still in early access. But he also doesn't want to take it down either, because then it'll be another $100 to put it back up. It's $100 to add a game. It used to be. There's a fee to post games on Steam. There used to be. And it used to be $100. I think that's still the case, right? They didn't get rid of that. They didn't waive the fee. I tried looking for the developer's Twitter or something like that in order to see if they've made a statement about the price anywhere or anything. But I haven't found anything from them, so I can only continue to speculate, but I think I've pinned the tail on the donkey here. I think the reason for the price being up to like 100K and $1 million and shit like that, was to put it out of people's price range so no one would accidentally buy it. So it meant that he could work on the game without fear of someone buying the game and being mean to him about it or something, maybe. It's basically a way of making sure nobody can buy it, because no one's going to pay 100K for it, right? That's not exactly a cheap, affordable price someone's just going to drop all willy-nilly. So I think that was probably the goal, but now he's dropped the price to 200, and now I think the goal is really out of greed, because this did get a lot of publicity. There were quite a few articles written about it and people joking about it on Twitter, so I think what must have happened is he was tipped off about all of this new publicity that he was finding, and he thought, okay, well, what if I bring the price way down? Maybe some people will buy it for the meme. And he's probably right. I do imagine there are a couple of people that probably spent $200 for Spooky Min in the couple of days that he's had it there now, at that price. Which would, of course, be a very reckless waste of money, but that shit does happen from time to time. I myself am guilty as being someone who dumped $200 twice now on absolute repulsive garbage for the sake of a meme, a little goof with it. Of course, you can always refund it, right? Like, no one's actually going to buy this game and not refund it, but even still, it's still just is so embarrassing to do that. I can't help but be a little bit regretful that I spent $200 on something like, Super Fight or whatever. So I'm not doing it again. I'm not spending $200 on Spooky Min, of course. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I've never seen a game priced this high. Even though I always knew you theoretically could on Steam, I would still just like to think that there's some kind of safeguard in place to prevent a developer from doing this kind of shit. Like, there's no reason you should ever be able to have your price go up to $100,000 or $1 million. Like, I don't see that ever being utilized. I don't think it ever should be utilized. Nothing should be that expensive on Steam. But yeah, I just thought this was still pretty interesting. That's about it. So yeah. Are you a gamer? Me too. And as a gamer, I have intricate, deep knowledge of all of our strengths and weaknesses. And no matter how hard you work, there will always be one weakness that I'm going to exploit right now. A single word that can induce vomiting in even the strongest, most seasoned of gaming barbarians. And that word is Fextra Life. It was tough even getting that one out. If you've ever played a new game, you've probably Googled something about it, and among the first links on the search results is Fextra Life. And it is such a scourge. Nobody goes to Fextra Life on purpose. It's like falling into the back rooms. It's this thing that unfortunately happens all too often when a new game comes out and you want some information or a guide on it, so you just Google it, and you click the first link, and all of a sudden you accidentally just paid a visit to Fextra Life. And it is such a tragic betrayal. It feels worse than finding out your partner's cheated on you. Fextra Life is a wiki on pretty much anything new that's come out, but they also indulge in some very shady practices that I want to talk about today. But just to talk about the website itself, I and very many others are not huge fans of this site. I personally have never really found anything of value there. It really seems like Fextra Life is so consumed with the idea of being first to guides on games that they don't bother to make sure that it's right or good. So if you go to like the Elden Ring section on Fextra Life, and trust me, I did when the game was still new and I was looking things up, some of what they presented there was just legitimately wrong or incomplete. So you just get like halfway through and it's like, okay, what now? Oh, it's not here on Fextra Life. Because it seems like all they care about is just being first and taking advantage of that wave of new people that are just really trying to get information. You would honestly have better luck finding quality guides in a YouTube comment section than on Fextra Life. So I don't really like this site that much, but that's not even what we're here to talk about. It just being a subpar wiki site isn't exactly the most interesting topic. I'd like to speak about the slimier, greasier side of this organization, because they're no stranger to scandals here. They see controversy and they fucking tap dance on it. They go a bit wacko mode. They have, for many years, been accused of certain things on Reddit, the land of the updoots, most recently with Baldur's Gate 3. They have actually just been blacklisted from a subreddit called Baldur's Gate 3 Builds because they were suspected of vote manipulation, downvoting links to the community wiki, and using bots to keep Fextra Life on top while throwing more things that compete with them into the garbage, flushing that shit right down the toilet. And this isn't the first time they've been accused of using bots for similar purposes. A while back, the Dark Souls community also had some very strong accusations against Fextralife for other manipulative tactics used by them on the community posts and subreddit. So Fextralife is just negatively viewed by pretty much everyone, even outside of just the quality of their wiki pages. Also heavily criticized for the way they conduct themselves and the way they try and keep Fextralife on top, artificially, supposedly. Now, the Fextralife owner has responded to all of the conversation and hoopla going on right now about them. The biggest one, and the one that I'm mainly going to be focused on, is the cooking of the books with their Twitch numbers. That's a big topic that's been around for many years, and they do talk about this here. But just to piggyback on the back of this Reddit accusation, they're coming forward and saying that, nope, that's a bunch of horseradish. Not real, not true, that's not us. We didn't use bots, and in fact, they even said, I didn't know Reddit bots were a thing, which is complete hogwash. What do you mean you didn't know Reddit bots were a thing? Yes, you did. Everybody knows that. It's totally fine to come defend yourself against the accusations and point out, logical inconsistencies or the evidence isn't strong enough. But why tell a bold-faced lie like that in your defense? I'm so innocent, I've never even heard of bots, I think you called them. The only bot I know is the Autobots. We don't even know what this is. We're so innocent. That's the weirdest defense attempt. Why would you say that? Bots are a thing on every platform everywhere, and everyone knows it. Bots are a thing on Twitch as well, which Fextralife is no stranger to, since Fextralife is basically botting all of their Twitch viewer numbers thanks to their embedding video practice that they use. I'm sure bots isn't the preferred nomenclature for Fextralife when it comes to their viewer numbers. They might use something a little more bubbly, a little more PR friendly, like less than sentient spectators, or perhaps blissfully unaware viewers of the Fextralife stream. But this has been a controversial hot topic for quite a few years now. This comes up at least once or twice a year. If you have ever gone on Twitch during a new big game release, within the first or second on that page is Fextralife. They have an average of 30k viewers when a game is new, and if they're playing an older game, they'll still average 10k plus. But if you ever click on their stream, you're gonna smell something a little fishy in there. It gets a bit stinky in the swamp, because there is no chat activity. Maybe 2 or 3 people chatting to each other in a 30,000 person stream, which is very odd. 30k is huge. They are among one of the biggest channels when it comes to concurrent viewers, at least when new games are present, and no one's talking. 30,000 viewers on their stream, but their chat is a goddamn ghost town. It's an absolute barren wasteland. You'd find more life in Chernobyl than you would in a Fextralife 30,000 plus viewer stream. So how is that possible? It has to do with a very controversial practice they engage in called embedding, where they embed their Twitch stream on their wiki site. And not just on the front page, on every single page of their site. So, let's say you open the Elden Ring Fextralife page. You'll see that the stream is in the top left. They're currently offline as of me making this video, but when they're online, it would be right there. And now let's say you want to go deeper, you're looking at build guides or something. If you go to one of those pages, the stream is also embedded there. It's on every single page of Fextralife, their stream is embedded, meaning no matter where you go, you will count as a viewer for their Twitch stream.
Sitting here, 30,000 viewers. The chat slower than fucking a 200 viewer streamer. This is pathetic. Twitch doesn't give a fuck, yeah. And that's the thing is how are we really gonna get mad at them? They're just playing the game. They're not breaking any rules. So as you can see right here, inside of their wiki here, they have the stream embedded in this tiny little box. And this tiny little box here is why they have 31,000 viewers.
Now, I have seen conflicting reports where if you open multiple Fextralife tabs, you will count as multiple viewers since it's embedded on each one, but I haven't seen 100% concrete confirmation that that's how Twitch would calculate that, but there is a bit of evidence to suggest that it might. So I just want to put that out there as a possibility. Take it with a grain of salt. That is something that's been being discussed as well, because since it is embedded on every page, a lot of people like me open many tabs, so I might have like 3 different Fextra Life tabs open, and that's 3 different embed sources. So I guess it could count as 3, but again, I'm not sure 100% if that's true. But what is true is you do count as a viewer when you are on Fextra Life, no matter what page you're on. You are absolutely not watching the stream. I have no doubt there is literally 0 sentient human beings with a fucking pulse that are watching the Fextra Life stream on the Fextra Life website, because it's a tiny little box that just hides away in the top left, and no one's going to be watching it on that. It'd be like watching it on a Game Boy Color. Like, it's fucking worthless. No one's doing that. It's there just to gamify those numbers and pump that shit up. Like, absolutely skyrocket their viewership numbers on Twitch while adding no real organic viewers to it, and obviously no one in the chat. Now, another thing, most people like me will keep these tabs open for a long period of time. So even if Fextra Life's offline right now, if I just keep this tab open, when they go online, I'm counted as a viewer even if I'm not home. Like, even if I forget the tab's open, I'm still counted in their viewership numbers. And to prove just how prevalent this is with viewers that are just accidentally watching Fextra Life because they have the tab open somewhere, a streamer named Quinn went into their offline stream after Fextra Life had concluded and just did a command that showed how many viewers were still there even though the stream wasn't going on. Now, this is something that does exist on normal Twitch streams with normal people watching them. There is something called like an offline community where if a streamer goes offline, there's pockets of people that'll hang around and just talk to each other in the offline chat, but not very many. It's a small number compared to the overall viewership. But for Fextra Life, it's almost their entire fucking viewership is still in their stream even when they're offline. Meaning, it's just people that have a Fextra Life wiki tab opened somewhere, not actually a viewer of their stream.
Surely my anguish and despair will ring on someone's ear.
23,000 current chatters. Okay, dude. All right, I'm a day streamer, boys. I guess this is what a 23,000 person chat looks like, guys. It's not a. You're disgusting. If you insinuate that there's not 23,642 people right here, right now, you are fucking disgusting for implying that these are view bots and they're not actually there. Okay. Literally 23,000 people in his offline chat. Come on.
Yeah, it's pretty outrageous. So the offline chat was over 23,000 current chatters. So meaning that's 23,000 people in the stream right there, and not a single message. And also, there's no such thing as an offline chat that has 23,000 people in it. Not even the biggest streamers in the world have anywhere close to that as an offline chat number. That is people that are just on the Fextra Life wiki with tabs open. They're not actually watching the Fextra Life streams. It's fucking ridiculous. Now, it is important to note, Fextra Life is not the only stream that takes advantage of this embed protocol. Like, they're not the only ones that employ this tactic, but they are the ones that are the most egregious because they paste it on every single page on their wiki, and there's tons of pages you can't avoid it. And obviously, whatever they're streaming isn't going to be relevant to every single page on their wiki site. It's people that aren't actually watching the stream. It is no different, really, than viewbotting, which is an argument people have been making for years. And naturally, this discussion always inevitably ends up with asking the question, why doesn't Twitch stop it? And the answer's super simple. Why the fuck would they? This only helps Twitch. These big numbers are great for Twitch. This looks fantastic for them. There is no downside to allowing streamers to embed their streams everywhere else. It's a free advertisement for Twitch, free numbers that help everything on their platform. Like, Twitch has no incentive to shut that down at all. Even though it's very clear that 23,642 people aren't actually in the Fextra Life offline chat or watching their streams, it doesn't matter, because it only serves to help Twitch. So why would they put the kibosh on something like that? They allow it, and Fextra Life isn't breaking any rules. A lot of people have said, don't hate the player, hate the game, and they're kind of right. Fextra Life is not breaking any rules. They are legally viewbotting their streams, and have been for a very long time, proudly. So this has obviously been controversial for a while, because, as you might imagine, this doesn't help other streamers, because Fextra Life will always take either the number 1 spot or the number 2 spot in a brand new game release, and they're not actually they're not actually having people watch them. It's fake phony numbers because of the way they embed their streams on their site. So it takes those spots away from streamers that deserve it more, who actually do have communities that watch their streams. They no longer have those slots that Fexture Life takes up. So obviously it makes a lot of streamers, when a new game comes out, mad because they can't compete with Fexture Life viewbotting fundamentally. It's been that way for a long time, and I don't see it changing, but a lot of people are talking about it again, so I thought it'd be an interesting topic to discuss again, especially considering this time around the owner has spoken about it. So this is their response to all of the viewbotting allegations. They state that a viewbot is when you use artificial and non-existing browsers to inflate views on Twitch, and that does try to fool advertisers because A, it plays an ad, and B, nobody is watching. Real quick before continuing, they're getting a bit lost in semantics here as opposed to making real arguments on how what they're doing is different. Fexture Life streams often have sponsors, and sometimes very big sponsors. I imagine they sell their streams with their concurrent viewer average, which is like between 10 and 30,000 viewers. It's huge. But most companies probably aren't going to really look into that, so they're going to assume their ad is being seen by 10 to 30,000 people. It's not. As is very clearly illustrated, 23,000 of those people aren't actually even in the stream. They're on Fexture Life with the stream pulled up muted in some tab, not even aware that it's going on. So these companies aren't actually getting their ads placed in front of 30,000 viewers. They're getting it placed in front of, I have no idea, maybe a few hundred, maybe 1,000. There's really no way of knowing, because there's no real activity in their stream to judge it on or anything remotely like that. So it really isn't different than a viewbot. When you do play an ad on Fexture Life, nobody is watching. Same way as if you would play an ad during a stream that is just completely viewbotted in the traditional sense. Nobody is watching the Fexture Life ad that the company has paid for, even though there's 30,000 viewers. I would love to see the back end of a return on a Fexture Life sponsorship, because I imagine it has to be unbelievably low since most of the viewers are from the embedded Twitch streams. So it is misleading to advertisers, which is another criticism a lot of people have put forth, and I think it's very valid to say that, because again, most of the viewers are not actually watching the Fexture Life stream. They then say embedding is an advertisement of the stream to real people on real browsers on an external website. Like any integration, the objective is to get people to click and go to Twitch. No advertisements are played on the embedded unit, generating zero revenue. Embeds are part of the intended code of Twitch and are intentional features that anyone can use, and many content creators besides us do. These are real people that we have worked tirelessly to build up into our community. What community? You tirelessly built up an imaginary community. The Fexture Life community you refer to is more made up than the Tooth Fairy. There is nobody in your Twitch streams. Nobody. Like, I can't tell if they're being intentionally delusional here, or if they actually think that what they're doing is somehow totally, the same as just building up a normal community. It's not. Your embedded Twitch streams are not driving your Fexture Life wiki readers to your Twitch stream. There is no call to action to it that I've ever seen. It just automatically is playing whenever you're on any page on Fexture Life. How the fuck can you possibly make an argument saying that what you're doing is just an advertisement to get those people on your wiki to the streams? Because it's not. The streams aren't even relevant to what your readers are reading. What's being streamed is completely separate from whatever they're on your site to read about. There's no chance that the two could even connect most of the time, unless of course it is a new release like Armored Core. Then I'm sure there is some crossover where someone went to Armored Core, Fexture Life, got some bad information, but saw you were streaming and was like, okay, maybe I'll check it out. That's possible, but that's clearly not the goal. If that was the goal, you would only embed your streams on the newest releases because they'd be relevant to each other, as opposed to just having it embedded on every single page where it makes no sense. Why would an Armored Core 6 Fexture Life stream be playing on my Dark Souls 3 Fexture Life wiki? And how the fuck would you possibly think that I'm on Dark Souls 3 wiki but might want to watch Fexture Life streaming Armored Core 6? It's just, that is a nonsensical statement to try and say that your embeds are only there to try and get people from your actual wiki to your streams. That's not the goal. The goal is just to artificially inflate your numbers because it's automatically playing and they count as viewers.
What embedding does for me is make my website audience aware I'm a person, I'm streaming, and I can show them games that I think they'd be interested in. Again, that argument doesn't work when the website is all about game information. It's not a personality-driven site. They're not going to Fextra hoping that they'll see that Fextra is also live on Twitch. They're going there because they're looking for guides and information on the game that they are currently playing. That doesn't make any sense. What embedding does for Twitch is give them free advertising for their platform and an ongoing conversion from our website to Twitch. These new people were not on Twitch otherwise, and they're still not on Twitch. They're not going there. They're not going to Twitch. You can tell because there's no one in your chat. I don't know why they keep trying to say that. Yes, it is a free advertisement for Twitch. It's free numbers for their metrics, absolutely. But they're not actually getting new people to Twitch that weren't already endemic to Twitch. They're not bringing new viewers there. They're just idly on the Fextra wiki, and it counts as a view on Twitch. And then they say they hopefully come back and become part of the Twitch ecosystem. It doesn't happen. Our embed is by no means a secret. It's very visible. In fact, it's the best possible spot on our website, and there's even a command for it on our channel. And as part of the channel rules, the idea that it's a fraud is also absurd. Our sponsors are aware of the embed, and it's a great deal for them to be able to promote their content on both Twitch and to our site users at the same time, particularly in the prime location that the embed has on our website. So this is very interesting to me. The sponsors are aware of the embedding. That's great. Are they also aware that the vast majority of your Twitch metrics come from that embedding? And are they also aware that that means it's muted? That means that their sponsorship package, the ad read, all of it, the vast majority of those numbers that it's being put in front of aren't even aware it's going on because it's muted and it's not visible. It's a very tiny box. Do the sponsors know that? I certainly hope so, because that would be very shady if you didn't make the sponsors aware that their ad read is going to be muted for the vast majority of the audience, and it's not going to be seen by them either because the box is too small and the viewers aren't actually on Twitch. I would hope you'd make them very well aware of all of the shortcomings of doing an ad with Fextra since most of the viewer numbers come from a fucking tiny embed on a completely separate site that, again, is also muted. So hopefully you have made all of your partners aware of that. The owner does continue going on to other criticisms people have put forth against Fextra, such as AI-driven content or it being lazy, stuff like that. But that wasn't the focus of what I wanted to talk about today. The statement is still very much up if you want to see how they defend themselves against other claims. But these were the main things I wanted to talk about in regards to this situation, because this is a conversation that comes up at least once or twice a year. And it is a very interesting one about embedding, view botting. It is an interesting topic that I just wanted to talk about a bit since a lot of other people are also discussing it, and I think it's something worth going over. So that's really about it. So yeah. There are more podcasts on YouTube than there are stars in the night sky. Everyone has been convinced that they're a unique, special little butterfly and that their insight is invaluable. And now that there's so much easy access to recording equipment, everyone gets this insidious little idea planted deep in their noodle that it's time to start a podcast. And my God, I tell you, it's a plague. It's a disease, a virus that's infecting the mind of the most insecure and insufferable people of all time. For some reason, once that AT 2020 touches their hand, they just scream their insecurity from the mountaintop with authority, proudly. And it blows my mind. But I've never seen insecurity projected quite like what I'm about to show you today. So I am still shocked that he hasn't scrubbed this podcast episode from the entire cyberspace, just wiped it from the internet. If this was a clip of mine, I would have paid every penny I have to my name in order to ensure this never sees the light of day again, that this clip stays buried, like the fucking Millennium Puzzle from Yu-Gi-Oh! It is that embarrassing. You couldn't lock me up in Guantanamo Bay and torture this clip out of me, and yet he still has it on his channel. So the podcast is like a bootleg Fresh and Fit, where they just get a bunch of women together and ask them stupid questions and then rate each other's beauty. And then he gets really offended, visibly upset, and I really thought he was going to start bawling his eyes out, crying in the fetal position. And I've watched a couple of their episodes now because I was curious if this was an isolated thing. But no, this is pretty common. This is a staple in their show from what I can tell, where they just have this section where they ask the women that they bring on to rate their beauty, rate the podcast host's beauty.
Listen, ladies, we're rating just off physical appearance, just off beauty, okay? Same standards. Trust me, we're not gonna get hurt. Okay.
That's the biggest lie ever told since the time Kellogg's tried to convince the world that sugar doesn't make you fat. So, the segment is rate our appearance, basically, which is some actual middle school, literal baby brain man-child behavior shit. That is insecurity at its finest. To have the women you bring on as guests rate your appearance. That's so stupid. I'm surprised they don't also play Spin the Bottle and Truth or Dare. And maybe they do. I've only watched a couple of their episodes. But he says that they're not going to get offended with the ratings. Well, do I have news for you?
All right, cool.
Stop being delusional. What the fuck?
All right, so now what I want you to do is, ladies, real quick, don't fucking waste my time. Rate the guys. Do me a favor, Josh. Stand up real quick, man. Everybody look at him once, man. He's not going to stand up again, all right? So I want you to rate me, my co-host, and then our fucking producer. Go from 1 to 10, just off beauty. Go.
When he does these sections, it really seems like he's some kind of basketball coach who's really upset at the team. Like, he gets very aggressive with all of it. Like, don't waste my fucking time. Listen, we're going to do the drill right now. We're going to do it right. So stand the fuck up, Josh. Look at him. Now spin around, Josh. Okay, good. Drop your pants, Josh. Good. Now rate everything you just saw. Now, don't waste my time. Like, I don't know why he gets, like, so upset even before they hear ratings. Like, he immediately goes into these sections combative. And I watched the whole episode up until this point. Like, he's pretty blunt and like very much so most of the time. But when it gets to this one in particular, he's like angry. Like, even before anything happens, he's already angry.
Speaking to the fucking mic.
I would rate you.
First you're rating me, and then him, and then him. Go.
I'll rate you a 7.
All right, what is he?
I'll rate you an 8,
All right.
and I'll rate Josh an 8 also.
Okay, what about you? Go.
I would rate you a 8.
Okay.
9.
Okay. Come on, he just fucking stood up, bro. Like, come on.
I don't even know what he's getting upset with here. She only took like an extra 2 seconds to take another look at the guy. It's like he just lost a gold split in a speed run to this extra 2-second time loss. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I don't know why he's so on edge. It seems like he just really hates the guests that they bring on. Because when he's talking to his boys, he's like much more jovial and joking and smiley. But the second the conversation shifts to the rest of the class here, like the group of women over there, he turns into like a drill sergeant and starts getting extremely serious and loud. So I don't know why they even bring on women to this podcast when they don't even really want them there. And I also don't know why women keep agreeing to go on shows like these, because half the time it's them just like saying, you're not good looking and shit like that. Like, right after this rating section of rating the podcast hosts go through and rate all the women. And they literally give them 2s, 3s, and 4s. And make sure that they know that the hosts don't find them attractive. So I don't really get why women keep signing up for this shit just to get insulted by podcast hosts, and they don't say anything or do anything. Like, the women will insult each other sometimes. Like, they don't ever push back against the hosts at all, so then they just walk away looking silly from all of it. Like, all of it is just a net loss for the women that go on these shows. I don't know why they keep doing it.
I would say 9.
All right, what about you over there? Go.
2.
Okay.
I would give him a 9.
Okay, what is she over there?
I would give him a 10 because he invited me.
All right, so again, you sound like a stupid ass bitch. I'm trying
Thank
to figure
you.
out why you rated me a 2, because we're not going off our interactions. We're going off beauty.
I don't
right?
like light.
I don't give a fuck. He's light skinned just like me, and you just gave him a 9. You gave me a 2. You only gave me a 2 because of the whole interaction that we've been having, right? So do me a favor, get the fuck up and get the fuck out.
Thank you.
Yeah, get out.
Spoken like a man whose feelings weren't hurt at all and wasn't offended by the 2 rating. So he tries to justify it with, you only rated me a 2 because we had a disagreement earlier, which I guess they did, but even still, this is an extreme overreaction to getting rated a 2. The insecurity is palpable. You can fucking taste the salt here.
So what the fuck?
Stupid ass bitch. Make sure she gets her bag and phone too. Make sure she doesn't take the wrong fucking phone, dummy. All right, cool. So now, again,
you can actually hear that lump in his throat start to form from all the emotion building up inside of him. Get out of here, stupid bitch. Hey, make sure she grabs the right phone and not someone else's phone, because she's so dumb she probably won't know which one's her phone. Dumb idiot. She's real stupid. You're stupid. I'm a 2. No, you're a 2.
Unsurprisingly, this turned their own community against them for the episode. A lot of the chat messages pop up on screen, so you're just seeing things popping up saying like, damn, just because she gave you a 2, what the fuck? Or something like this where it's like, thought you wanted your show to last. Like, come on, man. It's because it's ridiculous. It's very clear temper tantrum over getting a 2. If you were someone that was actually getting pussy, if you were really slamming ham and glazing donuts, you wouldn't care if one girl didn't find you attractive or rejected you. You wouldn't care. You would laugh it off like a normal person. So one girl gives you a 2 and it shatters your whole ego and you publicly melt down about it? That's such a bad and embarrassing look. And he tries to justify it, like I said, by saying, she only gave me that 2 because of our negative interaction from moments ago. Just pure huffing of copium.
We're just going off physical beauty, okay? Not what we've been talking about, not my fucking arguments, not on none of that, okay? I want you to rate me, him, and then him. Go.
Can you stand up for a second?
You didn't see me before the show?
Yeah, but I just forgot.
I mean,
Just stand. It's not that hard. Okay. You're an 8.
God damn it, bro. Go ahead, rate him.
Podcast is now turned into like a hostage situation here. All the women seem on edge, and I actually just can't believe they didn't leave after that. Like, again, I don't understand why women keep signing up for this shit. Like, no one seems to be having any fun there. The hosts especially don't seem to be having any fun. This guy's co-host seems miserable, but he does liven up it a little bit when he gets to rate the other women and gives them like 3s, 4s, and 5s and all that. But it's just so awkward and weird. The only explanation that I can come up with, the only rational way of explaining this is that the reason women are signing up for this show or shows like it is because they're being paid for their time. So it's like an hourly wage just to go there and be insulted or bouncing stupid questions off of. That's the only thing that almost makes sense. Like, so they just come on here to play a game of grade my friend's appearance for 2.5 hours or whatever. I mean, really, someone summed up the situation really nicely in the comments. They said, podcast is called Unfiltered, yet kicks a girl out for her opinion. And that is just such a nice, concise way of breaking it down and the silliness of all of it. Again, I watched a couple episodes just to try and get like an understanding of the content. There's nothing there. Everyone seems miserable most of the time, or they bounce the dumbest questions around, and they always just do a grade our appearance thing, which, who wants to listen or watch that? Like, I as a viewer, let's say that I was a huge fan of this podcast, why would I want to keep seeing what women say about my podcast hosts? Like, why would I care? There's nothing there. There's no entertainment there, especially when one of them's super insecure about all of it, who's going to freak out if he doesn't get a 9. It just doesn't make any sense to me, so yeah, just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. I've talked about this before, but it's been a little while, so I'm going to dust it off and give you a little refresher. One of my favorite little genres of content on YouTube is the video games are evil crowd. Usually it's religiously charged, and I want to make it clear right away, it's totally fine if you don't like video games, right? That's absolutely understandable, no problem with that. But what I find extremely entertaining is there's quite a few churches as well as like individual content creators that pump out content saying that video games are the work of Lucifer and they're mind controlling the world in order to turn them against God. And I always can't help but giggle, acting like if you put the controller in your hand, you're saying goodbye to God himself. It'll corrupt your soul and condemn you to the fiery pits of hell for all eternity because you played Minecraft. Again, it's totally fine to not be a video game enthusiast if you're not blessed with that gamer gene or have esports pumping through your veins, no big deal. But a lot of these videos I watch from a bunch of different churches are actually just kind of wild about, instilling fear in such simple things and like so many different things. Like video games has become a big one. Another big one is anime. And all the arguments they make are really kind of ridiculous because you can make those arguments for actually everything ever, any hobby. There are real arguments to be made against like video games. They can be addictive, especially ones that are like microtransaction based. They could be financially damaging. There are like actual issues, right? If you don't have that level of self-control to not get obsessed over something and addicted to it, then there's a lot of harmful effects that come from it. But that's never the arguments they make. Instead, they just speak about video games like it's the Antichrist, and like the cyberspace is basically hell on earth. So I wanted to showcase what I mean with a recent service that I watched on stream. I don't usually watch videos on stream anymore, but I made an exception for a excerpt from a church service. about a preacher going off against video games as well as anime. So it's a demonstration of both things that I used as an example here. And instead of once again talking about like real harmful effects that can come from getting obsessed over these mediums, his argument basically boils down to these things are the work of the devil because they distract you from God, which again is something that extends to everything. Literally reading a book falls into that same category. Doing anything for fun ever falls into that category. And then he also says that video games are so fun that they make church boring. So it's almost like he's like trying to get people hooked on video games. Like for a brief moment I was like, huh, he's really hyping video games up. If I had never heard of these before, I'd be really interested to check them out. And then he beats the daylights out of an Xbox to try and make his point, which was fucking amazing. Oh yeah, I've seen like every anti-video game church sermon. I watched an entire documentary on, I think it was Pokemon being instruments of the devil, because that was a really big talking point for a little while. Alright, let me just hear the core argument.
And this is how I know that this is an idol, is because I guarantee you there's a lot of offended people in the church right now. Okay? Or even...
Brother, there's 7 people in the church right now. I'm sure they're probably not that offended. It's not a huge service today. You could probably just talk to them one-on-one.
How can Minecraft be sinful? It's literally this. This guy's, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, he's saying sinful. It's so quiet, I can't fucking hear him. I thought he said simple. I was like, yeah, I mean, Minecraft's pretty simple. You just build some shit. Who would really get upset about that? I can't hear shit. Start worshiping your audio equipment. My God. Pardon, excuse me. Just improve the audio quality, please. Jump in Jehoshaphat.
Some pagan god. Hold on a second. What about this thing right here, though? When I start talking about this,
What is that? A Super Nintendo? What are you hitting there? That's actually a fucking Super Nintendo. Who's worshipping that? You stuck in a time vortex? That's an Xbox S? Is it?
when I say you need to grow up, does it bother you a little bit when I say put away the video games from among you? Does it bother you when I say put that trash away? It belongs in the garbage. You're a man of God. You ought to grow in grace and the knowledge of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Don't waste your time playing video games. Redeem the time because the days are evil. Does that...
What? Wait, it's not even an argument against video games anymore. It's just, why do anything that's not immediately like praising the Lord, because you're wasting your time if you're not. You can make that argument for going out to dinner. Why don't you just eat at home, save yourself the time for more one-on-one moments with the Lord? At least make arguments against video games themselves. This is literally just a time cost thing. Like, you're wasting too much time on games when you could be giving that time to the good book. And our service, of course. Please make sure to put a little bit over here. I'm working on my new car.
Become a golden calf.
Not really. It's just it's a fucking video game, brother.
Saying about that, I'm still gonna do it. You know why? Because it's just an idol. Exodus 32 verse 19.
What does this have to do with games?
As soon as he came,
Oh my God, he's got the baseball bat out now. Oh my Lord. Which one of you's been playing games? I can sniff the gamer on you. Step up, or I'm just gonna start swinging. God damn it.
smash that.
Oh, I see. Oh God. Oh my.
And track
I missed the gamer rage.
them, the Bible says. You know what? You know what you young people need to do? You need to take your Xbox.
That's awesome. Sign me up. I want to go to one of these services. This is hype.
And trash that idol. Because you know what? That thing's taking the place of you reading the Bible. That thing's taking the place of your prayer life. That thing's taking the place of you living the righteous. It's taking the place of you improving your marriage.
Ooh, yeah. Yes, it
Someone
is.
stands in the way of my marriage and my child rearing. That's what they deserve.
What? Wouldn't you choose what stands in the way of your marriage and raising your child? You're in complete control, man. Just have some, like, self-discipline, right? Do you have a TV in your house? It's like the same thing. This has nothing to do with games at all. This is, like, legitimately clickbait. He's making no arguments against games. It's literally just an argument against, like, anything that takes time away from God, and he chose games. Could have been phone, could have been knitting, could have been drawing, Could have been reading. It's worthless.
It's an idol. I hate video games because it creates apathy in the church.
Huh?
It makes people not pay attention to the preaching of God's word.
How?
It makes young people apathetic towards the truth of God's word.
How?
It makes people bored with church.
Make church more fun. What do you mean? That has nothing to do with video games. Just make the service more entertaining at that point. What are you talking about? Because people have fun at home, it makes church boring in comparison? That's a fault of yours. Make church pop off. Have like fucking pyrotechnics displays going crazy. Get like dancing lobster. I don't make church a fun place to go. That was interesting. Not interesting is definitely not the right word. But I'd love to hear his takes on like legitimately every hobby ever, because that does take away time from your prayer life. I wonder if he does that for actually everything, ever. He preaches hard against anime. Oh god, wait. He's anti-anime? What? Is nothing sacred? Now you gone too far. I can handle you beating the devil out of an Xbox Series X, but you target anime. Uh-oh. That's a straw that breaks the camel's back.
Because I want to get married one day. I want to move out, live with my wife, have children, have a successful family.
Cool,
lead
cool.
a family unit, be responsible. That's what I want for my life. But instead, what do you have? I want anime. I'm getting on anime right now, okay?
The fact that you even know what anime is shows me you're already a degenerate. What are you talking about, brother? You don't just like randomly come across anime. This is a dude that had an actual hentai addiction, no doubt in my mind. No shot. If he was like cartoons, then I'd be like, oh, okay, I see. But the fact that he's just like hard dropping anime, I know this man is like an actual super stan for some shit. No doubt. Video volume's maxed. They don't believe in good audio equipment at whatever place this is.
Now, what is anime? It's Japanese animation.
There's one guy in the crowd like, what? Oh! Japanese what? Animation?
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah!
What else?
Oh, don't even pretend like you don't know.
Dragon Ball Z. Now look,
He's
guys,
finding the sinners.
this is nonsense. And look, I know how this
Who's
works.
saying amen? It's just a...
When it comes to anime, some people like he's a good guy, he's a good person, but there's a level of immaturity. Where does that come from? It comes from anime. Comes from anime. Why don't they want to get married?
Finally, we
Anime.
know. True.
Married to some stupid drawing.
Ridiculous. Fucking waifus.
One Japanese animated girl, you know, on the screen that they're in love with. It's funny,
Shit.
but it's ridiculous. Get yourself a real woman. Not some animated Japanese girl. Sailor Moon, or what is that?
Why? I don't know why he's playing dumb. I really don't. I want to go to his My Anime list right now. I know this man's leaving reviews on like the most obscure shit ever. You're gonna see this man posting on High School of the Dead, like not enough titty jiggling. 4 stars. I don't know why he's fucking pretending. You're not fooling anybody here, Bruce.
I'd watch Batman, okay?
Oh
I
my
watch
god.
Spider-Man. I watch Superman.
He's just like us.
Yeah, I watch X-Men.
Famous anime, all of them.
And I would watch these, but you know what? I remember, like, after a while, you turn it off.
Yeah, what?
After a while, I'm just like, I see my brother working, I see adults, I see men, and I'm like,
What?
I be like that.
Fucking obviously.
And I can't be that. What's gonna happen? You know why? Because no woman is gonna respect a 25-year-old guy who still watches anime. Unless you hide it from her, then you guys get married, and now she's stuck. Like, dang, I didn't know this is part of your life.
Oh shit, you watch anime? I'm getting a divorce. What the fuck? Ew. No, man, it's just people that just... It's no different than just watching any other TV show. Why not just extend this... I don't understand why he doesn't just broaden it. Like, this is just, what he's preaching is against literally any kind of hobby. Like, actually anything. Oh, you just get, like, lost in this world. You could say that for sports. Like, oh, you just, you know, all of these nerdy-ass sports statistics. Like, you're never going to the NBA, so please stop bringing up all of these goddamn Luka stats, right? Like, who cares? You're wasting your time. Now your wife's stuck with you because you were hiding this obsession. Like, just broaden the topic. It's not just anime you're talking about. It's literally anything that's a hobby. And I love how he's like, I used to watch Batman, but then I realized it ends. Like, yeah, no shit. It's called a runtime. It's not like you can just perpetually just like live watching TV forever.
The weak and beggarly elements of anime. And look, I know people in my personal life, they're literally in their 40s, 50s, still bumming money off of other people, not working.
And it's not because of anime, I'll tell you right now. You would be hard-pressed to find someone in their 40s and 50s that you know that's watching anime. So what is the lesson? What is the takeaway? If you just stop watching anime, you're not guaranteed a respectable job. I am so lost. It'd be very easy to turn this into some type of Christian lesson, but he's not. I don't understand what the point is. It seems like he watched an anime recently and maybe had a disagreeable take on it somewhere, got insulted, and he's like, you know what? This is the root of all evils. I've got to talk about this. Your marriage is trash. Anime.
With mom,
True.
And they have children out of wedlock, and they're just losers. That is a loser life, folks. We're like, well, I'm not doing that. Yeah, but your little anime habit is going to take you to that route.
What?
That's your end game there, buddy.
Okay. Shit, I gotta stop then.
You see guys in their 40s and 50s
Shit.
hanging out with the young guys.
Yeah, like you. You're 25 years old and you're hanging out with 40 and 50-year-olds. What are you talking about? You're self-reporting. You just said that. You just said that you know 40 and 50-year-olds like this. They're hanging out with you. You're the weirdo. Well, and them too. You're all weird together then, and it's not because of anime.
People find out that you're like watching anime. If that's your life, okay?
Yeah,
Because people
true.
get down on stuff like that.
If you make anything like that your life, you're in for a rough time. Has nothing to do with your statement there, your lesson here,
If you
though.
have a short fuse, foolish person, you need to rule yourself, okay?
Huh?
In fact, I would say this: you're just an emotional person.
Ooh.
It's far too much soy.
This took a crazy turn. What the fuck? We went from anime to soy? Let's go.
Message today. Message is simply this: grow up.
Oh, fair enough. See, like, if that was the message the whole time, it makes sense, right? Like, if you, for example, if you make anime your whole identity and you become obsessed in it and that's all you really think about, yeah, you're in for a rough time. That extends to, like, actually everything ever. Why did he use Sailor Moon out of all examples? I don't know. I think he was trying to think of, like, normie animes so he didn't, like, make it too obvious. His biggest tell was a guy shouted Dragon Ball, and he's like, who said that? Yeah, whatever that is. And then he says, Bruce himself says Dragon Ball Z. He never said the Z, Bruce. You knew what he was talking about, fucking hidden weeb. I think he must have went through like an obsessive weeb period otaku moment in his life. Regrets it, and now he's using it as a talking point. There's no shortage of awful entitled influencers, but today I've got a real special goofball to show with all of you. His name is Icy Wyatt, and he was recently arrested for pistol whipping some guy during an incident of road rage, and now the body camera footage has just been released of the arrest, and he seems to be one of the most insufferable people I've ever seen in the content creator sphere. He's a TikTok star, a word used very loosely here. He has about 1 million followers there, but I'm pretty sure like half of that's gotta be bots or legitimate lobotomy victims because he gets no engagement and people just make fun of him there. So I don't know how that number even got so high to begin with. I assume it's just people that like shooting spitballs at him and giving him wedgies online because that's all he seems to be used for, just this little punching bag on TikTok for them to make fun of. And he's so proud of that.
This guy got out of his car and pistol whipped me with a gun.
The calls continued to filter in.
Yeah, there's a guy driving around in a pink Mercedes. He almost just hit a lady with pushing a little stroller with some kids in the shopping center.
This fairy tale unfolds in the beautiful land of dreams that's near and dear to my heart, Florida. Florida's done it again with yet another banger. I'm sure you all just expected by default that this happened in Florida, and you're correct in that assumption. It did. Now, on the day of the road rage, a ton of 911 calls flooded in because there was a pink SUV that was driving recklessly, almost hitting a woman and her children, and eventually culminating with him hitting another man with the gun that he was waving around like it was some kind of fucking toy. Now, there is a video that exists showing him driving recklessly in this parking lot, though it cuts off before any of the pistol whipping stuff, but you can at least see the way that he handles his little clown mobile here. He drives like he's in GTA Online, but is also lagging. He is a shit driver. He almost wrecks, and he does almost hit someone in this video.
A video. This was after he hit him? Yes. He was chasing them inside the parking lot, like a crazy.
Good shit, Icy Wyatt. You just graduate from doofus school as valedictorian, you fucking idiot. Absolute piece of shit. Apparently, him and that truck had recently got into a bit of a tiff on the road where Icy Wyatt was accusing him of brake checking him because he recognized Icy Wyatt's car and wanted his attention. This guy is so fucking delusional that he thinks everyone in the world knows who he is because he's like the second coming of Christ. So he thought he got cut off and brake checked by that truck because it was a fan trying to get his attention. And eventually it ended up with this situation you just saw, and then it led further into Icy Wyatt pulling out a gun, threatening him, and then eventually just hitting him with the gun.
Hey, put the car in park. Put the car in park. Let's go. Put it in park. All right. Put both your hands out the window.
Put your hands out the window.
Put both of your hands out the window, kid. We're not fucking with you.
I don't know who I am.
Nope.
It's almost impressive how unlikable Wyatt is. He chose the one sentence that'll immediately make everyone in the world hate you. The cops are confronting him and he's like, you guys don't know who I am? I have 1 million followers on TikTok. That means I'm above the law. Put the guns down, guys. It's not a big deal. I can pistol whip whoever I want. I'm a TikTok superstar. You guys, oh, you must want autographs. Okay, I get it. Sorry. Wyatt is clearly suffering from terminal clout hunger. There is no cure. He's become delusional. He's in the final stages of it. He can no longer separate reality from fiction. He is trapped in this delusion, this fantasy land, where 1 million followers on TikTok means the whole world knows who you are. He holds himself up like he's Jesus Christ because he has 1 million followers, and the laws don't apply to him anymore. He's achieved a level that normal mortals can't get to because he has a small TikTok audience. 1 million followers is a ton, but his actual core audience is not 1 million. Like I said, nobody engages with this guy unless they're throwing tomatoes at him and booing him. It's like that episode of SpongeBob where the guy in the crowd goes, "Oh, brother, this guy stinks." That's Wyatt's whole life. What's up? You come up here to make fun of Icy Wyatt too? I know, he's pathetic. I know.
Take your seatbelt off and get out of the car. Do it now. Take your seatbelt off and get out of the car.
Though Wyatt denies he has a gun in his vehicle, several witnesses allege that they saw him with one.
Where's his keys? Just they got keys or a fob.
Wyatt's lecturing the police like he's the substitute teacher in a rowdy classroom. Show some respect. I'm a TikTok star. Please, have some decency. I'm above you. It is infuriating. Everything Wyatt says is like the worst dialogue options in a video game that make you hate the fucking character you're playing as. He is actually finding all of the worst possible responses that would make even his biggest fans hate him. It's so impressive. It is a speed run for the most unlikable TikTok star ever. So, he wasn't really cooperating with the officers. They do eventually tackle him. They get him with like a fucking Goldberg spear. And it was pretty satisfying to watch, I'm not gonna lie, because this guy's a fucking douchebag and deserved it. So I think that busted up his nose a little bit, which is why you'll see him with a bloody nose.
and then he apparently denied having a gun despite so many witnesses saying he did, and he eventually just gave them permission to search the car, and they immediately found the gun. It wasn't even a difficult scavenger hunt. The Easter Bunny would be disappointed. He did not hide the eggs well here. They found the gun the second they got to the car, basically.
I have something else to say about the incident.
I didn't hit nobody.
Well, they're saying otherwise, and they described the gun and everything, and there was somebody else
So
that
my
was watching.
girlfriend can't be a witness too.
Was she with you?
Yes. I pulled the gun out to show them through the window, like, don't f with me, and they all went back in their car.
Yes, he came home after being attacked by 2 hillbilly crazy people in a truck.
But he pistol whipped them over the top of their head.
Because they attacked him. Okay. So what are you trying to do so for? Just like defend the hillbillies who got punched in the face with a gun?
Well, if they got pistol whipped with a gun, then they're victims.
His girlfriend heroically arrives at the scene. It's the 4th quarter. Icy Wyatt's down by quite a bit, but now his girlfriend is here to really help win the game for him. Except she's playing for the other team. She comes here and immediately confirms that Icy Whiny Wyatt was lying once again. Fucking weasel. She immediately validates the claims of the pistol whipping happening. She confirms that Wyatt did in fact hit them with his gun, something that Wyatt is denying having happened at all. She swooped in here and offered key evidence against her boyfriend Wyatt here. It was fucking poetic justice. She came in here and just told the truth, which is a real thorn in the side to Wyatt. Pistol whipping is no joke. That shit can be fatal. Like, that is very dangerous. But luckily for the victims of the assault here, Wyatt's got some wet noodles for arms. He's got the scrawniest little arms I've seen since Slender Man, so he wasn't able to generate enough force to, like, really hurt them, but it was enough to still cause a bit of damage to one of the victims, as I understand it. Now, his girlfriend does say that that truck was, like, speeding around them, so that's the attack she's referring to, I believe.
He's a victim of being attacked while driving. They were speeding in front of him. So you guys not aware of, like, the full story?
We heard that there was some kind of a road rage incident that started it. But
That's not really an attack, though. This isn't Twisted Metal. They didn't speed in front of him and start dropping spike trips and homing missiles out the back, firing fucking torpedoes at Wyatt and his vehicle. It sounds like it was an instance of them maybe cutting him off or speeding around him, and he took it personally and got really offended, and then went way, way, way hog wild with the whole thing, following them into that parking lot, getting reckless and crazy, hitting them with the gun, all that shit.
You can't take my phone.
Actually, by law, they are allowed to take his phone.
You can't take my phone. This is my possession, so now you're going to be a thief? Now you're going to be a thief.
You're under arrest. You're not allowed to have the phone, okay?
Wow.
Unfortunately, that was going too far for Wyatt. The good boy was about to go bad. He never envisioned a world without his phone in the palm of his hands. So when they took his phone, he was fucking flabbergasted. And now he's got a chip on his shoulder. He gets real unpleasant and even more obnoxious and annoying.
You don't see any problem with this. You don't see the problem that somebody with a bright pink car who is famous online gets with on the freeways all the time, and that's why I carry a gun. That is you said legal was in Florida.
It is legal in Florida to have a gun in your car. There's nothing
So
illegal
where
about
can
that.
you prove, show me the video proof where I hit him with a gun?
There is video proof of the reckless driving and nearly hitting people in the parking lot, and the victim who got pistol whipped showed the injuries, and his girlfriend also confirmed the pistol whipping. So I'd say there's a high level of confidence behind the pistol whipping being the real story, and Wyatt being full of shit, just a load of dirty barnacles. It's almost impossible not to laugh at Wyatt. In fact, after Wyatt got even more rowdy and rambunctious and insulting the officers, starting to kick them and shit, they started making fun of him too. They started calling him Joe Exotic. And when they were bringing him into the police station, they said, "Welcome, Tiger King." And that gave me a hearty giggle. I actually thought that was a pretty good one. Wyatt is just a fucking clown. So his statement here, he drives a bright pink SUV and people fuck with him all the time on the freeway because he's famous. So they recognize his car and mess with him while he's driving, which is why he carries a gun. How delusional do you have to be? He actually has a mental illness. He has main character syndrome. He believes that since he has a high number of followers on TikTok, everyone in the world knows him, and everyone in the world is out to get him, or, you know, try and get his attention. They're all vying for his attention, and they'll do anything to get it.
Did you guys actually get in an accident? I mean, he's got a big ass, like, knot on the back of his head. No, but there are independent witnesses. So, I mean, not everybody knows who you are.
It doesn't matter. I have 58 million followers, baby girl. Everybody who's been on TikTok or Instagram has seen who I am.
This is where I think his delusion is actually kind of dangerous and scary. So he obviously can't tell the truth under any circumstances, I guess. Fucking Wonder Woman's lasso of truth would be useless against this guy. I don't know if he's ever been honest about anything ever. Like, all he does is lie. He's full-blown Pinocchio here. He doesn't have 58 million followers. You absolute goober. You have 1 million followers on TikTok, which is your only platform, really. Very odd thing to lie about, but then it gets into what I consider a very scary territory where he's talking about how people make shit up about him all the time because he's so famous. Everyone on TikTok and Instagram has seen his face before. The dude must be trapped in like a perpetual genjutsu, straight out of Naruto. He is in a paranoid delusion. Not everyone in the world knows who he is, and not everyone is out to get him. Holy shit.
I said you don't know that this guy knows who you are.
Oh, he so did.
Oh, did he say something?
When somebody swerving into my lane, brake checking me, wanting me to stop, wanting me to race my car, coming out the car, I know that's a fan.
One other thing that he's done multiple times throughout the conversation, and does many more throughout the conversations going forward, is he calls her baby girl. It's like making my skin crawl. It's so fucking cringe. He'll call her baby girl sometimes. It's really creepy. But I mean, clearly he is mentally unwell. Someone swerving into your lane is not a fan trying to get your attention. Holy shit.
Nobody tased you, though. What? You didn't get tased. Okay, I'm not gonna tase you. I'm just saying you didn't get tased. Because you just said so.
I actually think there's a good chance he's on drugs right now. He starts rambling about absolutely nothing, like tasing from out of nowhere. And then she's like, well, you didn't get tased and we're not gonna tase you. And then he took that like as a threat. So then he makes a threat back saying that if she tased him, he'd fuck her up and go to jail for the rest of his life. I don't think you could fuck up anyone. You would probably lose in a fight to an inflatable, wacky, arm-flailing tube man. You are not built for fighting. You would get your ass beat. You would get turned inside out. So I don't know why he's threatening physical violence against this woman. And I don't know how stupid you have to be to threaten physical violence against a police officer too. She was very, very patient with this guy because she just brushed it off and laughed at him. I guess because he is so pathetic, all you can really do is laugh at someone that's this embarrassing of a person. But goddamn, like, he is so fucking dumb, it's unreal.
You're dumb, girl.
Am I?
You're real dumb. You might want to try modeling.
That definitely can't be that.
You definitely might want to try modeling. So you just...
I definitely can't do that.
This is what I'm talking about when he just goes off on these weird fucking tangents saying that she needs to do Molly so she can shut the fuck up. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, I don't even think he's in the same dimension that the rest of the planet is in. He is all over the place. I really do think that the entire day he spent in like some kind of fucking meth-induced haze or some shit. He is actually just all over the place.
Why are you going?
Let me see you do it first then.
What?
You're not about to take $30,000, $40,000 worth of jewelry without me knowing exactly where it's going.
Come on now. I don't.
You this to me the whole entire time in the car.
So nice to you.
No.
Things really popped off when they told him that he can't really take the jewelry into jail with him, so he put up a big fuss. He eventually started kicking the officers, and now he's facing a lot of charges. I think he goes to trial next month, so I'm really curious to see how that plays out, because for some reason he seems to believe that he's in the right, so he started threatening lawsuits against the officers after he was kicking them and shit. So very goofy situation here, very goofy guy, and I just had to talk about this. What an insufferable little asshole. So yeah, that's Icy Wyatt for you. Someone I'm sure none of you have ever heard of before and will most likely forget about very quickly, because he's just a forgettable little worm of a person. That's really about it. See ya. I want to start this video off by celebrating something important that's a little unrelated to the overall topic of the video, but one that calls for celebration, so let's pump our fists and wiggle our fingers together as we say rest in peace to James Corden's Late Late Show. That's right, it's finally over. We've survived the bubonic plague of bad television. James Corden's show is off the air officially, and I also love that now we have like some classified documents finally releasing that confirms what we all knew, that nobody fucking watched James Corden's show. It was a colossal flop. It was losing $20 million a year apparently before they finally decided to take it behind the barn and put it down for good, just execute it. There is nobody in the world that likes James Corden. I've said it for years now. He's like one of the only unifying things our planet has to offer. We all have our differences, but somewhere embedded deep in our DNA is this common ground of disliking James Corden. And for some reason, his shows existed for so fucking long now. It was always a mystery, and I thought maybe I was just boofing crazy pills and like he had huge fans, but clearly not. They were losing so much money on him, and now they finally decided to stop the bleeding. It's just such a breath of fresh air. Already the world looks more colorful and less gray now that the Late Late Show is dead and buried, just put 6 feet under in its coffin. No more carpool karaoke. I feel like the possibility for our species are limitless now. It's like in Gurren Lagann when humanity goes from living underground fucking cave-dwelling troglodytes to breaching into the surface world, and then they start evolving at a rapid rate. I feel like that's where we're at right now because carpool karaoke is no longer keeping us buried. You know, that was the single thing preventing us from reaching a Type 2 spacefaring civilization. It's so nice. Now let's get to the actual topic of today's video. Enough celebrating the end of the Late Late Show. I'm sure many of you have heard about this massive writers' strike that's going on right now, where the Writers Guild of America is protesting, so they've all stopped their work in the industry at the moment. There's a lot of reasons for it, but really the primary takeaways are they're not being fairly compensated for their work when it comes to streaming services. So right now they're paid a single fixed residual that aren't tied to viewer numbers and no additional payments that come through when the show shuffles between different streaming services. An example they give is one of the writers for Jane the Virgin is only receiving 1 to 2 cents for their residual checks, which is far from the norm or acceptable. And that's because streaming content has blown up recently, and for the industry itself, it's still pretty new. So they're not really getting the compensation that they should be, especially when compared to other aspects of the entertainment industry like normal movies or normal TV shows. So streaming is still in that weird gray area where they're getting face fucked when it comes to their compensation, and now they're protesting, looking for more appropriate compensation and fairer pay for it, which I think is totally reasonable. None of these shows happen without the writers. I understand the A-list actors and celebrities are always going to put asses in the seats and make swamp-ass thrones as people are glued to it for these characters, but those characters are written by these writers, and without them, they'd be fucking flat and worthless. The effect of writers on the actual medium is severely overlooked by just normal viewers, I feel. I've seen real brain rot takes on this from Twitter about how the writers aren't even important to the shows to begin with, which is mind-boggling that we've reached a point where there's a lot of viewers that are unable to wrap their head around the entire show they watch is constructed by these writers. Without them, it doesn't exist, it doesn't happen, and it doesn't work. So it's super weird that people are trying to belittle their role in the industry and downplay their importance, even going as far as to call this whole strike a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, hocus-pocus nonsense and that they're entitled. It's so fucked up. Like, for some reason now people are taking up arms in order to protect billionaires in their right to exploit writers like this. I think it's fucking stupid. Like, again, the writers make the shows happen. It's not like your favorite actors that are in these shows go in there and fucking improv every single one of their lines. That's just not how it works. So yeah, I do agree that the writers deserve better pay, especially because streaming has blown up so much, and yet the pay for writers hasn't grown with it. This sector has exploded, yet for some reason the writers have been left behind when it comes to their compensation. So I think the strike is totally within their right to do. I think it's a good thing. And if you don't believe me that it's a good thing, how about I just show you some of the proof that's in the pudding right now? Get ready, because I'm about to give you a fucking enema of good news. This writer's strike has already been huge W's across the board for anybody with eyes, because since they're striking, a lot of terrible shows have had to go on hiatus, had to go dark. That includes every late night talk show, baby. Every single fucking one of these late night parasites have had to go off air because, of course, they don't write their own material. They're not like real comedians anymore. They don't make fucking jokes on their own. It's all fed to them by these writers. And now that they're striking, they have nothing. Thus, they've had to stop the programs. So no Jimmy Kimmel, no Jimmy Fallon. We're getting everything fucking purged right now and on break, and it feels so good to not have to have YouTube inundated with fucking god-awful late show talk clips. Oh my god, it feels amazing. So there's already a huge W there, already seeing some great stuff from the writer's strike, some good results. But if you want the best possible news from the writer's strike, you know what else is severely affected? Big Mouth. The worst show ever produced by human beings is currently getting hammered because of this writer's strike. It is unable to continue production as of the moment, and we can only pray, have our fingers crossed, that they will just shut down the upcoming season and call it quits. Just put the kibosh on the entire series, because Big Mouth fucking sucks. Just close your eyes and envision this utopia with me. No James Corden Late Show. No Big Mouth. That is a serene existence. That would actually unlock the full potential of our brains. It'd be like taking that pill from Limitless. We would fucking invent teleportation technology the next day. Now, even better news, even if Big Mouth does unfortunately continue, if we're cursed for another season of Big Mouth, it's the final season. So there won't be any after that, which that's great news, but it's bittersweet because we could just not have that season air to begin with. So regardless, though, Big Mouth on the horizon is soon to be finished, kaput, which is fantastic. I also forgot one other big one that's currently going dark. Another stinker. Saturday Night Live! Saturday Night Live is also affected by the writer's strike, so they're unable to currently continue as is. So just a lot of good W's all around here. Now, there is more to the purpose behind the strike. It wasn't all for the compensation. There is another component to this that I think it's worth mentioning here. They're also wanting to regulate AI when it comes to the industry. AI is also exploding, and it is evolving at an unbelievably fast rate, which is of course a legitimate concern here. AI is already fucking wild. It is frightening how good it's gotten in such a short period of time, and it's still very primitive. It is still very early on in this technology, so it's only going to get better and more refined. So what the Writers Guild is looking for here is some regulation where the AI can't be trained off of their works. Their works would be protected, so that way the AI can't be building models based around their scripts, can't be like generating scripts of their own based on their work, and also they can't really be using AI to go through and change some of their work or undermine it and shit like that. It's just looking for some level of protection for the writers. It doesn't seem like they're trying to completely outlaw it, make it illegal when it comes to AI in the writing room, or forbid it entirely, because AI can be used as a good tool for writers as well. It's just looking for some level of like regulation or just some openness to discuss how they can utilize AI in different ways there. At least that's how I understand it. I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem like they're just trying to get rid of it entirely from the writing process. So yeah, overall, wishing the best for the writers here with the strike. From what I can tell, it doesn't seem like the powerful suits out there are really responding at all to it in any meaningful capacity at the moment. It seems like the attitude's kind of just rub some fucking dirt in it, get over it kind of thing. But I guess we'll see how that goes when their biggest programs start to feel the effects of the strike, because the WGA is huge. They do a lot of writing. So I guess we'll see how everything plays out, but just want to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. I was going to wait a little while to talk about this because I have a sneaking suspicion this won't be the last desperate marketing attempt we'll see from this film, but I just can't resist the urge anymore. It's like trying to hold in a sneeze, just trying to fight my desire to make fun of what I just saw a couple days ago. To set the stage, Pixar has released a new film, and it's become the second worst opening in all of Pixar history. It's looking to be a bit of a flop here. And there's a very good chance that you haven't even heard of the new Pixar film. It's called Elemental. It really flew under the radar. The marketing budget had to be like 5 popsicle sticks and like word of mouth. I don't really know what they were thinking here or expecting, because most people didn't even know this was on the horizon here. There was about as much hype for Elemental as there is going to the DMV. Most people didn't even know it was coming, and the ones that did just didn't really care to go see it, so it's not performing super well. And it appears that the higher-ups at Disney are starting to panic. So they're dusting off the oldest tricks in the marketing book here to try and convince people that the film is popular and worth going to a theater to see. Because a lot of people would probably choose to go to a fucking dentist's office as opposed to going to a theater to see Elemental right now. So they're trying everything. And that's when they came up with this absolute shining stinker of a viral marketing campaign idea.
Save it for the wedding. Hey! Yo, yo, yo!
Before finishing the clip, I just have to call this out immediately. This is a legitimate post from the official Pixar Elemental Twitter post saying, hashtag Claude's got the whole theater rooting for him. Check him out in Elemental. And this is like supposed to be one of those POV things in a theater where sometimes you'll see a viral video during a big moment in a movie where someone gets their phone out to film the audience reaction. Like, you know, here's how the audience responded to Tony Stark coming back from the dead, and the crowd's going crazy like, whoa, yeah, Tony's back, wee! And it's supposed to like capture that moment. That's what they tried here with this film. This is supposed to be like authentic, like look at how hyped the crowd got to see Claude from Elemental. Which makes no fucking sense, because this film is brand new. It doesn't tie into anything. No one would know who the fuck Claude is going into this film. And yet, for some reason, we're supposed to believe that the entire audience just blew up? Like, this sounds like they just watched their home team win the Super Bowl. All just because they got to bear witness to Claude popping out of some pot? It just doesn't make any sense, but I love how they try to pass it off like, man, look at how everyone loves Claude. They can't get enough of Claude. Look at him go crazy. And then it's just like stock cheering sound effects you can find on like any royalty-free database for stock sounds ever. It's beautiful. Like, this reminds me of that Morbius clip where someone made a fake Morbius voiceover from the theater where they were filming the screen and then he says, it's Morbin time. And the crowd goes like, yeah, yeah! And since barely anyone had seen that film since it was such a box office disaster, a lot of people actually believed that that line was in the movie. Even to this day, they still think that that clip that went viral is real. And he actually says, it's Morbin time. I mean, sorry to ruin Christmas for you, that's actually not there. That was just made as a joke. Where it's supposed to be like, look at how great Morbius is. More billion fans all over the place. The biggest franchise of all time. And that was just supposed to be like a joke, like cheering thing for that line. That's not real. But Disney's taking that energy and trying to use it as an actual marketing arm for this film because it's floundering so hard in the box office. So let me just play the rest of it real quick before we go back to talking about it.
Anyway, June Bloom is coming, and you just got to be my date. Cause check it out. I'm all grown up. And I smell good.
What in tarnation? That's such an abrupt chaos ending there. That reminds me of like a scene out of a disaster movie, like a Roland Emmerich film in like 2012 when an entire city blows up and everyone's screaming all at once before they all die. That is just like almost haunting. But anyway, yeah. The crowd's apparently going fucking nuts for Claude here. And I love that they even have like the stock baby giggle sound effect, like they pulled out all of the stops. This couldn't have taken more than 15 seconds to make, and it actually might have just been made by one of the higher-ups' child during like study hall at middle school. They're actually using it. They're legitimately trying to pass this off as a real thing and marketing for the film. I fucking love the caption, "The theater when Claude finally shows up in Elemental." Nobody knows who Claude is. Why would they be sitting there waiting on bated breath, counting down the seconds for the moment that Claude finally graces them with his presence? This is a complete new property, a new character they've never seen before. Why would they blow a gasket in excitement for it? This isn't like a moment in a beloved franchise or like a cameo fan service moment, you know, like Across the Spider-Verse where people will point at the screen and be like, oh, holy shit! That's Spider-Man Turbo X5 from that 2008 obscure fanfic Tumblr moment. They listen to us! Ah! Like, no one's doing that for Claude. It's not happening. I also can't help but just love that they even go a step further. Instead of just like pretending that people gave a fuck about Claude, they then go even further where they start making like sound effects as like the spectators during the film. The most annoying audience reactions ever, such as like, ooh, when he's like flirting with the main character here, I guess. Like, nobody does that. Like, that's so rare. What the fuck? Just a complete brazen disregard for the audience intelligence to try and convince people that this is real is, it's admirable. I can't help but be impressed that they're actually trying this on TikTok, but I can't even blame them for trying. I don't even hold them at fault for this because a lot of users on TikTok suffer from legitimate brain rot. That's going to be a studied phenomenon in 10 years. Mark my words. Put it on your calendar. 10 years, we're going to be studying the effect that TikTok has had on the brain and the development of children and people across the world. One of the biggest goddamn trends on TikTok for a while, a couple years ago, was this, where it was like pretending that your hand just went through your other hand, and it blew so many people's minds. That one thing I just did right there has like 10 billion views across all the people that did it on there. So I do believe that this probably wasn't the worst idea for Disney Pixar to try and convince them that, like, oh man, people must really love Claude. I kind of want to get in on that hype. I don't want to feel left out. And look at how the audience responded to him. Claude must be fucking amazing. This is the second coming of Christ. I might need to get to a theater now to see this. Mom, Dad, let's go. We gotta go to the theater right now. Claude needs us. We gotta see Elemental. Quick, what's the next showing? I gotta get in on the hype. It might work. And maybe it has, because yesterday there was an article that came out saying that Elemental is actually making a bit of a resurgence in the box office. So it's still a massive net loss right now. It's got about 166 million total box office off of a $200 million production budget, which you usually double for marketing, but in this case, probably not. They didn't really market it much. So even still, it is in the red, but it's starting to bounce back a little bit. Thanks largely to Claude, I imagine. Claude's doing a lot of heavy lifting for this film, I guess. That just goes to show you the power of Claude. When you bet on Claude, you're guaranteed a win, it seems. Now, I know Mickey Mouse is going to public domain pretty soon. They're going to have to retire Mickey Mouse pretty soon for Disney. Maybe they'll just pick Claude as the next, like, actual Disney mascot. Like, the face of Disney might be Claude within the next couple of years. So I'm seeing a lot of potential with the character. We can clearly see how much people love Claude. Like, goddamn. You know, maybe I'm wrong. I fully admit there's a chance that I'm very wrong, and this is all a very real audience reaction to seeing Claude. Maybe that's just how we as human beings are programmed to respond to something as perfect as Claude, right? I haven't seen the film yet, but I gotta be honest, that marketing tactic's almost working on me. I kind of want to get over there real quick to see, you know, how great Claude is. He's not even the main character of the film, and I guess he really steals the show. But yeah, anyway, I just had to talk about this a little bit. I'm curious to see if they're going to do any other Hail Mary marketing plays for this film if it continues to not do well in the box office. So yeah, excited for that if it happens. That's about it. See ya. A little over a year ago, Disney overdosed on skooma, and their delusion really went off the rails when they finally launched their Star Wars Hotel experience. This was a prime receptacle for spitballs and tomatoes. Boos heard around the world because it was laughably overpriced and extremely confusing on what you were even paying for in the first place. It was initially announced like way back in 2017, and it was supposed to carry a price tag of $6,000 for a 2-night stay, but it could go as low as $4,000 as well. It's called the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, and it's supposed to be a fully immersive Star Wars experience for superfans to spend 2 nights in this like underground bunker hotel facility that's supposed to be like a murder mystery, song and dance with all kinds of Star Wars characters, as well as a hotel, as well as fine dining. It basically just takes a ton of different things, threw it at a dartboard and said, okay, it's going in the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser. We're going to charge a fucking outrageous price. At $4,000 or $6,000 for 2 nights, I would expect to have a room on a legitimate fucking spaceship. With that amount of money, those rooms better be coming with that titty alien that Mark Hamill milks in the movie. Like, that is a crazy price tag. $1,200 per person per night? My God. You'd need to be like fucking Scrooge McDuck to be able to afford that, or the biggest Star Wars fan in the world who's willing to just dump everything into a 2-night experience. But what's crazy is it looks miserable to stay in. Here's the rooms. Here's one of the 100 cabin rooms. It's basically like a little prison. Like, your children get these small pods in the wall. The bed looks rather small. Like, this is not what you would expect for this amount of money. You go to the goddamn Star Wars gulag. It's so startling. There's no windows. Like, keep in mind, there's no windows in these rooms. All you get is these little screens supposed to look like you're out in space, but it looks really dated. It doesn't seem like they put a whole lot of effort into that, but I haven't been, so maybe it's cooler in person. but there's no windows, so you're basically going in there into like a goddamn stasis chamber there 2 days away from the world. And when you're not forsaken to your solitary confinement room on the Star Wars Galactic Looney Bin, you get interactive theater out the wazoo, which to me sounds like one of the circles of hell somewhere, where you can't escape theater and people in character for Star Wars 24/7. That just seems way too much. So the pictures I'm getting are from a video from DFB Guides, who went over the entire Star Wars hotel experience, and overall it's just an expensive, confusing, jumbled mess from everything I've seen. And this opened only a little over a year ago, and it's already closing. This was a complete disaster for Disney, I imagine. Of course, I'm not their fucking accountant. I can't flip through their books here and double check. But I just can't imagine at that price point, as well as how awful their marketing had been for it, that it was financially successful for them. They're writing it off as like a business decision that they've decided to close it so shortly after launch, but that doesn't make any sense. That just sounds like a bad business decision if it was doing well. It's 100 cabins, clearly a very expensive endeavor, and they're already giving up after a year. When this shit launched, it had terrible publicity. Like, they made these marketing pitches that gave people no insight into what they were paying for. So people already started kind of wiping their ass with the whole idea of even staying there or considering it. It turned everyone off immediately, and it's never recovered. Now, it's worth mentioning, among the people that have paid a visit to this facility, the majority of them are saying that they enjoyed it and that it was worth the cost. I don't know if that's genuine or if it's some level of brainwashing where they paid so much money that they convinced themselves that they had to enjoy it, thus they did. But people did seem to like it when they paid all that money for it, and that makes sense because if you're a super fan of Star Wars, there's nothing you're going to dislike about it. You're just perpetually inundated with constant stimulation of Star Wars shit, so I imagine most fans probably would have loved it. I still don't know how you could really like the rooms, though. Even in all the videos I've seen and all the people that visit the rooms, they are super small for how much you're paying. You are not getting, like, a luxury cabin. It's very much like a summer camp, like band camp fucking cabin here. I'm still a bit baffled by the decision to have the guests stay in these tight, windowless quarters. Like, that sounds miserable. Why that? Like, what's the next Star Wars hotel gonna be? Pay $10,000 and we'll freeze you in carbonite like Han Solo? Like, this is not a comfortable, stay. Which I think is just ridiculous for how much you're paying to be there. And where you sleep in a hotel, I would argue, is the most important thing about a hotel. Though I guess in this case it's supposed to be more than that. It's supposed to be like a Star Wars experience where you fucking transcend the human race for a brief moment and take a journey into fantasy. But then when you come out from reality, you leave this underground nuclear fallout shelter of the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, you realize you're $6,000 down and about to miss a house payment or something. I still can't get over just how expensive this fucking place is. Or was. The final voyage is coming up in September, so it's on its way out, but still. One other thing I want to mention is when these announcement videos were first coming out, these pictures were first surfacing of the experience, one thing that I heavily criticized was the food. It hypes itself up as being like fine dining, pinky out establishment kind of thing. And the food they were showcasing looked like slop. Actual prison slop that they would serve on a tray at like a maximum security ward. It didn't look like high quality food for that price. It'd have names like the Yakbi Shrimp Blue Milk Glorb Stuffer, and what you would see on the plate is like 2 tiddlywinks of pork and a small piece of bread or something. But after going through and watching more of the videos over the last like 4 or 5 months, the food does look fine. So I don't know why they chose the most unflattering promotional pieces for their food in the beginning, but it does seem like the food is a big hit with the people that go there, and from what I see, it looks fine. Albeit it has the cardinal sin that every high dining facility has, where you get portion sizes that wouldn't be enough to fill the belly of a bumblebee. So that's always, in my opinion, a bit of a scam to charge so much and receive so little, but that's just the trend in very expensive restaurants, unfortunately. I always think portion sizes are important, so if you're paying a lot of money, you should be able to fill your full belly. You should walk out of there feeling full, satisfied, and your gluttony, satiated. But anyway, the food does look fine, and that was something that I was very vocal about in the beginning, being lackluster. Some of you may remember I toyed around with the idea of getting the gang together and spending the 2 nights at that hotel, but we really sidelined that idea, fucking flushed that down the toilet because that is way too expensive. So I don't think we're ever going to do that. That's not worth the amount of money for the sake of like basically a joke or just to experience something awful. Like none of us are huge Star Wars fans. Like I like Star Wars, I couldn't stand the new trilogy, but overall I love the Star Wars universe, especially everything with the Old Republic. This has nothing to do with that, so this wouldn't even be in my favorite era of Star Wars. And none of my friends are big Star Wars fanatics either, so it's not like we'd get anything out of this other than like not having fun and trying to make a joke out of it, which is not worth fucking $6,000. So I don't think that's happening. I want to go ahead and clear that up. We're not going even before it closes. It's not worth it. Now, at the funeral for the Star Wars hotel, Disney's trying to put on a strong face, saying that this premium boutique experience gave us the opportunity to try new things on a smaller scale of 100 rooms, and as we prepare for its final voyage, we'll take what we've learned to create future experiences that can reach more of our guests and fans. I'm not on the Disney Superstar Board of Directors or anything, but I'll offer you some free consultation here. Lower the price. No one is paying $1,200 per person per night. That's a crazy ask. You could have saved yourself a huge headache if you just made this more accessible financially for most people. I think that's the way that you reach new guests and more fans, right? Like it seems like a pretty simple solution to the mathematical equation here. So I think it was just way too expensive. I have no doubt there's a lot of people that probably would have loved to go there and couldn't afford to. So they completely missed out on that entire market. Now, like I said, they are trying to treat it like a learning experience, and I have no doubt they fucking learned a lot from this. They invested a ton into the project, a lot of time and a lot of money, and they're kind of eating shit on it, it seems. So, yeah, that's really about it. See ya. It really takes a lot to surprise me with stupidity in this day and age, because we have easy, unlimited access to the loony bin called Twitter 24 hours a day. It's like a zoo, like a little SCP containment facility for all of the dumbest and weirdest creatures that evolution and inbreeding has ever produced. And yet today, I watched a video that left me stunned by an evil imbecile. I'm sure a lot of you have already seen this because it went viral earlier this week, so I'm definitely tardy to the party, but I'm just seeing it now. It's a drunk driver from Illinois. She killed 2 people and couldn't stop giggling about it and couldn't register that she wasn't going to be able to go to school the following day or get her car back. So there's body cam footage that has now just come out, even though this incident took place last year. She received 14 years for this, which I think is just not enough. I've been very vocal about my disdain for drunk drivers. I hate drunk drivers more than Garfield hates Mondays. It is a purely unforgivable act. It is selfish, dangerous, and there's no excuse for it ever. Especially in today's society where there's Uber, Lyft, a taxi, calling a friend, you can easily find transportation to get home that doesn't involve putting everyone's life at risk on the road. And this lady killed 2 people while drunk driving. Just normal, innocent people that did nothing wrong, and not only did she kill them, she couldn't stop laughing about it, just having a giggle fit like she was in a tickle fight. The body cam footage released, and it is disgusting.
That's right. Okay. That's me. I told you it's hard. I'd rather do the walking.
Okay, go up. Keep your head straight. Just look up with your eyes.
She's reacting to a fatal accident like a child reacts to a clown at a birthday party. And she was informed that 2 people involved here died. And she truly just couldn't give less of a fuck about any of that.
Oh, hey, you never answered me about my car. I have school tomorrow, so how do I get my car for tomorrow?
Well, your car is totaled.
It's what?
Your car is totaled.
Totaled?
Totaled, wrecked.
So they conducted field sobriety tests, all of which she failed because obviously she is completely hammered. They then get to this point in the video where the officer and her are in the room and she doesn't like the silence, so she says that she's going to start singing. So she starts flexing the golden pipes with some of the worst fucking singing you'll ever hear. It's not really singing, it's more like some kind of Gregorian chant if it was being farted out of a walkie-talkie, and she starts dancing like she's in some kind of trance. But regardless, she starts boogieing down and singing. She's treating this whole situation like she's at fucking Mardi Gras. Like it's like she's celebrating that she had just killed 2 people as if it was some kind of fucking sacrifice, and she's happy about the whole situation. It's not even that she's not registering it. She actively doesn't care, which is completely different. Yes, she is beyond drunk, clearly, but she is aware of what has happened. He has told her multiple times. She understands why she's there and just actually doesn't give a fuck.
Okay, so how do I get it to school?
You don't.
So I don't go to school tomorrow is what you're telling me?
You brain dead fucking worm. Obviously you're not going to school tomorrow. You just killed 2 people in a drunk driving accident. This isn't GTA where you can just reset and undo what happened here. You took 2 people's lives away because you're a fucking ridiculously stupid idiot. Like, holy shit. And the only thing that she can even process is that this might be an inconvenience to her because she has school tomorrow and she doesn't want to miss class.
No, man. You want me to be honest with you? You're going to jail. You don't have a bond. You killed 2 people tonight. I don't think you understand that. You do not have a bond. You are not getting out of jail. Your car is property of East Peoria Police Department because it's a crime scene. It killed 2 people tonight. You are clueless with that, clearly. I've already explained this to you. You're going to jail for reckless homicide tonight. You're going to jail for aggravated DUI for killing 2 people. That's what's going on. So no, you're not going to school tomorrow. You're not getting your car out of impound.
Can I have a Tuesday for my night class?
How this officer didn't just stand up and flip a chair over out of frustration is beyond me. Just watching this had me want to flip a table like I had just lost a game of chess and got upset about it. He just laid down all of the brass tacks here, explained the situation for the fucking 50th time already, and once again, she still only cares about her standing, about being able to go to class. So then she says, well, what about Tuesday? You know, like, as if she thought she'd only spend like 24 hours in jail or something after killing 2 people. Like, okay, you know, I'll do the time for the crime. Oh, okay, I get it. Punishment is necessary. So 24 hours, right? Tuesday I can get my car? We can just go ahead and magically put my car back together even after it's been totaled after my drunk driving accident that took away 2 people's lives? Do we have a Magneto on board who can fix my car up so that I can get to class on Tuesday?
Did you just hear what I just told you?
You said I'm not going tomorrow. I'm talking about Tuesday.
Did you hear when I said that
I'm going to jail tomorrow.
You're going to jail when we're done here?
Yes.
Did you understand what I told that you killed 2 people tonight?
Yeah, so I'm just wondering when I can go to school.
Okay, we're done.
Once again, she is hearing him loud and clear. She is acknowledging that she is hearing that she is responsible for the death of 2 people. She just doesn't care. They could have brought the corpses in, and she probably would have let out a hearty belly laugh like Santa Claus. She doesn't fucking care. She didn't know them personally, thus their life is meaningless to her. The only thing that matters is now it might be somewhat of an inconvenience because she thinks she might not be able to go to school tomorrow or even on Tuesday now. So now she's starting to get a little panicked because, oh, she's going to miss her fucking Tuesday night class. Not because she just killed 2 people, it's just she's going to miss her Tuesday night class.
You're all on body camera being completely careless about killing 2 people tonight. You could care less. That's sad and pathetic and horrible all at the same time.
Can you say that as a cop?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, so can I ask when I can go back to school?
I'm not the officer on the scene here, but I can answer the question for you. 14 years, and you can go back to school. And hopefully, if you do go back to school in 14 years, everyone bullies the shit out of you and never lets you forget this moment, and never lets you forget what you did. I don't think you should be able to go back to school in 14 years. I think that is way too lenient of a punishment for what you've done. I think the sentence should have been much longer here, for sure. But I wasn't the judge on the case, so it's clearly not up to me here. I think she is irredeemably stupid, and I do think stupidity can reach a level where it is dangerous, like in a case like this, where you become a danger to everyone around you because you are such an absolute bumbling fucking moron. Now, she was singing a bit of a different tune here, talking about how remorseful she was, saying she's sorry for everything and she'd never commit anything like that again, hasn't drank since that day and doesn't plan on drinking ever again. However, the judge was implored to just impose the maximum 28-year penalty, which I do completely agree with, but unfortunately, she only received 14 years. I also find it very hard to believe that now she's starting to feel remorseful, only now that she realizes she's not only going to miss school for those couple of days, she's going to miss school for 14 years. I still don't believe she has any level of remorse for the victims here. I truly don't. I understand she was drunk, but I used to get drunk a lot. And if you told me I so much as pushed somebody and hurt them, I would have been inconsolably upset that I was responsible for something like that, even while fucking inebriated. Like, it's not like when you're drunk, all of a sudden you become a callous statue that can't process emotion or process any level of information. Because she acknowledged multiple times that she understood 2 people died from what happened. She just still didn't care. She kept singing and dancing and just talking about school and how it might be an inconvenience to her. So I really do think that even while sober, she just doesn't fucking value anyone's life that she doesn't personally know. I know this is me getting very like armchair psychologist about all of it, but it's just the impression I get from the body cam footage as well as reading the rest of the story. I think she is irredeemably stupid and evil and dangerous. So just wanted to talk about this story a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. So all citizens tests start with a Pledge of Allegiance, as do all sports games, so we're going to go into that. So you take right hand over the chest, and then, do you guys know the pledge by heart?
No.
All right. Just follow my lead. I pledge allegiance,
to
the flag,
of
the United States of America,
and
to the republic, for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With liberty and justice for all.
Liberty and justice for all.
All right, yep, now that's pretty good. All right, so you want to be an American, do you? Well, then why don't you name one war fought by the United States in the 1900s? Just one war.
I'm not even. Let's just say World War One.
That a boy.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, not bad. What is the supreme law of the land?
Oh.
Come on now. This is what we all live our lives by. It's more important than the word of God. Come on.
Can I phone a friend?
You can phone an American.
Can I phone an American?
Yes.
The Constitution.
That is correct. It is the Constitution. I've got another softball for you. That was a little too much of a brain buster. Who is the current vice president?
Oh my God, I don't even know.
Come on.
I know who the president is.
Who's the president?
Joe Biden, right?
God damn right it is. And what is Joe Biden famous for saying?
Gibberish.
All right. Oh, I'm going off book here. What's Joe Biden's favorite snack?
Oh, that's good.
That's a good one, yeah.
Anything Little Debbie.
We can accept that. Ice cream? Okay. We can't accept. Okay, 2 out of 3 then.
Shit.
This should be easy. Who vetoes bills? Oh my God. This is not looking good.
What does that even mean?
Like, he said, a bill floats on his desk, and he's like, no.
Or hers.
Or hers.
The president?
Yes!
Yeah.
Yes! What does the judicial branch do? I don't know why I gave you that one. You couldn't even tell me the vice president.
The vice president, sure. Yep, there we go.
No. What does it do, though? What does the judicial branch do?
They judice? Judice?
I don't know if we can accept that. Define judice.
Use it in a sentence.
Use judice, please.
Wait, I don't know how to use that in a sentence. I'm taking the L on this one.
They review laws, basically.
Okay.
Some of these I just know are a lost cause. Oh, where's the Statue of Liberty?
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh my God. In the water.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
In the water where?
Outside of New York?
Woo!
Okay.
We can accept that.
There's a question mark on the end.
Yeah. What did Susan B. Anthony do?
I've never heard that name in my life.
You fucking swine. She fought for women's rights.
Okay. Shout out, Susan.
This one, I think you can get this one. During the Cold War, what was the main concern of the United States? We're still afraid of it to this day.
What is that? Dude, the main concern of the Cold War?
Yeah.
We're still afraid of it to this day.
Mm-hmm. It's like our boogeyman. You've heard this word before.
Like, what are you saying?
You know how America is a democracy?
Yeah.
The way God intended. Well, what does the devil want?
You're giving me way too much credit here.
It's
I don't know.
It's communism, brother.
Okay.
It's communism. How many questions is that? We'll do, what is the capital of the United States?
Oh my God.
You know it.
Why do I know it?
Brother, dig deep. Where did the aliens attack in Independence Day? Did you watch Independence Day?
What is Independence Day?
Okay, actually, yes. That's question number 99. When do we celebrate Independence Day?
I want to say July 4th so bad.
That's that, oh boy! Welcome to America!
Yes.
Well, hey, welcome to America. I've got some brain busters for you. I'll start it off pretty easy. What is freedom of religion?
That is a very ominous question.
Well, what's freedom of religion?
The freedom to practice any religion.
That is correct. Wow, okay.
100%.
Flew through that one. What does the Constitution do?
Can I phone an American?
Yeah, you can phone an American if you'd like.
Yep.
The Constitution's really getting you out of your seat.
It gives us the supreme law of the land.
Kind of.
Stumped you.
It's like, because it's kind of right. It sets up the government. It literally.
The first question says, what gives us the supreme law of the land? The Constitution.
All you did was just take question one and say that this is what it does.
It's their own answer.
I'll accept it, I guess. Just because I like you. Just because I like your shirt.
Thanks.
2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2. Who is the commander-in-chief of the military?
No idea.
Well, you know who he is. You know him. It's the president.
Ah.
Yeah, it's the president.
Okay.
The House of Representatives has how many voting members?
11.
435.
I was like, wow, you knew that.
Yeah. That was unfair. Two for 4. I'll stop giving you the AP level exam questions. What do we show loyalty to when we say the Pledge of Allegiance? That beautiful sermon I walked you through. What do we pledge allegiance to?
The flag.
Yes. That is correct. Who is the vice president?
No. So, I have no clue.
All right, 3 for 6. I'm not giving that answer away. One of you is going to get this eventually, but don't cheat. How old do citizens have to be to vote for president?
18.
Yes, yes, yep. 4 for 7, yeah. So we're getting down to the wire here. You're going to need a heater, so I'll give you a good one. Who was the first president?
Oh.
Yeah, he was in Fairly Odd Parents, too.
He had to chop wood.
He had to chop wood because he had wood teeth. He is on Currency. There was a viral YouTube video that used his name. I'll even give you his last name.
George Washington?
Yes!
Okay.
Whoa, he didn't even need the hint. All right, you need 1 out of the next 2 here. Name one problem that led to the Civil War. There was a real big problem.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Just what's something that would really get under your skin?
Someone wasn't very nice to me.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a.
Now let's expand
lock it
that.
in.
Who, like, what? Let's broaden the scope. On a nationwide scale, people weren't nice, and it was called something. Not one of the problems that led to the Civil War, but like specific. It's slavery, man. It was slavery. I want to make sure you're not racist. What did Martin Luther King do? MLK Jr., baby.
He fought for black rights.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you are. Welcome to America,
Thank
friend.
You. Thank you.
Welcome to God's country. So you want to be an American, huh? Well, why don't you tell me what we call the first 10 amendments of the Constitution? Well, what do you think we call it?
Laws.
We do call it that.
That's like that's pretty good.
Is that one for one?
No, we can't accept that.
It has 3 words.
Yeah, it's 3 words. Schoolhouse Rock has a whole song about it. I'm just up, I'm only up, and I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill.
It's not making it any easier. It's putting more pressure on me, bro.
Just choose a word that rhymes with hill at this point. It's Bill. Bill of Rights.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Who is the vice president?
Fuck.
Someone's got to get this.
Can you search it on Google for me real quick?
No, we can't cheat.
Also, you get one. You can ask Matt.
Yeah. You can phone an American if you want to
I
use
want
it.
to see if Empty can get it though. Nah, I'll pass.
All right, 0 for 2 is a rough start. Here, this is such a freebie. Just name one branch of the government.
Judicial branch.
Yes, yes. 1 for 3. There she goes.
Thank God I heard that one before.
How many years? Or we elect a president for how many years?
4.
Yep. Okay. Easy. Who signs bills to become laws?
The president?
Yeah, there we go.
Who is it? We got the spirit of George Washington in here today.
Jesus.
God damn.
That's what, 3 for 5 now?
That's 3 for 5. Yeah, that's a streak. This is such a stupid question. What does the president's cabinet do? Just what do you think they do?
Are they like his assistants or?
And what does an assistant do?
Like, get him coffee?
We can accept that. They just advise him. Yeah, they just advise him. No shot, you get this, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Fuck.
What is the highest court in the United States?
The Supreme Court?
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't realize we had a superstar. Okay.
You don't have to.
I mean, brother didn't even know vice president or Bill of Rights. I counted him out.
He skipped first grade and went straight to
True. When is the last day you can send in federal income tax forms? You want to phone in America? Oh, Matt, you're so fucked.
Here, you're getting a different
Oh, you can choose your American?
This is her job. This is what she does.
Imagine Peyton gets it wrong, we have to fire her.
April 15th.
It is April 15th.
So that's 6.
That's 5, I think. So you got one more. I didn't even consider the American phone a friend curveball. Okay, I'm going to ask you for another specific date if you don't mind, big shot. When was the Constitution written?
April 15th.
I'll just let that go of what year.
It starts with a 1.
Yes, it does.
Then it goes 9.
No, you're
8.
out. Nope.
7.
Yep.
1764.
No, it wasn't bad. 1787. This is one if you can't answer this one, this is going to actually be very offensive. What major event happened on September 11th, 2001? 9/11.
9/11.
What was it?
Oh, you know.
We can accept that. It was we can take that. Yeah.
America.
Welcome to the country. You're one of us now.
America. There we go.
I'll find it eventually. Hey, welcome to the country. This is where Jesus was born. So you want to come here, huh? Well, then why don't you tell me the idea of self-government in the first 3 words in the Constitution, huh? What are the 3 words? Have you heard of the Schoolhouse Rock? It goes, blank to blank, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, Promote the general welfare ends.
So yeah, those first three.
Yeah, first 3 words of that song. You guys got to study up on Schoolhouse Rock.
I'm gonna have to pass. I've got no idea.
It was We the People.
I was not getting that.
Jesus Christ. All right. Who is in charge of the executive branch?
President.
Yeah, wow, that was confident. Yeah, that was good. I actually thought that was going to be for sure a dud. Nice work. Who signs bills to become laws?
President.
Goddamn right he does. Yeah, goddamn right he does. Yeah, who is the vice
I'm
president?
gonna have to call an American.
That was a smart use of it until Matt gets it wrong.
Kamala Harris.
That is correct. It's about time someone finally understands our country. Okay.
You all start out really strong.
Yeah. Well, that's when I get to the brain busters like this. What are the 2 major political parties in the United States?
Democratic and Republic.
Okay. Let's see. What do we got here? You're kind of an exceptional student of the American culture. I'm gonna have to get something big for you. Why did the colonists fight the British?
I have no idea.
It was mainly high taxes. Yeah. Starting to flounder a little bit. Bring it back with this one. Who wrote the Declaration of Independence?
President.
Which one?
George Washington?
No. That was Thomas Jefferson. Let's bring this back to where I think you got a fighting chance. And by that I mean I'm giving you one I know you don't have a fighting chance. Just real quick. What territory did the United States buy from France in 1803? You got to know about 1803.
Florida?
No, Louisiana. Idiot. I don't think anyone says it is, no. What ocean is on the east coast of the United States?
Okay, it's bad.
You only got a couple oceans to choose from.
All of the oceans?
I don't think I can.
Can you name the 2 big ones?
No.
Can you name any of them?
I'll put on the spot. I've blanked completely.
Just name an ocean.
I feel like I'm gonna say one. It's just not gonna be an ocean.
Just run it.
What's Indiana Ocean? Is that Indian Ocean?
Indian Ocean.
Yeah, Indian Ocean.
It's not the right one, but it is an ocean.
Yeah, no, I've completely blanked.
It was the Atlantic for the East Coast.
And now that I hear it, yep.
Why does the flag have 50 stars?
Because for every state.
Yes, that is correct. This is the last question. All right. Who is the father of our country? The father.
That is actually a question on that.
Yep. Who is the father of our country? Yeah, it's question number 69.
George Washington?
It is George Washington. Welcome to America.
Wow. Happy to be here.
All right, welcome. Now that you've tortured our Australian friends, it's your turn to be in the hot seat. All right, let's see. Rights and responsibilities. We're going to start slow, but still tough. Who was the president during World War I?
Eisenhower.
No.
You sure?
You want another guess?
Give me a second.
Yeah, think it through.
Oh, it was Roosevelt.
Woodrow Wilson. It's all right. You're warming up. How many amendments? Do you know this one already? Did you read this one?
Well, there's only...
How many amendments does the Constitution have?
Oh, it's 10. It's because it's the Bill of Rights. Or is it 13?
Not that either.
Really?
27.
Oh, that was. Oh, I thought it was like the only 10.
27.
Oh yeah, I forget. That was a big moment. I remember that.
We are starting off slow.
These are hard.
What stops one branch of government from becoming too powerful? You got this one.
Oh, checks and balances.
Checks and balances, baby. There we go. Whew. All right. What is the economic system in the United States? I will accept one of 2 answers.
The economic system, huh?
It's really vague.
That is so fucking vague.
You should know it. Just really think. I don't know how to...
You just mean like really vague.
Yeah, like we are a blank economy.
Yeah, okay.
a capitalist economy.
There you go.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's so broad.
You got it. You got it. You got it. How many U.S. senators are there? I would not get this one right, for sure.
I'd like to phone an Australian.
Who wants to go?
You can phone Australia.
Yeah,
all three of you can come over.
All of you go in between them on the far side.
How many U.S. senators? So we're looking at double digits at least. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking 11.
Is everyone in Australia thinking 11?
More than 10.
11.
No, it is 100.
So close.
Hey, great try, guys. you did a good job.
Awesome.
All right, good golly, Miss Molly, I got one for you. What month do we vote for the president in?
November.
That a boy.
Are you keeping score, Matt?
Nope.
Are you keeping score, Charlie?
Nope.
Okay. What is one responsibility that is only for United citizens? You're not a citizen, you don't have this responsibility. One I would say on this is optional, and the other is non-optional.
Yeah, like the only thing that's non-optional is taxing, right? Because
That would have been one of my guesses.
Yeah, because I feel you.
This is more something you partake in.
Oh.
I'll agree. It's too ambiguous. Whoever wrote these are like trying to stump people.
Something that you like. So you as an American citizen have the right to take in.
Yep, a God-fearing American citizen. You have a responsibility to do these two things. Yeah.
Serve.
On.
In the armed forces.
Have you ever been called to the armed forces?
Oh, I didn't know the second.
Yeah. Serve on a jury.
Oh, yeah.
Or vote in a federal election.
Oh, voting I should have easily gotten.
Yeah.
I guess.
Go 100%.
Yeah, I guess I just wasn't even thinking
All right.
big picture enough.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 answers to this. What is one promise you make when you become a United States citizen?
A promise?
I'll go pretty loosey-goosey on this and accept what you're throwing out.
That you'll pay taxes at some point.
Let's see. Let me just make sure. All right. Yeah. Do you want... No, all right. Try again.
I'll phone an American. Chelsea, what's a promise you make as an American citizen? I won't lie, steal, cheat, murder?
To uphold the Constitution and the
That's what I would have said. I know that's what the president
Which is like,
pledges. I don't know if that's what a
citizen's pledge. But I feel like that's
I'm
also...
going to give you this because one of the choices is obey the laws of the United States, which is taxes and no murder and all of that. The answers are give up loyalty to other countries.
Oh, okay,
Keep that in mind, boys.
Yeah, you're not Australian anymore.
Defend the Constitution, obey the laws, serve in the U.S. military if needed.
That was close.
Serve the nation if needed, and be loyal to the United States.
Interesting, yeah.
Oh, wow. Whew. There were 13 original states.
13 original colonies.
Name
Shout 'em,
3.
scout 'em, tell all about 'em. One by one till you're giving a name to every state in the USA.
All right, name 3 of the originals.
I only speak in nursery rhymes.
Yeah, the creative It is crazy how much we remember in song.
Well, one of them's got to be Washington.
Are you saying Washington or Washington, D.C.?
Well, what do you mean?
There's a Washington.
I know there's a
in the
Washington and
United
Washington, D.C. Let's just all encompass it. Well, it won't be D.C.
You're putting them on, but well, yeah.
I'm wrong on both?
Yeah.
What the fuck? What were the...
All right, you're getting frazzled.
I'll give you a hint. Think of the eastern United States.
Yeah, we moved east to west.
Yeah, manifest destiny.
And we think the Rock. Think not like on the Rock, but like the Rock.
Plymouth Rock.
Yeah, where's Plymouth Rock at?
I don't remember where Plymouth Rock is. My brain's going to places that I think are just too far east.
Give me some like old-timey places, you know, they may have...
Like Virginia.
And, you know, they may have put like poop vents in their streets or something like that.
No way New York was one of the
New
original colonies. How is that one of the original colonies? That doesn't make any sense. That means
I'm giving you that
that
one.
means Mississippi's one of them too?
That is incorrect.
Damn. Yeah, that didn't make any sense.
You fought me on giving you the right answer.
Because, I mean, what's next? You're going to tell me Pennsylvania was one of them?
Woo!
What are you talking about?
Would you like to hear the whole list?
No.
Okay.
must stay in the dark.
All right.
I don't care about them.
All right, let's finish off with one I think you'll get. You and Nick Cage love this.
Oh, is that right? The Declaration of Independence, when was it signed?
No.
1776.
No. What are two rights in the Declaration of Independence?
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Goddamn right. It's great to keep you here.
I'm glad to stay.
I ain't leaving.
I ain't fucking leaving.